Colleague from Kentucky has been an invaluable ally on this particular cause since he arrived in the Senate, and I just want to give a little bit more background and then get my colleague's reaction to this question. I've seen several of my colleagues come to the floor of the Senate talking about why we ought to keep bulk phone record collection. And the statement has somehow been that this is absolutely key for strong counterterror. That is a baffling assertion, I would say to my colleague from Kentucky, because even the Director of National Intelligence and the Attorney General are saying that it isn't. So what we have is members of the Senate saying that bulk collection, some of them, ought to be preserved in order to fight terror, and the Director of National Intelligence and the Attorney General, two individuals who are not exactly soft on terror, saying that it's not. Now, if senators and those who might be following this debate are seeking a more detailed analysis, I hope that they'll check out the very lengthy report on surveillance that was issued by the President's Review Group. This group's members have some very impressive national security credentials. I mean, these are not people who are soft on fighting, terror. One of them was the senior counterterror advisor to both President Clinton and President Bush. Another served as acting director of the CIA. And this review group, a review group led by individuals with pristine anti-terror credentials, said on page 104 of their report, staff sometimes kids me, I'm sure this is the case for the senator from Kentucky because I always say page 104. I'll quote here, "The information contributed to terrorist investigations by the use of Section 215, bulk telephony metadata, was not essential to preventing attacks and could readily have been obtained in a timely manner using individual Section 215 orders." So what this distinguished group of experts said supports what the senator from Kentucky is saying, what I and others have been saying for some time. So the senator from Kentucky, pointed out my service on the Intelligence Committee. I think Senator Feinstein and I are two of the 5 longest-serving members in the committee's history. We didn't find out about bulk collection until it had been underway for quite some time because it was concealed from most members of the Intelligence Committee for several years. But given the fact that we began to see in 2006 and early 2007 what's at stake, this has been a fight that has been going on for 8 years. And one of the reasons, an additional reason, that I appreciate the senator from Kentucky being here now is that for these 8 years and multiple reauthorizations, it's always been the same pattern. It was almost like the night follows the day. Those who are in favor of dragnet surveillance and those who are in favor of the bulk collection program, in effect, wait until the very last minute. They wait until the last minute, and then they say, oh my goodness, it is a dangerous world. We've got to continue this program just the way it is. Well, I tell my colleague from Kentucky, and I know he shares my view on this, there is no question that it is a very dangerous world. Anybody who served on the Intelligence Committee, as I have for more than 14 years, and goes into those classified meetings, weekly, does not walk out of there with without the judgment that it is a very dangerous, world. But what doesn't make sense is to be pursuing approaches that don't make us safer and compromise our liberties. That's what doesn't make sense. And so last year, along with my colleagues, Senator Heinrich and Senator Mark Udall, I filed a brief in a case that was before the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. It's an important court, one of the highest in our country. In the brief, we said, and I quote, "We have reviewed this surveillance extensively and have seen no evidence that the bulk collection of Americans' phone records has provided any intelligence of value that could not have been gathered through means that caused far less harm to the privacy interests of millions of Americans." And I'd say to my colleague, what we are talking about are, in effect, conventional approaches with respect to court orders, and then there are emergency circumstances. Emergency circumstances, so when the government believes it has got to act to protect the American people, it can move quickly and then, in effect, come back and settle up later. But the conclusion that we reached after reviewing bulk collection very carefully was based on 8 years worth of work. And of course, we've recently had this court declare bulk collection to be illegal. So my first question is, does the senator from Kentucky agree that there is no evidence that dragnet surveillance now makes America any safer?
Well, I think it's a great question, and I think it's also very difficult to prove these things one way or another sometimes, and we're at a great disadvantage because a lot of times they hold all of the information. So I think it was nothing short of miraculous that you and others were able to investigate this and show that in reality, all of these folks that they allege could have been caught, would have been caught through traditional surveillance, through traditional warrants. And I think this is a pretty important point because they want us to live in fear and give up the Fourth Amendment, but it turns out even the practical argument isn't an accurate one, because it turns out that almost always, if not always, the terrorists seem to be caught through sort of the normal channels of human intelligence, suspicion, finding something out about them that causes us to investigate them. And I, like the senator from Oregon, do want to catch terrorists, and I also want to keep our freedom at the same time. And I think it was a pretty important conclusion, not only by the review board, but also by the the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board as well, the review panel, two groups of folks from the administration. And one question that I would be interested in also from the senator from Oregon is, in an op-ed in December, Senator Wyden wrote in the LA Times that building a backdoor into every cell phone, tablet, or laptop means deliberately creating weaknesses that hackers and foreign governments can exploit. But I would be interested in entertaining a question concerning that.
I apologize to my colleague. Could my colleague just restate that briefly?
This was in an op-ed that was written by the senator from Oregon in LA Times in December, and I'm quoting from the op-ed. It says, building a backdoor into every cell phone, tablet, or laptop means deliberately creating weaknesses that hackers and foreign governments can exploit. And I think expanding upon that in the form of a question, I think would help us to understand exactly what you mean by that.
What the senator is asking about is a statement made by the FBI director, Mr. Comey, and it was not some hidden kind of articles on the front pages of all our papers, that really deserves, as my colleague is suggesting, some consideration. In fact, one of the last things I did as chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, had a relatively short tenure there in 2014, was to hold a workshop in Silicon Valley on this issue. And the problem stems from the fact that with the NSA overreach taking a huge toll on our companies and the confidence that consumers both here and around the world had in the privacy of their products, these companies said, we've got to figure out a way to make sure that consumers here and around the world understand that we are going to protect their privacy. So they decided to put in place products that had strong encryption. They felt that that was important to be able to assure their consumers that when they sold something, that their privacy rights were protected. And in doing so, of course, they also made it clear that, as has always been the case, when the government believes that an individual could put our nation at risk, you get an individual court order, you use emergency circumstances, and you could still get access to information. And the response by our government, which contributed mightily to the problem by the NSA's overreach in the first place, was our government saying, nope, you're not going to be able to use that encryption to bring back the confidence that Americans have in your products and people around the world. And there were projections, I would tell my colleague, that these companies were already losing billions and billions of dollars in terms of the consequences of loss of privacy. The response of the government was to say, we are looking at requiring you to build weaknesses in your products and, in effect, create a backdoor so we can get easy entry. And I know at town hall meetings at home in Oregon, I've talked about the concept of our government requiring companies to build weaknesses in their products. And people just slap their forehead. They say, what's that all about? It's your job to make sure that we have policies that both secure our liberty and keep us safe. It's not your job to tell companies to build weaknesses into your products. In effect, you're going to just throw up your hands and say, we can't do it. So the company ought to build weaknesses in the products. And as my colleague said, I pointed out that once you do that, it won't just be the good guys who will have the keys. It'll be bad guys who have the keys at a time when we are so concerned about cybersecurity. Might I ask my colleague another question on one other topic he and I have talked about at great length? Is the senator from Kentucky troubled by the fact that a number of high-ranking intelligence officials have not been forthright in recent years with respect to this bulk collection and the collecting of data on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans? My colleague knows I've been particularly troubled by this, and I asked the question because my colleague and I have pointed out that we have enormous admiration for the rank and file in the intelligence field. These are individuals who day in and day out get up in the morning and contribute enormously to the well-being of the American people. And we have enormous respect for them. We are grateful to them. They are patriots, and they serve us every day well. I personally do not think they have been well served by the fact that a host of high-level intelligence officials have not exactly been straight or forthright with the Congress and the American people on these issues. And I would be interested in my colleagues' view on that, because we have discussed this at some length, and I'm glad to be able to put it in the context of making sure that Americans know that the two of us greatly respect the thousands of people who work in the intelligence field, serve us well, do the things that are necessary to apprehend and kill bin Laden, but that we are concerned about the question of the veracity, the forthrightness of some of the members of the intelligence community at the highest levels. What's my colleague's reaction to that?
I think the vast majority of the intelligence community, like the vast majority of policemen, are good people trying to do what's best for the country. They're patriotic people, and they're really trying to do things within the confines of the law. But the thing is that the intelligence community has such vast power, and a lot of it's secret power. So you have to have a great deal of trust for those who run the agency, because we've entrusted them with such enormous power to look through information that if we lose the trust at the top, then when they come to us and say, well, you have to give up a little more liberty, you have to give up a little bit more in order to get security, we have to trust the information because they control all the information they give us. And that we find when you ask a high-ranking official in the committee whether or not they were doing bulk collection of data and the answer was not true, that they said we weren't doing something that we obviously are doing, it makes us distrust the whole apparatus. But I agree with you that the vast majority of law enforcement, intelligence community, they're good people, patriotic. They want to stop terrorism. We all do. But what we're arguing about is the process and the law and the Constitution and trying to do it within the confines of the Constitution. But when you have someone at the very top who doesn't tell the truth in a open hearing, under oath, that's very troubling and makes it difficult.
I appreciate my colleague's assessment of that, and he knows that it was very troubling that in 2012 and 2013, we just weren't able to get straight answers to this question of collecting data on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans. As my colleague will recall, the former NSA director said that he had been to a conference and that he was not involved in collecting dossiers on millions of Americans. And having been on the committee at that point for over a dozen years, I said, gee, I'm not exactly sure what a dossier means in that context. So we began to ask questions, both public ones, to the extent you could, and private ones, about exactly what that meant. And we couldn't get answers to those questions. Just couldn't get answers. So the Intelligence Committee traditionally doesn't have many open hearings. By my calculus, we probably get to ask questions in an open hearing for maybe 20 minutes maximum a year. So after months and months of trying to find out exactly what was meant, we felt it was important to ask the Director of National Intelligence exactly what it was meant by these dossiers and the government collecting data and the like. So at our open hearing, I said I'm going to have to ask the Director of National Intelligence about it. And because I've long felt that it was important not to try to trick people or ambush them or anything of the sort, we sent the question in advance to the head of national intelligence. We sent the exact question: does the government collect any type of data at all on millions of Americans? And we asked it so that he would have plenty of time to reflect on it. And we waited to see if the director got back and said, please don't ask it. There's always been a kind of informal, tradition in the Intelligence Committee, being respectful of that. We didn't get that request, so I asked it. And the director said, when I asked, does the government collect any type of data at all on millions of Americans? The director said no. And I knew that that wasn't accurate. That was not a forthright, straightforward, truthful answer. So we asked for a correction. Couldn't get a correction. I would say to my colleague, since that time, the director or his representatives have given 5 different reasons why they responded as they did, further raising questions in my mind with respect not to the rank and file in the intelligence community, the thousands and thousands of hardworking members of the intelligence community that my colleague and I feel so strongly about and respect so greatly. So I'd like to ask just one other question with respect to where we are at this point and what's ahead. As long as the senator from Kentucky holds the floor, no one would be able to offer a motion to consider an extension of the USA Patriot Act. But at some point in the near future, whether it's this weekend or next week or next month, my analysis is the proponents of bulk phone record collection are going to seek a vote in the Senate to continue what I consider to be this invasion of privacy of millions and millions of law-abiding Americans. When that happens, I intend to use every procedural tool available to me to block that extension. And if at least 41 senators stand together, we can block that extension and block it indefinitely. If 41 senators stick together, there isn't going to be any short-term extension. And finally, after something like 8 years of working on this issue, finally, we will be saying no to bulk phone record collection. I'm certain I know the answer to this question, but I think we both want to be on the record on this matter. When that vote comes, the senator is going to be one of the 41 senators who is going to block that extension. I've appreciated his leadership, and I would just like his reaction to our efforts to go forward once again when we have to do it with proponents of mass surveillance seeking an actual vote to continue business as usual with respect to dragnet surveillance.
I think the American people are with us. I think the American people don't like the idea of the bulk collection. I think the American people are horrified, and I think it will go down in history as one of the most important questions we've asked in a generation. When you ask the Director of National Intelligence, are you gathering in bulk the phone records of Americans? And when he didn't tell the truth, and then when the president kept him in office, and how this led to this great debate we're having now. I think the American people are with us. I don't think that those inside Washington are listening very well. So I think those inside Washington have not come to the conclusion yet. But I think you're right. There may be enough of us now to say, hey, wait a minute, you're not going to steamroll through once again something that really isn't even doing what you said it was going to do. No one said at the time of the Patriot Act that it meant we could collect all the records of all the Americans all the time. In fact, in the House, one of the co-sponsors of the bill, James Sensenbrenner, he knew all about the Patriot Act. He was a proponent of the Patriot Act, and he said never in his wildest dreams did what he vote for, did he ever think that that would say that we could gather all the records all the time. But I am interested in another question, and this would be whether the senator from Oregon has a question that will help us better to understand if we were to stop bulk collection tomorrow, if we were going to eliminate what's called Section 215 of the Patriot Act, If we were to do that, is there still concern and worry about what's called Executive Order 12333? And I'm not aware of whether you can or can't talk about this or what is public. From what I have read in public and from what one of the insightful articles was from John Napier Ty, the chief of the Internet Freedom and the State Department Bureau, has written that his concern is that this executive order may well allow a lot of bulk collection that is not justified and not given sanction under the Patriot Act. If you have a question that might help the American public to understand that.
I would just say to my colleague that we always have to be vigilant about secret law. And we have, in effect, found our way in this ominous cul-de-sac that you and I have been describing here this afternoon, really because of secret law. And I want the American people, as I wrap up with this question and hear my colleague's concern about it, because I think that's what is at the heart of his question, that secret law is what the interpretation is in the intelligence community of the laws written by the Congress, and very, very often those secret interpretations are very different than what an American will read if they use their iPad or their laptop. For example, on Section 215, bulk phone record collection, I don't think very many people in Kentucky or Oregon sat and took out their laptop and read the Patriot Act and said, oh, that authorizes collecting all the phone records on millions of law-abiding Americans. There's nothing that even suggests something like that, but that was a secret interpretation. So I am very glad that the senator from Kentucky has chosen to have us wrap up at least this part of our discussion with the questions that we have directed to each other on this question of secret law. Because, as my colleague from Kentucky and I have talked about, we both feel that operations of the intelligence community, what are called sources and methods, they absolutely have to be secret and classified, because if they're not, Americans could die. Patriotic Americans who work in the intelligence community could suffer grievous harm if sources and methods and the actual operations were in some way leaked to the public. But the law should never be secret. The American people should always know what the law means. And yet, with respect to bulk collection and why that court decision was so important, what happened was a program that had been kept secret, that had been propped up by secret law, was declared illegal by an important court. So I will just wrap up by way of saying that the senator from Kentucky and I have always done a little kidding over the years about our informal Ben Franklin caucus. Ben Franklin always talking about how anybody who gave up their liberty to have security really didn't deserve either. And I just want to tell my colleague that I'm very appreciative of his involvement in this. From the time that my colleague came to the Senate, he has been a very valuable ally in this effort. And my colleague recognized this was not about balance, this program. This is a program that doesn't make us safer, but compromises our liberty. It's not about balance. And at page 104, you can read that the president's own advisors say that. So I'm very pleased that the informal Ben Franklin caucus is back in action this afternoon. I look forward to working closely with my colleague on this. And as I indicated by my question, I expect we'll be back on the floor of this wonderful body here before long having to once again tackle this question of whether it ought to be just business as usual and re-up of a flawed law. And my colleague and I aren't going to accept that, and I thank him for his work today. These discussions and being on your feet hour after hour are not for the faint-hearted. And I appreciate my colleague's leadership, and I once again yield the floor back to him.
Well, Mr. President, I would like to thank the senator from Oregon, and I'd also like to point out to the American people that people are always crying out and they were saying, why can't you work together? Why can't you work with the other side? And I think we have a false understanding sometimes of compromise. The senator from Oregon is from the opposite party. We are on two opposite parties, and we don't agree on every issue. But when it comes to privacy and the Bill of Rights and what we need to do to protect the Fourth Amendment, we're not splitting the difference to try to find a middle ground between us. We both believe in the Fourth Amendment. We both believe in protecting the Fourth Amendment and protecting your right to privacy. So bipartisanship can be about two people believing in the same thing, just being in different parties. And it means we may not believe on 100% of issues, but on a few we're exactly together, and we don't split the difference. It isn't always about splitting the difference. You can have true, healthy bipartisanship, Republican, Democrat, Independent, coming together about a constitutional principle, coming together about something that's important. And I didn't come to the floor today because, I want to get, some money for one individual project for one person. I came because I want something for everybody. I want freedom for everybody, and I want the protection of the individual. I want protection against the government's invasion into your privacy. And so I thank the senator from Oregon for his insightful questions. One of the things that we talked a little bit about as Senator Wyden and I were going through a series of questions was some of the different boards that have been put in place by the president and have come out with and said that the program, the executive order, the president put in place two sort of panels, a review panel and then another one called the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. And interestingly, both panels told him the same thing, that what he was doing was illegal and wrong and it ought to stop. And then the president will come out and say, that's great, but then he just keeps doing it. So I don't quite understand, because I like the president and I take him at his word. And he says, well, yes, I'm balancing this and that, and they told me this, and yes, if Congress stops it, I'll obey Congress. It's like, we didn't start this. The president started this program by himself. He didn't tell us about it. Maybe one or two people knew about it. Almost all of your representatives didn't know about it. No Americans knew about it. And then when we asked them about it, they lied to us and said they weren't doing it. So the president has two official panels, and they both say it's illegal and ought to stop. And that the Patriot Act, even the Patriot Act doesn't justify what they're doing, and that this was all created by executive order. So what is the president's response? He just keeps collecting your records. Does nobody in America think that this is strange or unusual? That the president will continue a program that his own advisors tell him is illegal, that the courts have now said is illegal, and he goes on. But this isn't all one-sided. That's for one political party. But in my political party, there are people saying, well, I guess the president's advisors say it's illegal. The court says it's illegal. But man, they're not collecting enough. I just wish they were collecting more of Americans' records without a warrant. What a bizarre world that people don't seem to be listening either to the courts, to the experts, or to the Constitution. The Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, though, I think really had some insightful comments here. They give a description, first of all, of collecting all of your phone records. And I like the way they put it. They said that an order was given such that the NSA is to collect nearly all call detail records generated by certain telephone companies in the United States. Sometimes you read a sentence, you don't quite get to the importance. Nearly all. So we're not talking about 1,000 records. We're not talking about 1,000,000 records. We're talking about nearly all of the records in the entire United States. There's probably over 100 million phones, I would think, in the United States. Talking about 100 million records. Every record's got thousands of pieces of information in it. So we're talking about billions of bits of information that the government's collecting. And I don't have a problem if they want to collect the phone data of terrorists. In fact, I want them to. I don't have a problem if they will go 100 hops into the data if they've got a warrant. If John Doe's a warrant, look at all his phone records. Ask a judge, put his name on the warrant, look at all of his records. If 100 people that he called, there are people that you have suspicion on, call them too. I mean, get a warrant for them. Go into the next hop. Go into the next hop. There's no limit, but just do it appropriately. Do it appropriately with a warrant, with somebody's name on it. I see no reason why we can't do this with the Constitution. We are now collecting the records of hundreds of millions of people without a warrant. And I think it needs to stop. The President's own commission says it should stop. Here's what the commission said. From 2001 through early 2006, the NSA collected bulk data based on a presidential authorization. So interestingly, and this ought to scare you too, they didn't even use the Patriot Act in the beginning at all. The president just wrote a note to the head of the NSA and said, just start collecting all their stuff without any kind of warrant. And then later on they started saying, well, maybe the Patriot Act justifies this, but for 5 years they collected data with no warrant and with no legal justification. And they do it through something they call the inherent powers of the president, Article 2 powers. Article 2 is the section of the Constitution that gives the president powers. We designate what the president can do. Article 1 designates what we can do. Interestingly, our framers put Article 1 first, and those of us in Congress think that maybe they thought the powers of Congress were closer to the people and more important, and they gave delegated powers to us, and they were very, very specific. But what concerns me about the bulk collection is that for 5 years it wasn't even done with regard to the Patriot Act. I'm guessing it was done under the executive order. So as much as I don't like the Patriot Act and I would like to repeal the Patriot Act and simply use the Constitution, I'm afraid that even if we repeal the Patriot Act, they'd still do what they want. Your government's run amok, things are run away, and the government really is not paying attention to the rule of law. For the first time in 2006 is when the court got involved. The intelligence court at that time finally gives the first order under Section 215. So for 5 years, they were collecting all the phone records with just a presidential order. Now we do it under the Patriot Act. But the rule of law is about checks and balances. It's about balancing the executive branch and the legislative branch, the judiciary branch. It's about balancing the police and the judiciary. We talked about warrants and the police not writing warrants. And I see on the floor one of probably the nation's leading experts in the Fourth Amendment and the Constitution, who's recently written a book on this. And I've told him recently I've been stealing his story and at least half the time giving his credit for it. But I talked earlier on the floor about the story of John Wilkes, and if the senator from Utah is interested in telling us a little bit of the story, we'd probably like to hear a little bit from his angle, or in the form of a question, any other question he has.
Let me be clear at the outset that while the senator from Kentucky and I come to different conclusions with regard to the specific question as to whether we should allow Section 215 of the Patriot Act to expire, I absolutely stand with the junior senator from Kentucky, and more importantly, I stand with the American people. With regard to the need for a transparent, open amendment process and for an open, honest debate in front of the American people on the important issues facing our nation, including this one. And I certainly agree with the senator from Kentucky that the American people deserve better than what they're getting. And quite frankly, it's time that they expect more from the United States Senate. On issues important as this one, on issues as important as the right to privacy of our citizens and our national security, this is not time for more cliffs, more secrecy, and more 11th hour backroom deals that are designed amidst conflict, amidst crisis, in a previously arranged time crunch in which the American people are presented with something where they don't really have any real options. It's time for the kind of bipartisan, bicameral consensus that I believe is embodied in the USA Freedom Act. While I often criticize Congress for our economic deficits, our financial deficits, the core of this current challenge we face is centered around the Congress's deficit of trust. And in this particular circumstance, the Senate's deficit of trust. Members of our body routinely tell the American people to just trust us. Just trust us, we'll get it right. Just trust us, we'll appropriately balance all the competing concerns. And I think it's time that we trust the American people by having an honest discussion with them, emanating from right here on the floor of the United States Senate. It's time to discuss and to debate and to amend the House-passed USA Freedom Act. I'm confident that Senator Paul and others among my colleagues who have different ideas from mine will be happy to offer and debate amendments to improve it and to make it something perhaps that they could even support. In fact, as far as I'm aware, Senator Paul and others have amendments that they're eager and anxious and willing and ready to present and to have discussed here on the floor and voted on right here on the floor of the United States Senate. So first, I'm calling on my Republican and Democratic colleagues to help repair the dysfunctional legislative branch we've inherited, to rebuild the Senate's reputation as not only our nation's but the world's greatest deliberative body, and by extension, slowly restore the public's confidence in who we are and what we're here to do here in the United States Senate. The greatest challenge to policymaking today is perhaps distrust. The American people distrust their government, and they distrust Congress in particular, and it's not without reason. For their part, Washington policymakers seem to distrust the people. And almost as pressing for the new majority here in the United States Senate, the distrust that now exists between grassroots conservative activists and elected Republican leaders can be particularly toxic. Leaders can respond to this kind of distrust in one of two ways. One option involves the bare-knuckled kind of partisanship that the previous Senate leadership exhibited over the last 8 years, twisting rules, blocking debate, and blocking amendments, while systematically disenfranchising hundreds of millions of Americans from meaningful political representation right here in this chamber. But this is no choice at all. Contempt for the American people and for the democratic process is something Republicans should oppose in principle. And in fact, it is something we oppose in principle. We should throw open the doors of Congress, throw open the doors of the Senate, and restore genuine representative democracy to the American Republic. What does this mean? Well, it means no more cliff crises, no more secret negotiations, no more take it or leave it deadline deals, no more passing bills without reading them, no more procedural manipulation to block debate and compromise. These are the abuses that have created today's status quo, the very same status quo that Republicans have been elected to correct. What too few in Washington appreciate, and what the new Republican majority in Congress must appreciate if we hope to succeed is that the American people's distrust of their public institutions is totally justified. There is no misunderstanding here. Americans are fed up with Washington, and they have every right to be. The exploitive status quo in Washington has corrupted Americans' economy and their government, and its entrenched defenders, powerful and sometimes rich in the process. This situation was created by both parties, but repairing it is now going to fall to those of us in this body right now. It's our job to win back the public's trust, and that can't be done simply by passing bills or even better bills. The only way to gain trust is to be trustworthy. I think that means that we have to invite the people back into the process, to give the bills we do pass the moral legitimacy that Congress alone no longer confers. So in order to restore this trust, members will have to expose themselves to inconvenient amendment votes, inconvenient debate and discussion and scrutiny of legislation that we're considering. The results of some votes and the fates of certain bills may indeed prove unpredictable. But the costs of an open source transparent process are worth it for the benefits of greater inclusion and more diverse voices and views, and for the opportunity such a process would offer to rebuild the internal and the external trust needed to govern with legitimacy. My friend and colleague, the junior senator from Kentucky, has referred to a story of which I've become quite fond, a story that I've written about and talked about in various venues throughout my state and throughout America. It relates to a lawmaker who served several hundred years ago, a lawmaker named John Wilkes. Not to be confused with John Wilkes Booth, Lincoln's assassin. This John Wilkes served in English Parliament in the late 1700s. In 1763, John Wilkes found himself at the receiving end of anger and resentment by the administration of King George III. King George III and his ministers were angry with John Wilkes. You see, because at the time, there were these weekly news circulars, weekly news magazines that went out and would often just extol the virtues of King George III and his ministers. One of them was called The Briton. The Briton was written and produced and published by those who were loyal to the king, and they would say only glowing things about the king. They would write things about the king saying, oh, the king is fantastic, the king can do no wrong. Had sliced bread been invented as of 1763, I'm sure the Briton would have reported that the king was the greatest thing since sliced bread. That's all they could say were nice things about the king because they were written by the king's people. Well, John Wilkes decided to buck that trend, and he started his own weekly circular called The North Briton. The North Briton took a different angle. The North Briton took the angle that it was supposed to be in the interest of the people that he reported the news and that he made commentary. And so in the North Briton, John Wilkes would occasionally be so bold as to criticize or question King George III and the actions of him and of the king and of the king's ministers. Now, this proved problematic for some in the administration of King George III. The last straw seemed to come with the publication of the 45th edition of the North Briton number 45. When North Briton number 45 was released, the king and his ministers went crazy. Before long, John Wilkes found himself arrested. John Wilkes found himself subjected to a very invasive search pursuant to a particular type of warrant that had become, unfortunately, all too common in that era, a type of warrant that we'll refer to as a general warrant. Rather than naming a particular place or a particular person where things would be searched and seized, this warrant simply identified an offense and said go after anyone and everyone who might in some way be involved in it. It gave unfettered, unlimited discretion to those executing and enforcing this warrant as to how and where and with respect to whom this warrant might be executed. And so they went through his house, even though he wasn't named in the warrant, even though his home, his address were not identified in the warrant. They searched through everything. John Wilkes was understandably outraged by this, as were people throughout the city of London when they became aware of it. John Wilkes, while in jail, decided that he was going to fight back. He fought in open court the terms and the conditions of his arrest, and he ended up fighting against this general warrant. He eventually won his freedom, and over time, he was re-elected repeatedly to Parliament. In time, he also brought a civil suit against King George III's ministers who were involved in the execution of this general warrant, and he won. He was awarded £4,000, which was a very substantial sum of money at the time. And the other people who were subjected to the same type of search under the same general warrant were also awarded a recovery under this same theory, to the point that in present day terms, there were many millions of dollars that had to be paid out by King George III and his ministers to the plaintiffs who sued under this theory that they were unlawfully subjected to a search under a general warrant. In time, the number 45, in connection with the North Britain number 45, the publication that had sparked this whole inquiry, the number 45 became synonymous with the name John Wilkes. And the name John Wilkes, in turn, became synonymous with the cause of liberty. People throughout Britain and throughout America would celebrate the cause of freedom by celebrating the number 45. It was not uncommon for people to buy drinks for their 45 closest friends. It was not uncommon for them to write the number 45 on the side of buildings, taverns, saloons. It was not uncommon for the number 45 to be raised in connection with cries for the cause of liberty. So the number 45, the name John Wilkes, and the cause of liberty all became wrapped up into one. And it was against this backdrop that the United States was becoming its own nation. When it did become its own nation, when we adopted a constitution, and when we decided shortly thereafter to adopt a Bill of Rights, one of the very first amendments we adopted was the Fourth Amendment. And the Fourth Amendment responded to this particular call for freedom by guaranteeing that in the United States we would not have general warrants. The Fourth Amendment makes that clear. It contains a particularity requirement stating that any persons or things subjected to a search warrant would have to be described with particularity. The persons would have to be identified, or at least an area or a set of objects would have to be identified, rather than the government just saying, go after anyone and everyone that might be connected with this offense or with this series of events. At that time, there were no such thing as telephones. Those wouldn't come along for a very long time. They certainly didn't imagine, could not have imagined, the type of communications devices that we have today. Nevertheless, the principles that they embraced at the time are still valid today. They're still relevant today. The principles embodied in the Fourth Amendment are still very much applicable today. And the freedom that we embraced then is still embraced today by the American people, who, when they become aware of it, tend to be offended by the notion that the NSA can go out and get an order that requires the providers of telephone services to just give up all of their data, give up all of their calling records, to give those over to a government agency who will then put them into a database and keep track of where everyone's telephone calls have gone. The idea behind this program is to build and maintain a database storing information regarding each call you have made and each call that has been made to you, what time each call occurred, and how long it lasted. This is an extraordinary amount of information. Information that, while perhaps relatively innocuous in small pieces, when put together in a single database, one that includes potentially more than 300 million Americans, one that goes back 5 years at a time, can be used or could easily be abused in such a way that would allow the government to paint a painfully clear portrait, a silhouette of every American. Some researchers have suggested, for example, that through metadata alone, it could be ascertained how old you are, what your political views are, your religious affiliation, what activities you engage in, the condition of your health, and all other kinds of personal information. One of the reasons this is distressing is that, unlike a program that would involve listening to the content of your telephone calls, which of course is not at issue with respect to this program, all of this can be done with a high degree of automation, such that those intent on abusing it could do so with relative ease, with the type of ease that they wouldn't have access to absent this type of automation. Now, sometimes people are inclined to ask, where is the evidence that this particular program is being abused? What can you point to that suggests that anyone has used this for nefarious political purposes or for some other illegitimate purpose not connected with protecting American national security? I've got a few responses to that. First and foremost, we do need to look to the Constitution, both to the letter and spirit of that founding document that has fostered the development of the greatest civilization the world has ever known. It is important for its own sake, simply because we have taken an oath to uphold, protect, and defend it as members of this body. The Constitution is an end unto itself. And it's important that we follow it, regardless of whether we can point to some particular respect in which this particular program has been abused. Secondly, even if we stipulate for purposes of this discussion that no one within the NSA is currently abusing this program for nefarious political purposes or otherwise, even if we assume that no one within the NSA currently is even capable of abusing or has any inclination to abuse this program at any point in the future, I would ask the question, can we say that we're certain that that will always be the case? Who's to say what might happen a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 or 15 years from now? We know, Mr. President, how these things happen. We understand something about human nature. We understand what happens to human beings as soon as they get a little bit of power. They tend to abuse it. Remember the investigation brought about by Senator Frank Church back in the 1970s. Senator Frank Church, when he investigated wiretap abuses of a technology that was still only a few decades old back in the 1970s when this occurred. The Church Committee concluded, among other things, that every presidential administration, from FDR through Richard Nixon, had abused our nation's investigative and counterintelligence agencies for partisan political purposes, to engage in political espionage. Every single one of those administrations, from FDR to Nixon, have done that. In that sense, Mr. President, we have seen this movie before. We know how it ends. We know that even though the people working at the NSA today might well have only the noblest of intentions, over time, these kinds of programs can be abused. And we know that a lot of people in America understand the potential for this abuse. Thirdly, Mr. President, I have to point out that the NSA currently is collecting metadata only with respect to phone calls. But under the same reading of Section 215 of the Patriot Act that the NSA has used to collect this metadata, a reading with which I disagree, and a reading with which the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit disagreed in its thoughtful, well-written opinion just about 2 weeks ago. Even though the NSA is currently collecting only telephone call metadata right now, there's nothing about the way the NSA reads Section 215 of the Patriot Act, which is incorrect, by the way, an incorrect reading. But there's nothing about that reading that would limit the NSA to collecting only metadata related to telephone calls. So who's to say that the NSA might decide tomorrow or next year or a couple years from now, if we reauthorize this, or at some point down the road within a period of reauthorization, that the NSA won't decide at that point to begin collecting other types of metadata? Not just telephone call metadata, but perhaps credit card metadata, metadata regarding people who reserve hotels online, regarding emails that people send or receive, regarding websites that people visit online, regarding online transactions that occur. Those are all different types of metadata. Now, again, I disagree with the NSA's legal interpretation of Section 215 of the Patriot Act. I think they're abusing it. I think they are misusing it. I think they have dangerously misconstrued it, just as the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit concluded a couple weeks ago. But this is their interpretation. And if we reauthorize this, are we not, Mr. President, reauthorizing in some respects, or at least enabling them to continue this? I don't think we're validating or ratifying what they're doing. Their interpretation of it is still wrong, but we're enabling them to engage in a continued, ongoing practice of abuse of the plain language of Section 215, which requires that anything they collect be relevant to an investigation. Well, their interpretation of relevant to the investigation is we might at some point in the future deem this material relevant to what we might at some point in the future be investigating. That cannot plausibly, under any interpretation of the word relevance, be acceptable. And it was on that basis that the Second Circuit rejected the NSA's interpretation. In any event, that same interpretation will still be the NSA's interpretation if, in fact, we reauthorize this. And there's nothing stopping the NSA from using that same interpretation, mistaken interpretation, but an interpretation nonetheless, of Section 215 in a way that would allow, there's nothing stopping them from using that same misinterpretation of the statutory language for the purposes of gathering metadata on credit card usage, on online activity, on emails sent and received. And from that, Mr. President, you can discern even more information about a person's profile. You can come up with a really frighteningly accurate picture of anyone based on that kind of metadata, just as you can now. But that would give them an even clearer picture. That would be an even greater affront to the privacy interests of the American people. All of this relates back to the idea that the government shouldn't be able to go out and say, here's a court order. We want all of your information. We want all of your data. Just give it to us because we might want it later. This type of dragnet operation is incompatible with our legal system. It's incompatible with hundreds of years of Anglo-American legal precedent. It's incompatible with the spirit, if not the letter, of the United States Constitution. And it's not something that we should embrace. At the end of the day, we need to do something with this program. Not everyone in this chamber agrees on what that something is, and not everyone in this chamber who believes that we need reform, who believes that the NSA's program of bulk metadata collection is wrong, agrees on the same solution. But the way for us to get to a solution must involve open, transparent debate and discussion. And it absolutely should involve an open amendment process. So if there are those who have concerns with the legislation passed by the House of Representatives last week by a vote of 338 to 88, I welcome their input. I welcome any amendments they may have. I welcome the opportunity to make the bill better, to make it more compatible with this or that interest, to make it do a better job of balancing the privacy and national security interests at stake. But we have to have that debate and discussion. We have to have that process in order for the American people to be well represented and well served. We cannot continue to function by cliff. Government by cliff is a recipe for disaster. Government by cliff results in a take it or leave it, one-size-fits-all, binary set of choices that disserve the American people. Government by cliff all too frequently results in temporary extensions rather than some type of lasting legislative solution that can help the American people feel more comfortable that they are being well represented. And so I would ask my distinguished colleague, my friend, the junior senator from Kentucky, if there are not ways in which we could come to an agreement on this, if we as a body couldn't come to an agreement on how best to resolve this difficult circumstance, if the cause of protecting American national security is irreconcilably in conflict with the privacy interests that are part of the Fourth Amendment. And most importantly, I would ask my friend from Kentucky, if privacy isn't in fact part of our security rather than being in conflict with it. I'd be interested in any thoughts my friend from Kentucky might have on that issue.
Well, Mr. President, the senator from Utah makes a very good point and also asks some very good questions. In saying that we tend to work against deadlines here, I often say we lurch from deadline to deadline, and the American people wonder, what the heck have we been doing in between the deadlines? The Patriot Act has been due to expire for 3 years. It's on a sunset of 3 years. So we knew 3 years ago that this date was coming. There should be plenty of time, and I think adequate time, particularly to discuss issues that affect the Bill of Rights, that affect rights that were encoded into our Constitution from the very beginning. So I think without question the issue is of great importance and that we should debate it. But too often budgetary measures, or maybe this measure, gets so crowded up against deadlines that people are like, oh, we don't have time for amendments. The problem is if you don't have amendments, you're not really having debate. And I think the senator characterized very well that we both agree that the bulk collection of data is wrong. We think that that goes against the spirit and the letter of the Constitution. However, at least half of us that we will encounter in this body don't even agree with that supposition. They believe, as many of them have pointed out, we're not collecting enough, and they don't care how we collect it, let's just collect more. So we are on different sides of opinion, two groups here. And then some of us aren't exactly on the same page as to the solution, but we agree on the problem. I think you could work through to the solution if you all agreed that it's a problem and that the American people think we've gone too far. And I think that's what the purpose of some of this debate today is hopefully to draw the American public in and have them call their legislators and say, enough's enough. You shouldn't be collecting my data unless you suspect me of a crime, unless my name is on the warrant, unless you've had a judge sign the warrant for me. You shouldn't be collecting all the data of all Americans all the time. And I think part of our problem is the deadlines. And part of the reason I'm here today is that I've been working on 5 or 6 amendments for a year now with Senator Wyden. So we have bipartisan support for a series of amendments. These are what we think would be best to fix this problem. Certainly, when we've had 3 years to wait for this moment, we ought to have enough time to vote on 5 or 6 amendments, And so that's really, I think, what we're asking of the leadership of both sides is permission, because really in this body, everybody's got to agree to let you vote on something, or no votes happen. We have done a better job this year. We are voting on more amendments, but this is still one of those occasions where we're butting up against a deadline, and my fear is that without extraordinary measures, which I'm hopefully trying to do today, that we may not get vote on amendments and we may not get adequate time to debate this, I think, important issue. Some of the amendments that we've been interested in presenting as a way to fix this. So first you have to agree to what the problem is. We think the problem is that the government shouldn't collect all of your phone records all of the time without putting your name on a warrant, without telling a judge that they have suspicion that you've committed a crime. We think that collecting everyone's phone records all the time without suspicion is sort of like a general warrant. It's like a writ of assistance. It's like what James Otis fought against. It's what John Adams said was the spark that led to the American Revolution. So we think that the American people also believe this, that the American people believe that their records shouldn't be collected in bulk, that there should not be this enormous gathering of our records. What we need to do is get to a consensus where everybody agrees that that's a problem. But the body is still divided. About half of the Senate believes that we should collect more records, that we're not invading your privacy enough, that privacy doesn't matter, that by golly, let's let the government collect all of your records to be safe. But when the Privacy Commission looked at this, when Senator Wyden looked at this, and with other people who have the intimate knowledge looked at this, their conclusion was that the bulk collection of our records, this invasion of privacy, isn't even working. That we aren't capturing terrorists that we wouldn't have caught otherwise by this information. So even the practical argument that says we'll give up our privacy to keep us safe, even that argument's not a valid argument. But we've been looking at some of the possible solutions for this. And I see the senator from New Mexico, and we'd be glad to entertain a question if he has a question.
Yes, I want to thank my friend from Kentucky and ask him if he would to yield for a question without losing his right to the floor. And I want to start out just by prefacing this for a few minutes. From my limited experience just over the past little over 2 years on the Intelligence Committee now, I want to start by saying that there's simply no question that our nation's intelligence professionals are incredibly dedicated, patriotic men and women who make real sacrifices to keep our country safe and free. And in that, they should be able to do their jobs secure in the knowledge that their agencies have the confidence of the American people. And Congress, those of us here, need to preserve the ability of those agencies to collect information that is truly necessary to guard against real threats to our national security. The framers of the Constitution, as my colleague from Kentucky knows, declared that government officials had no power to seize the records of individual Americans without evidence of wrongdoing. And it was so important that they literally enshrined and embedded this principle in the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. In my view, the bulk collection of Americans' private telephone records by the NSA in this program clearly violates the spirit, if not the letter, of the framers' intentions here. You know, just 6 months after my first Senate intelligence briefing, former National Security Agency contractor Edward Snowden leaked documents that exposed the NSA's massive collection of American cell phone and internet data. And as my friend from Kentucky said, not just a few Americans, literally millions of innocent Americans caught up in what is effectively a dragnet program. And it was made clear to the public that the government had convinced the FISA court to accept a sweeping reinterpretation of Section 215 of the Patriot Act, which ignited, in my view, a very necessary and long overdue public conversation about the trade-offs made by our government between protecting our nation and respecting our constitutional liberties. I think that well-intentioned leaders had, during the previous decade, come down decidedly on the side of national security with a willingness to sacrifice privacy protections in the process. And what became obvious was that because of our continued lack of knowledge of Al-Qaeda and other terrorist organizations, some within our government believed that we still needed to collect every scrap of information available in order to ensure that should we ever need it, we could query this information and track down U.S.-based threats. In doing so, the government ended up collecting billions of call data records linked in case after case after case, not to terrorists, but linked to innocent Americans. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Jim Sensenbrenner, who I served with in the House of Representatives, who was one of the authors of the original underlying legislation, the Patriot Act itself, said a couple of years ago, the Patriot Act would never would have passed had there been any inclination at all that it would have authorized bulk collections, end quote. As this debate increasingly moved to the public sphere, I joined my colleagues on the Intelligence Committee. Senator Wyden, who was just here on the floor a few minutes ago, and former Senator Mark Udall, in pressing the NSA and the Director of National Intelligence for some clear examples in which the bulk information collected under this metadata program, under Section 215, was uniquely responsible for the capture of a terrorist or the thwarting of a terrorist plot. They could not provide any, not a single solitary example. Nor could they make a case for why the government had to hold this data for so long, and why it had to hold the data itself and for so long. Thankfully, a review panel set up by President Obama agreed with us and recommended that the government end its bulk collection of telephone metadata. I'll admit, however, and my friend from Kentucky has brought this up on several occasions already, that I am incredibly disappointed that the President hasn't simply used his existing authority to unilaterally roll back some of the unnecessary blanket metadata collection. Some have claimed that this inaction is evidence that the President secretly supports maintaining the current program as is. That, however, is nonsense. The President has asked Congress to give him additional authorities so that he can carry out the program in an effective manner, and the USA Freedom Act seeks to do just that. Now, the Republican-led House of Representatives last week passed that bill, the USA Freedom Act, by a vote of 338 to 88, with large majorities from both parties. At a time when everyone believes we agree on nothing, large majorities of Republicans and Democrats supported that legislation. And further, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals ruling that the NSA is violating the law by collecting millions of Americans' phone records is even more proof that we've gone too far and need to recalibrate and, in my view, refocus our efforts. Why on earth, I would ask you, why on earth would we extend a law that this court has found to be illegal? Now, given the overwhelming evidence that the current bulk collection program is not only unnecessary, but also illegal, I think we've reached a critical turning point. And I want to thank my colleague from Kentucky for coming to the floor to force us all to have this conversation. We've kicked the can down the road too many times on this particular issue, and I believe it's time to finally end the bulk collection of these phone records and instead focus more narrowly on the records of actual terrorists. Americans value their independence. I know this is especially true in my home state of New Mexico, and they cherish their right to privacy that is guaranteed by our Constitution. But some of our colleagues still think it's okay for the government to collect and hold millions of private records from innocent citizens and to search those records at will. The majority leader is asking us to act quickly to reauthorize. I believe it would be a grave mistake to reauthorize the existing Patriot Act. And I join my colleagues in blocking any extension of the law that does not include major reforms, including an end to bulk collection. I think we can and we must balance government's need to keep our nation safe with its sacred duty to protect our constitutionally guaranteed liberties. And I guess this brings me to my question for the gentleman from Kentucky. How on earth can you possibly square what the Fourth Amendment says in terms of our papers and our ability to control our own effects without a warrant with the government's bulk collection of phone records of law-abiding American citizens?
Go for that great question. I think there's no way that we can square this bulk collection with the Fourth Amendment. I think part of the problem, though, is that we, over a long period of time, diminish the protections of records held by third parties. And I think one of the debates that we need to get, hopefully, to the Supreme Court sometime soon is, do you give up your privacy interest in records that are held by third parties? Because I think there will come a time that your papers that were once held in your house, there are no papers in your house. There may not be paper, but there's still the concept of records. And records were traditionally on paper and they were traditionally in your house. But now your most private papers are held digitally by your phone and then by the people who are in charge of the different organizations such as phone, email, etc. And I think that there has to be Fourth Amendment protection of these. And those who look at the court cases and go back to probably the last important case, the Maryland versus Smith case, they often say there is no Fourth Amendment protection at all for these records. In fact, the government will tell you they can do whatever they want with email, with text, with all of these things. And I'm not convinced that they're not using other programs, such as this executive order program, to actually collect many other kinds of metadata other than phone calls. So I'm very worried about it. I think we need help from the courts, but we need help from the legislative body to represent the will of the people. And I think the will of the people is very clear that the majority of people think we've gone too far and that we need to stop this indiscriminate vacuuming up of all Americans' phone records, regardless of whether there's suspicion.
Ask the gentleman from Kentucky an additional question, and I found it very helpful before I came down here today. And I want to thank you again for raising these critical issues. I went back and I read the Fourth Amendment, and I thought it'd be worthwhile just to briefly read that once again here on the floor, because I think it really puts you in the mind of some of the greatest Americans that ever lived. Our framers wrote a Constitution that has survived for well over 200 years now. It has survived Republicans, it has survived Democrats, it has survived political parties that came and went, and it has survived great conflicts time and time again. It says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, shall not. And no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. And I would ask my friend from Kentucky his views on the resilience of this constitutional document and how you can possibly read the actual text of this Fourth Amendment without realizing that those framers really meant for this to apply into the future to things that we hadn't foreseen yet, using the broadest terminology available in using words like effects and papers. And I would yield back, and I just want to thank the gentleman from Kentucky once again. This is one of those issues that unites people on the left and the right, Republicans and Democrats, who care deeply about our national security. but also care about our constitutional liberties. And I think the time to fix this is upon us. And without shining a light on this, we certainly are not going to be able to make the progress that we need. We have an opportunity here, and we should seize it. And I yield back to him.
I want to thank the Senator from New Mexico for coming down and for being a great supporter of the Fourth Amendment. One of the things that I think is interesting is that in our current culture, we seem to devalue the Fourth Amendment. You go to, at least on our side, to all kinds of groupings and gatherings, and there's a lot of talk of the Second Amendment, there's talk of the First Amendment, but there hasn't been so much of the Fourth Amendment until we got to this point where the collection of data seemed to be run amok. One of our founding fathers was George Mason, and he was considered to be an anti-federalist. He was a guy who really stood on principle, but he was also a guy that had the audacity to actually not sign the Constitution, even though he was asked and he was there and could have. And on September 17th, 1797, he refused to sign the Constitution and returned to his native state as an outspoken opponent in the ratification contest. His objection to the proposed Constitution was that it lacked a Declaration of Rights. Mason felt that a Declaration of Rights, or what we call a Bill of Rights, was a necessity in order to curb federal overreach. Mason, though, was also famous for being an author of the Virginia Declaration of Rights, which was written a decade or so before our Constitution, and upon which many things were based. He wrote in the first paragraph of the U.S. Declaration of Independence something that is similar to what you hear in the Declaration of Independence. He wrote, "All men are by nature equally free and independent, and have certain inherent rights of which, when they enter into a state of society, they cannot, by any compact, deprive or divest their posterity, namely the enjoyment of life and liberty, with the means of acquiring and possessing property, and pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety." In the Declaration of Rights, which comes from 1776 for Virginia, he also was instrumental in including Article 9. Article 9 is basically the precursor to the Fourth Amendment. And in he wrote that general warrants whereby an officer or messenger may be commanded to search suspected places without evidence of a fact committed, or to seize any person or persons not named, or whose offense is not particularly described and supported by evidence, are grievous and oppressive and ought not to be granted. So from the very beginning, the Fourth Amendment was a big deal. It was a big enough deal that the fact that it wasn't included caused George Mason to say he couldn't sign the Constitution. It was a big enough deal that this debate went on for a while, and finally the resolution of getting the Constitution included that there would ultimately be a Bill of Rights. Thomas Jefferson wrote about the Bill of Rights. He said, "A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government, and what no just government should refuse or rest on inference." I like the way he put it. A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government. It's a protection. Jefferson also described the Constitution as the chains of the Constitution. The chains were to bind government and to prevent government from abusing its authority. When we've adhered to this, when we've paid strict attention to it, we've maximized our freedom. When we've let our guard down, when we've allowed our guard to stray away, when we've allowed the government to usurp authority, to gain and grab and take more power, it's been at the expense of freedom. I think we can be safe and have our freedom as well. I think we can obey the Constitution and catch terrorists at the same time. I think, in fact, frankly, strictly from a practical point of view, I think we gain more information by using the Constitution. By having less indiscriminate collection of data, and by having more collection of discriminating data, data that's based on suspicion, data that's based on tips, data that's based on human intelligence, data that we can focus all of our human energy on, I think we actually will catch more terrorists. I think there's been instance after instance after instance where we did have information on terrorists and we failed to act. Perhaps because we're spending so much time and so much energy on the indiscriminate collection of data. William Brennan was one of our famous justices, and he said of the framers, he said, "The framers of the Bill of Rights did not purport to create rights. Rather, they designed the Bill of Rights to prohibit our government from infringing rights and liberties presumed to be pre-existing." We didn't create the rights. Government didn't create your rights. Your rights come naturally to you. For those of us who believe in a creator, they come from our creator. But they're important to protect. They should be protected against all forms of even majority. It's why some of us are very important to say that we are a republic. We're not a democracy. That no majority should be able to take away our rights. And that's why this is important. I think that these questions ultimately get to the Supreme Court. Because no matter what the majority says here, no matter what the majority of the legislature says, the Bill of Rights lists and codifies rights that cannot and should not be taken away from the majority, by a majority. The rights that we have to be left alone. As Justice Brandeis said, the most cherished of rights, the right to be left alone. But this debate is a that your phone calls were not private and that your phone calls were not protected by the Fourth Amendment. And then we finally get to the 1960s and we reverse that and we say your conversations are to be protected, but within a decade we make the wrong decision again and say that your records are not to be protected, that your Fourth Amendment, your records once held by the phone company aren't to be protected. I think that was a mistake. I think it's also a mistake to think that we're literally talking about paper in your house, because there's quickly coming a time in which technology will be such that there will be no papers. Papers will be another word for records, but your records will not be kept in your house. They already aren't. There was a discussion of this, in whether or not we can search a person's individual phone, and the court did rule, I think, in an accurate way. The court said, and one of the justices said, that basically the information found on your phone is more personal and more extensive than probably any papers that were ever in any home in a time before electronics. So we are going to have to catch up to electronics. We're going to have to catch up to a digital age, and we're going to have to decide, does the individual maintain a privacy interest and or a property interest? I frankly think that when the phone company holds my records, that they're partly mine, that there's a property interest and a privacy interest that I haven't relinquished. Unless I've given explicit permission, I don't think that I've given up my privacy. I don't think I've given up, and in fact, many times it's the opposite. Many times what we've actually said is, when I agree to do banking with you, or I agree to have you hold my telephone calls, or I agree to do internet searches with you, I have an explicit agreement often. The agreement is so explicit to defend my privacy that when they don't, they're actually fearful of being sued. And so all of this craziness, all of this overreach, all of this loss of our privacy comes with a little additional caveat that's written into all the laws and everybody's clamoring for, and it's what they want now: liability protection. They want to be able to violate their privacy agreement, so we give them liability protection. They don't want to be sued, but they realize they're violating and could be accused of violating our privacy agreement. So as much as I hate and despise frivolous lawsuits, the threat of suing somebody causes them to obey their contract. If they don't have the threat, if you say, well, we're going to have contracts, but we're not going to enforce them with the threat of a lawsuit, then contracts become meaningless. And so it's really important that as we move forward, we try to say to people the privacy agreement you sign is a real document, it's a real contract, and it should be protected. When referring to the Bill of Rights, General Smedley Butler, who was a 2-time Medal of Honor winner and a Brevet Medal of Honor winner, said, "There are only 2 things we should fight for. One is the defense of our homes, and the other is the Bill of Rights." When I've talked to the young men and women who have fought bravely for our country, young men and women who have lost limbs, the families of those who have lost lives, that's what I hear from every one of them. I hear from them that they were fighting to defend the Bill of Rights. They were fighting to defend our Constitution. What saddens me is that while they were fighting for our Constitution, while they were fighting for our Bill of Rights, their legislators weren't fighting for the Bill of Rights. Their legislators were turning the other way. Their legislators were so fearful of attack that they gave up on the Bill of Rights and said, "Here's my liberty, just give me security." This is a long-standing debate. Franklin had it right. Those who are willing to give up their liberty may end up with neither. Now, some would ask, why am I here today? What do I propose to get out of this? Is there an end point when I'll go home and be quiet and quit talking about the Bill of Rights? I think there could be. I think if the leadership of both parties in the Senate would agree to have a debate on the Patriot Act, if they would agree to have amendments and have votes. And I'll give you some examples of some things that we think. Most of these will ultimately be introduced in all likelihood by Senator Wyden and I. I'll start with the first one, and this is based upon an amendment that he and I have worked on together. This amendment would prohibit mandates on companies that alter their products to enable government surveillance. So this amendment prohibits any mandates from government agencies requiring private companies to alter their security features, their source code, to allow the government to get into their stuff and into your lives. This amendment would apply to computer services, hardware, software, and electronic devices made available to the general public. Currently, the government is requiring, and sometimes telling companies they can't even tell you this, they're requiring access to certain products. There have been stories of them inserting malware on Facebook, giving you access to Facebook, and then getting into your Facebook account through the Facebook code source. I know Facebook has objected to this and fought them on this, but our amendment would say that the government just can't do this. The government cannot force different social networking sites and different internet software. It cannot force them to give the government access indiscriminately. The question would be, can the government require things specifically? Absolutely yes. Present evidence and get a warrant, and realize that when they want to make you so afraid that you give up all your records, realize that warrants aren't hard to get. The FISA warrants are almost without question agreed to, maybe to a fault. 99% plus of all the warrants ever requested are granted. I think it's not too much of a step to say that we should ask and request warrants. The second amendment that we would consider putting forward, if we were allowed to and allowed to have votes on, would replace the Patriot Act extension with comprehensive surveillance reform. We would replace the extension of expiring authorities with substantial reforms as originally proposed by Senator Wyden and Paul and others in the Intelligence Oversight and Surveillance Act of 2013. This amendment would end bulk collection and replace it with nothing. We would close the Section 702 backdoor search loophole, which allows the government to say they're searching foreigners' records, but to in reality gather up 90% of the records being American records and called incidental. We would close this backdoor loop where actually American records are being collected, not foreign records. We would create a constitutional advocate to argue before the FISA court, before the intelligent court. The reason I think this is necessary is that the court has somewhat become a rubber stamp for the government, and we aren't allowing any kind of opposing arguments, and we're really not even having any argument. So, for example, we've loosened the standard from the constitutional standard, which is probable cause, and we've said it's relevance. So we get to relevance, but when you come before the court, I don't think anybody's debating or being asked to prove whether it's relevant or not. Certainly they must not, because they're somehow proving the collection of everybody in the United States' record, which I don't know of anybody who believes that the word relevant could include everybody. So if we had an advocate, or we had someone to say, this is the other side, I think it's really important. I'm not a lawyer, but I understand they argue with each other all the time. You're supposed to figure the truth out. And you argue and advocate for your side, and then somehow you arrive at a truth, or people arbitrate what they think the truth is from this discussion. If only the government argues, you can't get even any sense or form of what truth is. So what we would argue in our Second Amendment is that we actually have an advocate that argues on that side. I would go further, though, and say that not only do you have an advocate, you should have an avenue for appeal. I'm with Senator Wyden, and I want to protect all the people doing this. I don't want any names revealed. I don't want any agents revealed. I don't want to endanger the people who are risking their lives for our country to gain intelligence. But I do think that the law in general can be debated. Senator Wyden talked about how the law doesn't need to be secret, the operations need to be secret. So you can protect all of that, but I think the law should be debated. And for example, the question now whether or not you have any privacy interest in your third-party held records, whether the Fourth Amendment protects these at all, that's a constitutional question. That should not be decided in secret, and you really can't have justice decided in secret. The other part of our amendment would give Americans spied on by the government standing to sue in court and end the practice of reverse targeting, under which the government targets the communication of an American without a warrant by targeting the non-U.S. person they speak to. By some reports, it's even worse than that. I mentioned earlier that an enormous amount of what the Patriot Act does, which is supposed to go after foreigners, is actually being used domestically for drug crime. There have been reports that the information is being gathered through an intelligence warrant, and then they go back with a traditional warrant after they've gotten the investigation through a lower standard, through a non-traditional, non-constitutional investigation. Then they go back and they get the warrant after using this information, or they recreate the scenario in order to get the information they need, and then they don't tell the judges they got the information through the intelligence angle. Another amendment that we would like to ask the leadership of both sides if they will let us introduce, if we're allowed to debate this and have an open amendment process, would be that warrantless spying cannot be used against Americans in non-terror criminal cases. This was originally the way it was, and this is why you have to worry about the slippery slope. Back in the 70s, they said, okay, we're going to have a different standard to get foreign terrorists. And even myself, who wants to keep good standards, can accept a little bit of that. A slightly lower standard for people who don't live here and aren't American citizens and aren't part of our country. It has its dangers, but even I might be able to accept that. But what I can't accept is that you lower the constitutional standard, you're going to use a terrorist warrant that has a lower procedural hurdle, and then you're going to use it for domestic crime. That's exactly what's going on now. We should be appalled that they destroyed the Fourth Amendment for certain crimes, and we just didn't do anything about it. Section 213 of the Patriot Act is called sneak and peek. The government can go in your house and never tell you they were there. They can look through all your records, they can steal stuff, they can replace it, they can do all kinds of things, place listening devices, all without ever telling you. This is in contradiction to what most people have accepted the Fourth Amendment to be. But if you look at who's being convicted with Section 213, 99.5% of the people are for drugs, for domestic crime. So what we've done is we've taken a domestic crime and we say the Constitution no longer applies. We basically got rid of the Fourth Amendment for these crimes. So for about 11,000 people a year, the Constitution no longer applies to them. We're using a lower standard. Now, if you want to make this even worse, Think about who's being convicted of drug crimes in our country. 3 out of 4 people being convicted of drug crimes in our country are black or brown. But if you ask who are the kids that are using drugs, equal numbers of whites and black kids are using drugs. But 3 out of 4 people in jail are black or brown. And then you find out that not only have we messed up the war on drugs such that it has a racial element to it, we now are using a lower standard that's not the Constitution, and the end result is a racial outcome. This is an enormous problem. I mean, related to so much of what's going on in our country, so much of the anger you're seeing in our cities comes from this injustice. So you now have people going to jail. You have people going to jail for 15, 20, 30 years. There's a woman by the name of Mary Martinson from Mason County, Iowa. Her mother just died recently, and they let her out of prison for a couple of hours. Her dad's getting older, and she wishes she were there to help her parents. Now, she did mess up. She was a drug addict. Her boyfriend was a drug addict. They had guns in the home. He was selling the drugs. She was a meth addict. She was probably going to die if she stayed on the drugs. So it was good she got off the drugs, but she got caught. She got 15 years in prison. You can kill somebody in Kentucky and be out on parole in 12 years. And yet we put this woman in there for an addiction. We put her in jail. She'd never, ever been convicted of any other crime. No judge in their right mind would have ever given her 15 years. Nobody would have. The judges basically are telling the defendants and telling the press, I would never do this. This is the wrong thing to do, but I am forced to do this. Compound this with the fact that the war on drugs has had a racial outcome. So you compound and put the two together, and you say, well, we're no longer obeying the Constitution and there's a racial outcome. Where's the hue and cry? Where's the president on this issue? I've talked to the president about criminal justice. I think he sincerely wants to help. But here's the thing. The president could today stop this program. He could stop collecting stuff through the sneak and peek. He could say we're no longer going to do the bulk collection. Most of these things originated out of executive order. He could stop these anytime he wanted to. We would stop it. We would say no more spying against Americans and no more use of this information for non-terror criminal cases. We have another amendment that goes to the heart of what I think should be decided by the Supreme Court. And in this amendment, we call this the amendment that would protect the privacy of Americans' records held by third parties. I think that your records, that you do retain a privacy interest. In this amendment, should the leadership agree to allow us to have amendments, this amendment would establish a clear principle consistent with the Fourth Amendment that as it relates to government collection, an individual's records given to a third party for a specific business purpose are equally secure in their person as those that remain in their possession, unless that third party informs the individual that it intends to share the information. This amendment affirms that the government cannot circumvent warrant requirements by taking Americans' records from third parties, and it protects the constitutional rights during engagement in regular communication and commerce. I think we had a vote on this a while back. I think we weren't that successful. I think we got 4 people to vote to say that your records should be protected by the Fourth Amendment. Most people don't really realize this. Most people have no idea that the government's position, and currently maybe the Supreme Court's position, is that you don't have any Fourth Amendment right in your records, unless you've got them in your house. And I think this is something that the more people understand it and the more people are drawn to this issue, maybe people will demand that we have some justice here, that we live in an era where ultimately no one is going to have paper records in their house. All of your records are going to be electronic. And because they're held and they're managed somehow by a third party, does that really mean we've given up our rights? See, the thing is the government might say if your cell phone's in your house, then they do, but the cell phone's connected to someplace outside your house. So your email is being stored on some server somewhere. I see no way that it could be construed that you've given up your right to privacy because someone else is holding the records for you, because that's the way in the digital age we've come to hold records. We talked a little bit earlier about trust. And I think trust is incredibly important. I don't discount that the vast majority of people who work in our intelligence community are honest, trustworthy, patriotic. I think we all want the same thing. We want to protect our country. We want to protect our loved ones. We want to, honor the memory of those who died on 9/11 by capturing and stopping the people who would attack us. But the question is, can you catch more or less, or are we more or less effective in catching terrorists if we use the Constitution, if we use traditional warrants? And I think without question, if you talk to people, they'll tell you that they get a great deal more information and more specific information by using warrants. Let's say tomorrow that there was a president, that we elected a president that eliminated the bulk collection of data. Let's just say it happened. What do you think would happen? People are like, oh, the sky would fall, we'd be overrun with jihadists. Well, maybe we could rely on the Constitution. Maybe we could get warrants. The information's out there. There are warrants. If you make the warrant specific, there's no limit to what you can't get through a warrant. The warrants are given the vast majority of the time. People complain and they say, oh, it'd be taking too long, it'd be inconvenient. Make it better then. Put your judges on 24 hours a day. Appoint 24 more judges and put them on call all the time, and let's do this. There's no reason why you can't have security and liberty at the same time. Another amendment we have, should the leadership agree to allow us to have amendments and to have votes and to have a debate on this, is an amendment that would require the court to approve national security letters. In a 3-year period between 2003 and 2006, 140,000 national security letters were given out. So national security letters are warrants that are below the constitutional bar. They don't meet the constitutional bar because they're not being signed by a judge. They're being signed by the police. So you get rid of one of the great protections we had, which was the check and balance that the police would always go to the judiciary. It was a different branch. The judge is sitting at home reasonable, hopefully in a reasonable fashion. The judge isn't in hot pursuit. The judge isn't letting their emotions. The judge wasn't just punched by one of the convicts. The judge is sitting home in a reasoned fashion trying to make a reasonable decision. But still, the vast majority of the time, warrants are given. So if there is a policeman outside the house of an alleged rapist and they want to go in, they call on a cell phone. The judge almost always says yes. Same for murder. Does anybody imagine that there would be a judge in our country that you call them and you say, John Doe, we have evidence that he traveled to Yemen last year. We have evidence that he talked to Joe Smith, who we have evidence is a terrorist, and we want a warrant to tap his phone. Look, I'm the biggest privacy advocate in the world. I'll sign the warrant immediately. I don't know of anybody that's not going to sign warrants to allow searches to occur. But you have the check and balance so it doesn't get out of control. What happened and what's happening now is we let down our guard, we have no checks and balances, and so what's happened is, what does the government do when you're not watching? If you look away, the government will abuse their power. Lord Acton said that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The corollary to that would be that power grows when you're not watching, power grows exponentially. And they will do whatever they can get away with. They will do it in the name of patriotism. And actually, I don't even question their motives. They believe themselves to be patriotic, but they think that we have to do anything that it takes, no matter whether it contravenes the Constitution or it contravenes the Bill of Rights. The people who do this, their motives are good, but they're confused in the sense, and they don't quite fully comprehend what we're giving up in the process. This amendment would require judges to sign national security letters. It would make them more like warrants. In practice, national security letters have become warrants written by law enforcement without prior court review and approval, granting them almost unfettered access to individual email and phone communication data, as well as consumer information such as bank and credit records. Those subjected to the national security letters must also obey a gag order. So not only does the government come to you with a less than constitutional permit, a less than constitutional warrant, they then tell you can't talk about it. You might go to jail for 5 years if you tell somebody you've had a warrant served on you. This amendment would require that a government obtain approvals from a court prior to issuing an NSL to a private entity, thus forcing them to demonstrate a clear need for information as part of an investigation. Amendment 6 would create a new channel for legal appeals for those subjected to government surveillance orders. This amendment would empower individuals or companies ordered by the government to hand over information about users or customers to make constitutional challenges in order to the order to be in order in the U.S. Court of Appeals. My understanding right now is it's very difficult to appeal a FISA order. They're secret. You're not allowed to be in the court, so you're really not allowed to participate in the process. I think also you can get outside of FISA by appealing, but I think you have to ask for something that's called a writ of certiorari. It's a special condition, and it's not so automatic. And so my understanding is that the court will grant these things, but they don't occur very often. They're an extraordinary thing. And so what we would like to make it is a little bit more of the facility of getting to a normal appeal, the way a normal appeal would occur. And so we've been pushing to allow that there would be more of an automatic sort of appeal here. One of the other amendments would say no liability immunity for companies that break their agreements with users. And like I said, while I'm not in favor of lawsuits and I don't like the idea of frivolous lawsuits, I think if you don't protect the contract, if you have a privacy agreement that says they're not going to share your information with anybody, the only way they'll protect it is if there is the threat that they could be sued for not protecting it. I think the contracts become not worth the paper or the click that I agree to this. It becomes completely worthless if the companies are told that they can go around it. The companies have all specifically requested this because I think they fear that every day the government is requesting them to breach the privacy contract. So in order to enable the privacy contract, I think we have to get to a point where people can sue if their privacy is violated. One of the things, and I think there can be a mixture of opinions on what Snowden did, I think that we have to have secrecy and there have to be laws against revealing secrets. So I can't say we should have everybody revealing secrets. At the same time, I think the law says that those who are reporting to Congress should tell the truth. So we have the intelligence director lying to us and saying the program doesn't exist, and then we have someone committing civil disobedience. But when you commit civil disobedience, it isn't that we change the law and say it's okay. What we do is we say you broke the law and maybe you did it for a higher purpose, but it doesn't mean we will or get rid of all punishment for things like this. I do think, though, that there is one way that we could modify it. Snowden was a contractor, and we don't have very good rules for whistleblowers who are contractors. I would extend the whistleblower statute for people who want to come in and want to tell an authority, an investigator general or somebody, if they want to reveal that they think something is being done illegal. For example, if Snowden knew that Clapper was lying, a felony has been committed. I would think that somebody who has evidence of a felony that tells the investigator general, look, I have seen this, and I have seen that they're collecting all American records of every American, and he says they're not, he's committed perjury and a felony. There ought to be some sort of whistleblower statute for that. So what we do in one of our amendments is to allow whistleblowers to be contractors as well. One of the things that's been going on, even predating Patriot Act, goes back probably into the 80s and 90s, is something called suspicious activity reports. These are now being done, I believe, by the millions. Okay, I think at one point a couple years ago when I looked at it, it was 5 million of these have been filed. So hundreds of thousands every year are being filed, and if the banks don't file them, the bank could have their license taken from them or $100,000 loans given to $100,000 fines given to banks. So what we'd like to do is to make a suspicious activity report based on suspicion, not just based on a transaction. So we'd make it more like a warrant where a judge would actually review it and see if there's suspicion to be reporting this activity instead of just reporting activity based on the way people do their transactions. The problem has been is we now have the IRS confiscating your money, your bank account, based on the way you make your transactions. So it's not based on a conviction, it's based on, I guess, the presumption that you are guilty until you can prove yourself innocent. This is also going on with civil asset forfeiture. So it's intertwined with records, and as we allow the government to collect our records in an unconstitutional manner, we have to be very careful that then those records are being used with the presumption of guilt, not innocent. There's a great deal of question I have over Executive Order 12333. There are some that maintain, John Napier Ty was with the State Department and overseeing some of the freedom of the internet and government surveillance. And he's put out an op-ed that shows a significant concern for whether or not this executive order may be as big as bulk collection. I spoke with one of the founders of one of our America's larger internet companies recently, and he told me not only is he worried about bulk collection, but he's worried that bulk collection might be smaller. The collection of all our phone data might be smaller than the backdoor collection through 702 and the backdoor collection through the government forcing companies to allow them into their software. And so our concern is that we need to look more at the executive order. I think it's being done in secret, but once again, an evaluation of whether a law is constitutional or not, or whether a law overstates its purpose, should be done in the open. I see the senator from Montana, and I'd be happy to entertain a question without losing the floor.
Will the senator from Kentucky yield for a question without losing his right to the floor?
Yes.
I want to thank my colleague for raising this important issue on the Senate floor today. You know, it wasn't all that long ago that as a House member, that I served one term in the House and then came over to the Senate this year. I came over to the Senate floor and I stood in support of your efforts to protect the American civil liberties and ensure that drones aren't being used to target American citizens on our own soil. And in fact, I'm grateful to see that in the Senate chamber today, we have 5 House members who are here standing with the senator from Kentucky as he's making this very, very important point. It relates to our Constitution and our freedom. Well, 2 years later, we're here again, and the threats to America's civil liberties and constitutional freedoms remain ever present. As my colleague from Kentucky is well aware, I spent more than 12 years in the technology sector before being elected to Congress. I know firsthand the power that big data holds. I also know the great risks that arise when this power is abused. There is a clear and a direct threat to American civil liberties that comes from the mass collection of our personal information and our phone records. I, like so many Montanans, are deeply concerned about the NSA's bulk metadata collection program and its impact on our constitutional rights. In fact, just last night, I hosted a telephone town hall meeting with thousands and thousands of Montanans. And one of the issues I heard most about was the NSA's bulk data collection program. And when is Congress finally going to put a stop to it? In fact, this is one of the issues I hear most about from my fellow Montanans. In fact, I've brought down just a few of the thousands of letters I've received from Montanans on the NSA's dangerous bulk metadata collection program. For example, here's Adam from Missoula. Adam writes, "I'm writing to ask you to allow Section 215 of the Patriot Act to expire on June 1st of this year. While it's only one provision of the larger problem, it would at least begin to curtail the surveillance of Americans. As Americans, we should be free to communicate without the threat of the government monitoring those communications. Wanting to hide your life, to keep your life private, does not mean you have something to hide. Only that your life isn't any of the government's business as long as you're not infringing on the liberty of others. At the end of the day, giving up our liberties because of the threat of terrorism truly is the definition of terrorism winning. To be free inherently means a person also incurs risk. Even though he was speaking about taxes, I believe Benjamin Franklin would agree when he said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." Jess, from my hometown of Bozeman, Montana, wrote this: "I am writing to you as your constituent. NSA spying needs a comprehensive overhaul. But in the meantime, I urge you to show that you care about the Constitution by voting against reauthorization of Section 215 of the USA Patriot Act. Section 215 has been used to invade the privacy of millions of people. Although some in Congress and the NSA have argued that collecting call detail records, quote, metadata, is not privacy invasion, the information collected by the government is not just metadata. It paints an intimate portrait of the lives of millions of Americans. What's more, the collection of call detail records isn't even necessary to keep us safe. The President, the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, and the President's Review Group have all admitted that collection of call detail records is not necessary. In fact, the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board went so far as to note that it could not identify a single time in which bulk collection under Section 215 made a concrete difference in the outcome of a counterterrorism investigation. That's why I urge you to support reform by committing to a no vote on the reauthorization of Section 215. A vote against reauthorization is a vote for the Constitution. Thank you for opposing unconstitutional surveillance and for supporting a free and secure internet. You know, Montanans are right to be concerned. This program is a direct threat to our constitutional rights. It has jeopardized our civil liberties with little proven effectiveness. And I'm the son of a U.S. Marine. Several weeks ago, I was with Leader McConnell and other senators. When we went to Israel, we met with Prime Minister Netanyahu. We went to Jordan and met with King Abdullah. We went to Iraq and met with Prime Minister Abadi. We were both in Baghdad. We went up to Erbil and met with the leaders of the Kurds, including Mr. Barzani. We then went to Afghanistan. We were in Kabul. We were in Jalalabad. We met with President Ghani. We were hearing directly from the leaders in the Middle East. We were hearing directly from our U.S. military. We were hearing directly from U.S. intelligence about what's going on in the Middle East. As a father of four, someone who believes strongly in a strong national defense and the importance of protecting the homeland, I weigh these issues very, very deeply. These are heavy issues we must look at as we want to ensure we protect the homeland. But importantly, protect the Constitution and the constitutional rights of the American people. As my colleague is likely aware, a 2014 report from the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, which is a nonpartisan, independent privacy board, found that the NSA's bulk data collection program, and I quote, said contributed only minimal value in combating terrorism beyond what the government already achieves through other alternative means. And like the New York-based Second Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals recently unanimously confirmed, this oversight board also found that Section 215 of the Patriot Act does not provide authority for the NSA's bulk metadata collection program. In fact, the report states, and I quote, Under the Section 215 bulk telephone records program, the NSA acquires a massive number of calling records from telephone companies each day, potentially including the records of every call made across the nation. Yet Section 215 does not authorize the NSA to acquire anything at all. It's illegal. It's an overreach of power. And it's a direct threat to our First and Fourth Amendment rights. In fact, the report goes on to conclude, and I quote, "The program lacks a viable legal foundation under Section 215. It implicates constitutional concerns under the First and Fourth Amendments. It raises serious threats to privacy and civil liberties as a policy matter, and has shown only limited value. For these reasons, the government should end the program." End quote. I stand here today with the people of Montana. I stand here today with my colleague from Kentucky. I stand here today with 5 members of the U.S. House who are seated in the back of the Senate chamber. Congressman Duncan of South Carolina, Congressman Blum of Iowa, Congressman Massey of Kentucky, Congressman Labrador of Idaho, Congressman Amash of Michigan. You know, I think it's important that the Senate recognizes what the People's House did last week when they passed the USA Freedom Act. That vote was 338 to 88. And to suggest that this is just a small minority of congressmen and women that support the USA Freedom Act, this was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, the chairman of the Armed Services, the chairman of Homeland Security, amongst many others who want to ensure we strike the right balance between protecting the homeland and protecting our civil liberties. The people of Montana, my colleague from Kentucky, the 5 members of Congress who are here at this moment, and millions of Americans know that I strongly agree with their view on the USA Freedom Act. Now, like all Americans, I understand the great risks facing our national security. The threats of ISIS, the threats of North Korea, the threats of Iran grow stronger each and every day. And we must be prepared. And we must ensure our intelligence and law enforcement agencies have the tools they need to protect and defend our nation. But these objectives, national security and protection of our civil liberties, are not mutually exclusive. We can and we must achieve both. We must maintain a balance between protecting our nation's security while also maintaining our civil liberties and our constitutional rights. All of us standing here today took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. I took that oath just a few steps away from speaking here today between myself and the presiding chair of the U.S. Senate, Senator Mike Lee. And all of us here today know the fight to protect our Constitution and American civil liberties is far from over. We must remain vigilant, and we must also ensure that we have robust and transparent debate about these programs and what reforms must be implemented to protect America's civil liberties. And this is why I support the USA Freedom Act, which would end the NSA's bulk metadata collection program, and why I strongly believe that Congress must engage in an open amendment process. The American people must have their voices heard, and an open amendment process will help ensure that happens. In light of all we have learned about the NSA's unlawful bulk data collection program, it's clear that reforms must happen. It's critical that Americans' rights are protected against the overreach of their own government. So I asked the senator from Kentucky, would he agree that the indiscriminate government collection of Americans' phone records violates the Constitution and according to 2 independent commissions, has not proven critical to our national security.
I want to thank the Senator from Montana for that excellent synopsis of things and also for the great question. I think that the reports by the Review Committee and the Privacy Committee, both commissioned by the President, both nonpartisan, are incredibly powerful. Because not only did they look at the constitutional issues of whether or not this is a bulk or a general warrant versus an individual warrant, they also looked practically, was it working? Was it adding anything to our intelligence? And so I think you have sort of a dual reason now to say this is a big problem. One, there are constitutional questions, which I think are very clear. But then there's a second practical question that when you examine the evidence, and the Privacy Commission actually looked at classified evidence. They looked to see whether or not it was adding anything to this. I'm thoroughly convinced that we can catch terrorists with warrants. When I've talked with traditional constitutional warrants, when I've talked to those or the high-ranking former heads of our security, they freely admit they get more information with a warrant. It's a little more work, but it has to be more specific. But I'm also a believer that because we've generalized what we're looking for and it's indiscriminate, that maybe we're missing people because we're overwhelmed with data and we're overwhelmed with things at the airports. You know, I would much prefer to have less of the indiscriminate searches at airports and more specific looking at the manifest of who's flying, you know, and looking and trying to find who are at risk. So I do think that there's, without question, this is not a constitutional program. It's not even legal under the Patriot Act. The courts have said it isn't, and we should do everything we can to stop it. And I appreciate your support on that. One of the things about this issue is that it really is a bipartisan issue, and an issue where there are people who feel strongly on both sides of the aisle. We had the senator from Oregon earlier and the senator from New Mexico, and I now see the senator from West Virginia, who is also a loud and consistent voice on this. Do you have a question?
Mr. President, will the senator from Kentucky yield? The gentleman yield.
Without yielding the floor.
You know, I know that the senator, my friend from Kentucky, agrees with me that the defense of our country and the protection of our civil liberties should be bipartisan and above politics. And I know that he agrees that we can and must protect our citizens without violating their civil liberties. And again, my good friend, I don't always agree with you on every issue, but when it comes to this nation's intelligence gathering and security, we agree more than we don't. Like him, I was deeply troubled by the revelation that our country was engaged in bulk collection. I think we all were surprised. And millions of private citizens' data was gathered unknowingly and unjustifiably. In 2013, Edward Snowden revealed to the American public that the NSA was engaging in the bulk data collection and sweeping up virtually every cell phone record of an enormous number of Americans, again for no reason and no cause. The U.S. spying program did this by systematically and indiscriminately collecting millions, I mean millions of American phone records by simply taking up every phone record that came in its net, even if it wasn't remotely related to the broad general search. These are not searches that were relevant to a particular threat or an individual group. It was just a huge database documenting what millions of law-abiding citizens were doing. That is not what this country was based on, and I think you've made that very clear, sir. And I know that you believe that this was wrong, as I do. And that is not just our opinion. National security experts, legal experts, the American public, and even several courts have said that the bulk collection of data is not only unconstitutional, but also unnecessary to our national security. And to my friend from Kentucky, he has confirmed that the President's Review Group has said the bulk data collection is not essential to preventing attacks, and that program has not made a difference in a single instance. The bill that the Senate will soon be considering, the USA Freedom Act of 2015, will ensure that we restore important privacy protections for Americans. The United States will always face security threats. I think we all know that, and for generations to come. That's just a reality. On that horrible day, September 11, 2001, we as a country were reminded of this fact and realized we must meet those threats with strong law enforcement and strong intelligence. However, we must also balance that necessity with our constitutional rights. The NSA bulk data collection program clearly did not strike that balance, and the District Court of D.C. and the Court of Appeals of the Second Circuit of the United States struck it down. The courts have made clear this program is not legal, and I understand Senator Paul and Senator Wyden's frustration with any suggestion that it be continued. I believe this bill, USA Freedom 2015, moves us in a positive direction. It ends the bulk data collection program and ensures that the collection of data is related to a relevant, particular terrorist investigation. At the same time, it still protects this country. The USA Freedom Act of 2015 replaces indiscriminate bulk collection and allows the government to collect call details of records on a daily basis if it can demonstrate to the FISA court a reasonable, articulate suspicion that its search term is associated with a foreign terrorist organization. The bill provides greater transparency about surveillance activities. It contains significant new government reporting requirements for FISA authorities to ensure its activities do not again break the law. It gives private companies increased options for reporting to the public information about the number of FISA orders and national security letters that they receive. The bill requires declassification of FISA court opinions containing significant legal interpretations. The bill requires the FISA court to designate a panel to appoint individuals to advise in particular cases involving new or difficult legal issues. It expands the opportunity for the appellate review of FISA court decisions. The bill strengthens the judicial review process for gag orders. It imposes new privacy protections for FISA pen registers and limits the use of unlawfully obtained information. And the bill also contains many provisions to protect our nation's security. It creates a new emergency authority to allow the government to obtain business records, including call detail records, without advance court authorization, if an emergency requires those records. It also adds a short-term emergency authority for continued transnational surveillance of foreign terrorists or spies who come into the United States before emergency authorization can be obtained from the Attorney General. It permits ongoing FISA surveillance of an agent of foreign power who temporarily leaves the United States. It clarifies that individuals can be subject to FISA surveillance if they are knowingly aiding, abetting, or conspiring with respect to the proliferation of WMD on behalf of a foreign power. And finally, the bill increases the statutory maximum penalty for material support of terrorism from 15 to 20 years. Now, I know the senator from Kentucky does not think it goes far enough in protecting our privacy rights, but perhaps my good friend can remind us again on what provisions that you would like to see changed or strengthened in the bill to satisfy your interest and maybe Senator Wyden's interest and other people. I would yield the floor back to the senator from Kentucky to hear basically his concerns of how we can have some protections, and do we have any rights whatsoever to gather information when it's proven. I've heard you say that you thought if we could prove it, there was a definite concern that we had, you can get FISA courts and basically move forward from there. I thought this bill moved us in a positive direction. The new bill we're considering, or about to consider, sir, if you could explain to me maybe your concerns about that or what we need to do.
Let me make sure I have the question correct. Your question is on the USA Freedom, my concerns on the USA Freedom?
USA Freedom 2015.
Yeah. I want to like it, and I want to because it ends bulk collection, and I'm all for ending bulk collection. So we all agree. The people for it agree with the problem. It's a question of whether it's a solution. It says that there have to be specific selector terms on U.S. persons. Part of my problem is that persons is still defined as corporations. My concern is that you could put the word Verizon in there and the government wouldn't be collecting the records, but you still could get all the records from Verizon. You see what I mean? Because that's one of my concerns in the way it's been written. And my other general concern is that would we still be having bulk collection, therefore, but it wouldn't be all done by the government, but it'd still be bulk collection through the phone companies. And I don't like the liability protection because I think it makes it more likely than not that your privacy agreement won't be as respected if they cannot be sued for violating your privacy agreement. Those are a couple of concerns. I don't know if they're insurmountable, but those are a couple concerns.
I think we both agree. I think mostly everybody in this body agrees that the bulk collections were wrong. They were proven to be illegal and should not have been done and should be stopped. I think we're all in agreement to that. We still know that we face considerable threats from around the world on a daily basis, if not even greater than that. And we were trying to find the balance, and I think that you are valuable in helping us find that balance. I really do. And that's what we're looking for. And I know that your colleague, Senator, and my colleague, Senator Lee from Utah, has made a gallant effort trying to find that balance and making sure that we didn't overstep. The private companies are collecting. They already have that information anyway. It's not just sweeping from NSA as they had been doing. And basically, I'm understanding by this bill, the 2015 USA Freedom Act, where basically we'd have to demonstrate to the FISA court reasonable, articulate suspicion that its search term is associated with a foreign terrorist organization. They can't even go into those records until that's shown. That's the way I understood it. I'm not sure if there's something I'm missing.
Yeah, I guess the question I have is that we had some of those restrictions now, but they seem to think that those restrictions don't apply to collect. You know what I mean? The people interpreting what we have now are interpreting 215 to mean we can collect all the American records in bulk. If there were a way that I was necessary to pass USA Freedom and it were that close, if people are willing to look at the bill and say, we would make a person an individual. See, the big thing for me is that a warrant should be individualized. And I'm worried that when you use the word person, if it can be replaced with the word Verizon, and we could still collect all the records, I would feel really disappointed if we thought we got rid of bulk collection, and then a year or two from now, when they finally admit it, they'll admit, oh, we're still doing the same thing. We're doing Verizon. We're getting all of Verizon's record. We're just making them process it, and we're paying them for it. That's my fear, is I want to make sure that doesn't happen.
I guess we're caught in that Citizens United decision, it sounds like.
In a different way. But I mean, we are talking about whether or not in the intelligence selector numbers, whether or not a person is a corporation and whether or not you can have a single warrant. See, I think if you want phone records from Verizon, it would say Verizon and we want the records of John Doe. It shouldn't just say we want all the records from Verizon. That to me is a general warrant. I'm still fearful that the USA Freedom Act may not limit that.
If the Freedom Act, as it goes away, okay, the way that they've been doing bulk collection, which we agree should be done away with, and we don't come to some agreement, are you concerned that we might be in more jeopardy by not having something in place to where we're able to get the necessary intelligence we need?
And I guess that's where I also probably differ. I think we are just as safe or safer with nothing, because the Constitution allows the searching of records, and I'm all for it, but I would do it through warrants. And here's the thing is data, metadata, you can do a hop or two with these less than constitutional warrants or whatever, but with a real warrant, you can go 100 hops into the data. So I really would chase the rabbit down the hole. I mean, I really would look very hard with suspicion, and I think warrants are generally easy to get. This is a point that I don't get about why we have to have warrants that have a lower constitutional standard, because I think that the FISA warrants are almost never turned down, but neither are criminal warrants. If you are a policeman standing in front of a house, you almost never get a no, you know? But if you're a policeman and you say, I want to search all my neighbors' houses, judge is going to say no. And that's a good thing, you know? So I think traditional warrants, I think people have somehow just convinced themselves we can't catch terrorists with traditional warrants, but I think you can go through a lot of data with traditional warrants too.
Basically, that if it sunsets, the bulk collection, the way the Patriot Act has been enforced before, sunsets and it goes away, which we agree. We were trying to replace that before the sunset. You believe the system that we have in place today, I mean the system we've had in place before the Patriot Act of 2001, gives us still the ability to keep the homeland safe using the court system, as you say, follow the rabbit down the hole, using the court system. Let me say because we know we have rapid fire coming at us from different directions and people trying to come into this country and do harm. The social media has blown up since even 2001, so we're much more vulnerable from that standpoint. And what I'm hearing say also, you're not really objectionable, and if you can find the right language in that freedom. If you thought that you could get to that protection of that individual without the interpretation of the entire broadness of the corporations.
I think that also within the context of, we have 6 or 7 amendments that we'd like to introduce. Can't guarantee that we can win any of them, but there's a chance maybe we could win another reform. So for example, one of the reforms that some people think may be as important as all of the bulk collection is the ability of the government to tell an internet provider that they have to create a backdoor to their product for the government to go through, and some of the backdoor stuff through 702. We think there are some other things that may well be as big as this. I also think that there is the ability of the government not only to use traditional warrants, they have some they're using under executive order as well as we still have, a host of other types of warrants and subpoenas being used. But I would never be for this in a heartbeat if I thought it was going to make the country endangered. I think we'll be safer because of it, and so will our liberty.
The good point of the bill that we will be considering, which is the 2015 Freedom Act bill, it expands the opportunity for the appellate review of the FISA court decisions, which I think you've had a problem with too, because it's been handed out uncontested, correct?
Say that again, please.
The appellate review, the bill that we will be considering is expanding the opportunity for the appellate review of FISA court decisions, which I think and I can understand, you're saying they can get a FISA order no matter what.
I'm not sure if I understand the question, but I do believe that the court case right now, the way it stands, if the USA Freedom had passed last year, I think there's a chance it might have made the court case moot, because it would have said, oh, Congress has already acted, and Congress now has given an authority for a variation of this, and Congress already fixed the problem. So there's part of me that would like to see the appellate court case go up to the Supreme Court. It's been remanded to a lower court, so I don't know if it's ever getting there. But we ultimately have some questions in our country that won't be decided till we have a Supreme Court case. And one of those questions is, do papers have to be physical and in your house? What if they're digital and lodged somewhere else? Do you have any right of privacy, any Fourth Amendment protection at all for records that are held somewhere else? The current legal opinion doesn't really give any protection to third-party records. I think that needs to be fixed, because I think technology has made it such that our records are no longer going to be real records that you can hold in your hand. I think almost all of our records are going to be virtual and held in space somewhere, and I think you have to still have a personal privacy protection in those.
So the bill that we have proposed before us, it's going to require declassification of FISA court opinions containing significant legal interpretation, which is a positive thing.
There's a lot that I like in the bill. It's just a matter of whether or not I can be convinced that it doesn't allow bulk collection under another name. I'm still worried about that, but I'm open to it. And see, some of these things, this is a very important bill. I mean, we could have a week's discussion on this bill, and amendments, and a process. And the only reason we're getting a little bit of this is because I'm kind of forcing the issue. But I'd like to see the amendments voted on. And all the other stuff we're doing around here is important, but has no deadline. We could have done it next week, 2 weeks from now, all the stuff we're doing right now. So, but anyway, that's what I'm going to be asking for, is the ability to present 5 or 6 amendments, vote on them, and then we'll see. And I'm more than willing to talk with the authors of the USA Freedom Act to see if there's a way, but it's going to have to involve maybe some give and take to figure it out.
Well, it sounds like we're not that far apart. I think that we're all going down the same path, trying to find a way to keep the homeland as secure as humanly possible, but protecting the rights of all Americans, and I appreciate that, and I hope that we do. These are important issues, and it's a dangerous world we live in. It's a threatened world that our children are being raised in, and we want to do everything we can to protect them. I know you do too. With that, I think we all come to an agreement that what was done before was wrong. So we all come unanimously to that agreement. Finding the pathway forward is the one we're working on now. So I appreciate your sincerity and intent to try to reach out and find that, and I hope that you can find that comfort level that we can move forward and still have a protected country. Thank you.
Well, I thank the senator from West Virginia, and I think that he's made some really good points. And I think a lot of us have come to the agreement that there's a problem with bulk collection. I don't think we're yet to everybody. I think we're to a significant number, though, that agree. The court agrees with us. And so I think we are getting closer. One of the groups that we've talked about in looking at where we are on whether this is a constitutional or a legal program is that it's been pretty intriguing to look at the report that comes from the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. This is a bipartisan board, and it's a board that was put in place, and I think the appointees are bipartisan appointees. When they met, they came to the conclusion, though, that the bulk collection of records is not warranted and not given sanction by the Patriot Act. And they had 4 different reasons why they say that the telephone records program, the bulk collection of our records, does not comply even with the Patriot Act. The first reason they say is that there's no connection to any specific FBI investigation at the time of the collection. So basically, when they collect your phone records, they're not even alleging that they're related to any investigation. But that's what the statute says. They're supposed to be relevant to an investigation, but there's no evidence and nothing's even presented that there is any investigation even going on. The investigation actually starts after they've collected all of your records. So how could Section 215 say that you can collect these records because they're relevant to an investigation that has not yet even begun? They use this big data cache later on when they say that there's going to be an investigation. So I think their reason, number one, is pretty strong. There can't be a connection or a relevancy because there really is no investigation when they collect your records. The second reasoning of the Privacy Commission was that the records are collected in bulk, potentially encompassing all telephone calling records across the nation. They cannot be regarded as relevant to any investigation without redefining the word relevant in a manner that is circular. Relevant sort of means that there's some kind of criteria that says these records have some pertinence. There's something about these records. There's something about this investigation. Like, for example, someone in the northwest section of Washington, D.C., and we saw something happen there. We're saying we want to look at the records there. Even though it might be bulk collection, it would be at least relevant to some sort of investigation. There would be some pertinent factor. But they're not electing any, they're just collecting everybody's records. It's completely without any relevancy. And I love the way they put it, that this would not be relevant unless we redefine the word relevant in a manner that is circular, unlimited in scope, and out of step with the case law from analogous legal contexts involving the production of records. The third reason why the Privacy Board said that this program is not legal is that it operates by putting telephone companies under an obligation to furnish new calling records on a daily basis as they are generated, instead of turning over records they already have in their possession. This is an approach lacking foundation in the statute, one that is inconsistent with FISA as a whole. The final reason they say that this program is illegal, this is the President's own Privacy Commission, is that the statute permits only the FBI to obtain items for use in investigations, did not authorize the NSA to do anything. So Section 215 of the Patriot Act is what they're saying they're using as justification. It allows the FBI to collect records. It doesn't allow the NSA at all. So they're using a statute that was intended for the FBI to say the NSA can do this. So I think the reasons are pretty clear, 4 succinct reasons why the Patriot Act does not justify the collection of these records. The next thing the policy committee looked at was they tried to decide whether there's been any practical effect. And I know Senator Leahy was a part of this in looking at whether or not any of these things actually did catch terrorists. But this is what they conclude, and they actually looked at the classified data. So the Privacy and Civil Liberties Commission looked at the data, looked at the classified data, and this is their conclusion. We conclude that Section 215 program, the bulk collection, has shown minimal value in safeguarding the nation from terrorism. We have not identified a single instance involving a threat to the United States in which the bulk collection program made a concrete difference in the outcome of a counterterrorism investigation. Those are pretty strong words. The Policy and Civil Liberties Board, commissioned by the President, that's bipartisan, looked at the classified data and said they didn't find a single incident, not one incident, in which it made a concrete difference in the outcome of a counterterrorism investigation. Moreover, we are aware of no instance in which the program directly contributed to the discovery of a previously unknown terrorist. What does this mean? We're not like pushing a button and generating terrorists out of this. The terrorists are coming from real information. And you have to realize this misinformation and this wrong-headed information has been used forever, for 15 years, to justify the fact that we should give up on the Fourth Amendment and we should give up on protections. Over and over again, people say, if we'd only had the Patriot Act, if we'd have had the Patriot Act, we wouldn't have had 9/11. The two terrorists they claim we would have gotten were in San Diego. We already knew about them. An informant lived with them for a year. The FBI wasn't talking to the CIA, and they weren't looking at lists, and they didn't know they'd come back. The CIA didn't know. Had nothing to do with having bulk collection of our records. We knew about these people. It was crummy work. It was people not doing their job. And I repeat again, no one was ever fired. We gave rewards. We gave medals of honor to everybody in the intelligence community, and no one was ever fired. There were some true heroes. The FBI agent in Arizona, the FBI agent in Minnesota, who actually discovered potential hijackers. 20th hijacker was captured a month before 9/11. That's the person who should have gotten the Medal of Honor. The person who wouldn't listen to him should have been fired. I have no understanding or awareness that anybody was ever fired over 9/11. The Policy and Civil Liberties Board goes on to say that our review suggests that Section 215 of the Patriot Act, the bulk collection of records, offers little unique value. They explore a little bit of whether or not there is a privacy problem with collecting all these records and what are the implications of collecting these records. The government's collection of a person's entire telephone calling history has a significant and detrimental effect on an individual's privacy. Beyond such individual privacy intrusions, permitting the government to routinely collect the calling records of the entire nation fundamentally shifts the balance of power between the state and its citizens. With its power of compulsion and criminal prosecution, the government poses unique threats to privacy when it collects data on its own citizens. Compound this with the fact that the government, you could say, well, they're just collecting this data at a lower standard, but if you're not a terrorist, you don't have to worry. But here's the problem. They're collecting this data with a lower standard, a less than constitutional standard, but then they're also prosecuting you for domestic crime. Section 213 of the Patriot Act is being used 99.5% of the time for domestic crime. We're putting drug dealers in jail. That's another question and another story, but then we should vote on it as a country. Okay, for drug dealers, we're not going to have the Constitution anymore. We're going to have the Patriot Act for drug dealers. Let's be honest about it. The war on drugs has had a disproportionate impact on people of color. And so you have to admit to all the young black men and all the young brown men you put in prison that we're no longer using the Constitution to stick you in prison, we're using the Patriot Act to put you in prison. We need to be honest with people. If the Patriot Act is about terrorism, they should adopt my amendment that says you can't be put in jail for a domestic crime under the Patriot Act. Why? Because the Patriot Act has dumbed down and loosened the standards. We don't have probable cause, we have relevance. And realize that relevance, as they say in the commission, has become completely circular and devoid of meaning if you're saying that all the records in the country are somehow relevant to an investigation that has not yet begun. The other point, they make a great point here about the fact that not only does this stifle or invade your privacy, it may well stifle your speech and your association. If you're going to be associated with, minority causes, unpopular causes, whether you're a kid from the North that went down to be in favor of civil rights, whether or not you're someone who belongs to the NAACP or the ACLU. They say yet, even though there's no evidence of abuse, and that's just a big argument. Everybody says, well, there's never been any abuse, so it's fine to keep doing this. They say yet, while the danger of abuse may seem remote, given historical abuse of personal information by the government during the 20th century, the risk is more than theoretical. I couldn't agree more. Moreover, the bulk collection of telephone records can be expected to have a chilling effect on the free exercise of speech and association, because individuals and groups engaged in sensitive or controversial work have less reason to trust in the confidentiality of their relationships as revealed by their calling patterns. Realize that they're taking your phone records, your calling list, your buddy list, your ISP address, your email, and they're integrating this into some network where they can pull your name up and find out who are all your buddies, who are all your friends, who are all your Facebook friends. Realize what the potential danger is of having so much information, so much of a dossier on every American citizen, even if they're not using it. But when you think that, well, this is fine because we're not doing it and good people are running these agencies, realize that the head of the agency lied to us about this program at all. He said it didn't exist. So when you get to be trusting these people to protect your individual information, realize that at the very top of the intelligence community, the most famous person in our country dealing with intelligence lied to a congressional committee and said that this program did not even exist. The report goes on to say that the inability to expect privacy vis-a-vis the government in one's telephone communications means that people engaged in wholly lawful activities, but who for reasons justifiably do not wish the government to know about their communications, must either forego such activities, reduce their frequency, or take costly measures to hide them from the government surveillance. The telephone records program thus hinders the ability of advocacy organizations to communicate confidentially with members, donors, legislators, whistleblowers, members of the public. Initially in the 70s, when we set up the surveillance courts, the security courts, the FISA courts, they were done with individualized warrants. They got information through individualized warrants. Beginning in 2004, though, the role of the security court changed when the government approached the court with its first request to approve a program involving what is now referred to as bulk collection. For the first several years we did bulk collection, they just did it. They just said it was under the inherent authorities of the president. This should scare us because there are people who believe that the inherent authorities of the president are unlimited. That would not be a president. There would be another name for that. But if there are no limits to what the president can do, there's another name for it, and it's not president. The commission goes on to say that the judge's decision, their decision-making, would be greatly enhanced if they could hear opposing views. So the Privacy Commission advocates exactly what I'm advocating for, that you should have a lawyer in there with you, and that there should be an adversarial type of procedure. Because the thing is that it's like any other dispute. If you've ever heard two people arguing, figuring out the truth is listening to both sides and trying to gather what the truth is. So I think that we'd get to the truth a lot more if we had someone asking questions. Realize also that Section 215 of the Patriot Act says that the information has to be relevant to an investigation. Without having someone in there to argue your case, the court appears to have not really had a great deal of discussion, or to my mind, thought about whether bulk collection is somehow relevant. You might argue that if there were opposing sides, like in a traditional court, that maybe someone would stand up and say to the judge, how can this be relevant? And what investigation is it relevant to? See, I think the FISA court became such a rubber stamp that you weren't even having these questions asked. Because how could you ask that question if you're an advocate for somebody who doesn't want to give up their information? How could you ask the question whether it's relevant to an investigation, and then the government would say, well, yeah, we're going to do it. It'll be relevant when we do an investigation. No court, you would think, would understand or accept that if it were an adversarial procedure where you have a lawyer on both sides. I don't think you truly can have justice. You can't truly have a court. I think you can have a court that meets in secret. I think courts can protect individual names, and I want them to. And I thought Senator Wyden made a great point when he was out here. Intelligence activities, at their core, we have to protect the names of operatives. You don't want the code out there. Like if we have a great code and we're stealing information from our enemies and we're eavesdropping on our enemies, we don't want the code out there. It shows how smart we are and how our technology works. But if we're going to do something like collect the records of all Americans, that's a constitutional question. And you can have opinions on both sides of it. I don't think there's much of a valid constitutional reason for believing in this, but you can have an opinion. In a democratic republic, we could argue these points back and forth, but you wouldn't have the ability, you really would have to have the ability to have a discussion over these things. Because I think that without that, I don't think that we can actually get to justice.
Mr. President. Does the senator from Kentucky yield for a question?
I would yield for a question, but not yield the floor.
Mr. President, I am wondering whether the senator from Kentucky would be good enough to confirm for me where I think the issue is that is before the Senate today. So if I might, I will speak for a few minutes about what I think is the core issue before us on the floor, and then ask the senator whether he would confirm that this is his understanding as well. Because just at the outset, I'll say it's relatively rare for my colleague from Kentucky and I to come to the floor in agreement on an issue. But it has happened before on exactly this issue. And I think it's important that it be clear to folks that there are concerns on both sides of the aisle on the critical underlying issues about how we balance privacy and liberty, security and our civil liberties. For a decade, nearly a decade, our government's operated a program that collects massive amounts of information from innocent Americans without any specific suspicion they've done anything wrong. Let me put that another way. For years, any American's communications data could have been tracked and collected by the government, whether or not they were suspected of a crime. That program's been carried out under Section 215 of the Patriot Act based on flimsy or mistaken interpretations of the original law, all in the name of our national security. Yet the bulk collection program has had disputed and not arguably clear benefit to our national security. There's not one clear publicly confirmed instance of a plot being foiled because of this Section 215 program. I've long been concerned about the scope and the reach of our intelligence community's bulk collection program. That's why in 2011 I voted, along with my colleague from Kentucky, against the straight reauthorization of the Patriot Act. I believed then, as I believe now, it would be irresponsible for Congress to continue reauthorizing the law without taking steps to address concerns about unlawful surveillance it has allowed, particularly given the fact that earlier this month a U.S. Federal Circuit Court specifically deemed this program illegal. Fortunately, we have an alternative, which I believe the senator from Kentucky has been expounding on behalf of, the USA Freedom Act, a bipartisan bill passed by the House just last week by an overwhelming margin. I think it was 338 to 88. It would end bulk collection by only allowing the federal government to seek call records retained by the telecommunications industry once it has established the record is relevant to an ongoing investigation. Records would no longer be stored by the government, but remain in the hands of telecommunications companies, which, under FCC rules, in order to ensure that there are customer access to records in the case of disputes, are retained for 18 months. This bill strikes an important balance by protecting America's privacy and ensuring our government can still keep our nation safe. In fact, there are some who might argue that the USA Freedom Act would allow a stronger, more robust, and more effective series of actions to keep our nation safe. I urge my colleagues to support it. I know these are difficult decisions for us to make, and I know we all have concern about our nation's security, but we have to all have concerns about our nation's freedom. We fought for it from the very beginning of our country, and I want to just thank and salute members here, colleagues, and in particular my colleague from Kentucky, for being insistent that we have clarity about time. We were told 4 years ago, when the reauthorization fight was happening, that time had run out and that we needed to reauthorize it without considering needed reforms that were discussed and debated in the Judiciary Committee. 2 years ago, some of the core elements of this were exposed to the world, and a lot of my constituents raised legitimate and serious concerns about it. Whether we are being asked to extend it for 2 weeks or 2 days or 2 hours, I think time has run out for us to even discuss reauthorizing a program that has explicitly been held illegal, and we instead need to come together, take up, and pass the USA Freedom Act. Would my colleague from Kentucky confirm that that is the situation on the floor at the moment, and on behalf of which you've been speaking?
I think what is still unclear to me is what will be taken up and what votes there will be on this. I think that the debate is a really important one. It's one that we should engage in and have a significant time to talk about, that there should be amendments offered. And as you know, sometimes the amendments get offered and then things sort of fall away. And I want to ensure that on something this important that comes up only once every 3 years, to which the court just below the Supreme Court has said that we're doing something illegally, that we don't just gloss over and just say, oh, we're going to keep on doing something that the courts have said is illegal. As far as the end result of where it comes, I want to end bulk collection, so I agree with all the people on the USA Freedom side. I'm a little concerned that we might be transferring government bulk collection for privately held bulk collection. In the selector terms that they use in the USA Freedom Act, it says person, it says specific person, and I think it defines person, though it's still including corporation. My concern is that you could write into the specific person Verizon again, and we're back where we started. So if we could get to a point of, one, allowing some amendments to be voted on, and maybe changing it such that you can't have, see, to me the biggest issue here is a general versus a specific warrant. I don't want warrants that you can get everybody's records all at once, or even one company's. I want the warrant to say, and I'm fine with getting terrorists. I want to get terrorists. If it's John Doe's a potential terrorist, put his name on it. You can go as deep as you want into the phone records. Do specific warrants. But I don't like it if you just say, I want everybody's records from a phone company. And so I'm just concerned, are we trading one bulk collection for another form? And I need to be a little more reassured on that. I think there might be room for it if people are open to discussion on how we could figure out a way to get something through, because it's going to be difficult, as you know, to get to 60. It's going to be hard either way. The other side wants they want the bulk collection. Many people want the bulk collection. They want more of it. And then there's at least half of us that think it's a wrong thing to do. I don't know the end outcome, but I was uncertain enough about the outcome that I came today to try to draw attention to it. And if I had a request today, it would be for both leaderships, is to let amendments to go forward, that we agree on having a pretty free amendment process. This is only every 3 years, and it's a big deal. We don't have many legislation come before us where an activity has been said to be illegal by an appellate court, and we continue to do it, and then people want to advocate to continue to do something that's illegal. But I'm going to try to see what I can get. I'm hoping to get an answer maybe today from leadership on will they allow amendments to this. And I want to be pretty certain that's going to happen because they seem to fall away sometimes.
The senator from Kentucky yield for a question.
I would like to continue to keep the floor, but we'll yield for a question without losing the floor.
Mr. President, I want to visit the senator from Kentucky, what he's doing. I think this is very, very important. And I stand here today with my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to protect Americans' privacy rights. I am very concerned by the overreach we have seen in the name of national security. And I oppose efforts to reauthorize any piece of it without real reforms. Folks in Montana know that I've been an opponent of the Patriot Act since it was signed into law. Why? Because the Patriot Act violates law-abiding citizens' right to privacy, something that we hold dearly in this country. Now, we do need to make this country as secure as we possibly can, but we cannot do that at the expense of our constitutional rights. It's been talked about here earlier today. A federal court recently ruled that the NSA bulk data collection is illegal, flat illegal. So keep in mind that the NSA used the Patriot Act to authorize those data collections. Yet here, in the United States Senate, some of our colleagues think that we should reauthorize those expiring provisions without even having a debate on their merits. We've seen this before. It's happened several times since I've been here in the Senate. Trying to jam an extension of the Patriot Act through the Senate at the last minute is not fair to this body, and it's not fair at all to the American people. We deserve a real debate on privacy and security here in the United States Senate. It's too important of an issue not to. We have to put some sideboards on our national intelligence agencies so that they can keep us safe without violating our constitutional rights. We need a real debate on this issue. Last week, the majority made a decision to deprive the Senate and the public of the debate by taking up a trade bill, which we could have passed in June. No doubt about it, we're approaching the Memorial Day recess. Some folks are anxious to go home, but we got work to do. I will continue to work with my colleagues to ensure that we make real reforms to the Patriot Act. If the people in this body don't know this important, they don't know the Constitution. And I would just say I want to thank everybody who spoke here today. We need to have a debate. We need to have a debate on what the Patriot Act is about, how it's being utilized, and how we need to move forward. An extension is not acceptable. For that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield the floor back to the senator from Kentucky and thank him for the work that he's done on this issue.
I want to thank the senator from Montana, and I think further evidence that there is bipartisan support for the Constitution and that the Patriot Act went too far. We've heard from both senators from Montana, from opposite parties, who both want to defend the individual, want to defend the Bill of Rights, and think that we've let the government go too far. I think the American people agree with this as well. I think without question, and this is one of those things that's kind of perplexing if you think about it. If you ask most Americans, if you do a poll or a survey or ask most Americans, should the government be allowed to look at your phone records without any suspicion that you've committed a crime? I think it's a very low number who think that. But then when you get to Washington, it's almost the opposite. You have people in Washington who have, I think, viewpoints that are really, really out of step with what the American people want. The American people really, I think, have decided that the bulk collection of records is wrong, that it is unconstitutional. The second highest court in the land has said that it's illegal. And yet you still have a significant body of people in this country saying, not only keep doing it, let's do more of it. The problem is if we're going to allow records to be collected without individualized suspicion, what you're doing is allowing something, when we talk about bulk collection, that has no sort of determinants for what suspicion is. You can imagine what the danger of that is if you apply that to everything. Also, in an age where we have computers that can analyze and hold so much information, and they're building them bigger and bigger and gathering more and more and more and processing this information, the great dangers that could come from this. I wrote something about 1984 a couple of years ago, and I said when I read it the first time, I knew Big Brother, it was the danger of all these things, and I thought, oh, this is terrible. But I kind of felt comforted. I read it probably in 1978. We didn't have the technology to eavesdrop on everyone. We didn't have the technology to know everyone's whereabouts. We didn't have the technology to have cameras in every house. In the book they talk about looking at people back and forth through two-way televisions and monitoring everybody's, they had to be careful where books were placed. You had to read in secret, basically. But because the technology didn't exist when I read 1984, I wasn't as concerned about it. But the thing is that you don't lose your freedom in one fell swoop. You lose it a little bit at a time. People say, well, the people doing this are good people. It's like the president said. When the president signed legislation a few years ago that said that an American citizen can be detained without a trial, he said, but I am a good man and I won't use this power. It's sort of a fundamental misunderstanding of law and the rule of law that you think that the goodness of yourself or the goodness of the individuals around you somehow is the protection of the law. The law is really to protect you against bad people. The law is to protect you when bad people get in office. The law, and those who believe in the rule of law, is based on the fact that there's an understanding that in the time of history, people are democratically elected who are bad people. And that people, once given power, become addicted to it, and they want more of it. Lincoln once wrote that any man can stand adversity, but if you want to truly challenge a man, give him power. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about unlimited power. We're not even talking about power that's constrained by law at all. The whole idea that the Patriot Act has anything to do with the bulk collection is a farce. The President's Privacy Commission has really put this in bold for us. That really there is nothing about the Patriot Act that has any resemblance to what we're doing with bulk collection. So that's not only not the rule of law, that is people within government, within the executive branch, that have made the decision that they're going to do whatever they want. One of the things that worries me about this debate, and I think it's good that we're having the debate, but there's apparently a section of the Patriot Act, as we passed the last time, that says if the Patriot Act is not extended, all things previously being investigated before will continue. So we really kind of have a perpetual Patriot Act, if you will. That worries me a little bit, but then again, it worries me even more that we're not even really paying attention to the Patriot Act. We are doing whatever we want. It is sort of a lawlessness that allows us to collect bulk records because there is no relevance to an investigation. As they said in the Privacy Commission, we are collecting the records before there's any investigation. So there is no relevancy to an investigation. The investigation hasn't started yet. Unless the investigation could be defined as everything. And I like the way they put it. They said we'd have to destroy the definition of relevancy to believe that there is any component of relevancy to this investigation. But we're collecting records of every American all of the time right now. It may not be just phone records. They say the biggest source of collection right now is probably actually through Section 702 of FISA, of the FISA amendments. We're not exactly clear what gets scooped up in that. And once again, if these are the records of foreigners, if these are the records of people bent on attacking us, I'm all for getting that. But the way they're collected, and by some allegations intentionally so, we are sometimes targeting a foreigner so we don't have to use a standard at all in order to get information on an American. So let's say that they want information on you. I'm not sure why, because some of this is being used for drug crimes and domestic crime. But let's say they want information on you and they don't want to get a warrant, or a judge says no. In fact, that's sometimes happening, that a FISA court judge is saying no, and then they're using one of these other end-around ways that don't even require a FISA court judge. The level of lawlessness is appalling. The level of lawlessness is astounding. It disappoints me that the president, who was once considered by some to be somewhat of a civil libertarian, does nothing. When the president ran for office, the president said that national security letters ought to be signed by judges. He was in the exact same place where I am on civil liberties with regard to these warrants, the national security letters. Yet his administration issues them by the hundreds of thousands. I think they aren't even reporting these anymore for us. They reported them for a few years, but we're no longer getting the information. But it disappoints me that the president's not really willing to do anything about this. The president could end the bulk collection tomorrow. It is done by executive order. It could be undone by executive order. It is disingenuous at the very least that the president says, oh, yes, we're going to balance liberty and security. Well, no, he's not. He's not balancing anything. He's just continuing to collect all of our records without a warrant. He's continuing to do bulk or general collection of records without a warrant. I think the American people are ready for us to be done with this. My hope is that in today that we will call attention to this, and that the American people will say, who are these people that want to keep collecting our records without a warrant? And why do they still want to do this when the people who have investigated it have determined that no one has been captured by this program? No one has been uniquely identified by this program. So there really is a consideration of whether or not we're going to listen to the American people. Are we going to wake up? Are we a representative body? The other question is, are we going to allow a debate over something that only comes around every 3 years? Or are we going to say, my goodness, it's the weekend and it's Memorial Day weekend and we're up against a deadline, so we just don't have time for listening to this. We don't have time to talk about the Bill of Rights because we just don't have time. I know it's been 3 years that we've known this date was coming up, but we don't have time. I think at the very least we could make time. And that's my request today. My request from the leadership of both sides of the aisle is, can we not make time? You know, there's at least 10 or 15 of us that will co-sponsor about 5 or 6 amendments that we want votes on. And frankly, I think the mood of the country, we have a chance on a few of these. I think, for example, the idea that we're using a lower or a less than constitutional standard to gather information that we say is for terrorism, but then we're going to put people in jail domestically for crimes that are completely and entirely unrelated to terrorism. I'd like to see how the vote turns out on that. Whether or not we can use information gathered in a non-constitutional or a less than constitutional way, whether they're going to use that for domestic crime. If you believe that, it means that we're carving out in our domestic laws an area where the Constitution doesn't entirely apply. So Section 213 allows the entering of the house in a non-constitutional way, a way that if it were done in a straight-up fashion, the courts would say is illegally gathered information and wouldn't be admissible in court. I think we ought to have a vote. Is the Patriot Act or less than constitutional means of gathering information to be used in domestic court? Here's the other question. If they'll be honest with us, are they using it in any other courts? Are there IRS investigations that begin as terrorist investigations but wind up in IRS court? In some ways, I think yes is the answer. We have now the IRS basing investigations of people, maybe for political purposes, but definitely for the purposes of whether or not individuals are doing transactions in certain ways or whether their records are in a certain way. And because it's done this way, we're not really requiring convictions before we take their stuff. This is a separate but related problem because it has to do with using records to gain entrance to people to then take their stuff without a conviction. And I think that's an important question. Are we innocent until proven guilty? Are we really going to allow the government to take possession of your things, without, without a conviction? I think the presumption of innocence is an incredibly important doctrine that we shouldn't so casually dismiss. This is a poll that was commissioned by the ACLU on Monday. And in it, they ask a sample of 300 likely voters between the ages of 18 and 39. They ask them a few questions. Which of the following statements about reauthorizing the Patriot Act do you agree with more? Some people say Congress should modify the Patriot Act to limit government surveillance and protect Americans' privacy. 60% agree. Other people say Congress should preserve the Patriot Act and make no changes because it has been effective in keeping America safe from terrorists and other threats to national security like ISIS or Al-Qaeda. 34%. That's the overall numbers. If you look at it by all parties, Democrat, Independent, and GOP, 58% or greater. In fact, Democrat and Republican are pretty equal, which is interesting. 59% of Democrats, 58% of Republicans think that we've gone too far in the Patriot Act, that Americans' privacy is being disturbed by the Patriot Act. If you look at independents, it's 75% among men that are independent, 65% among women who are independent. If you ask people from this survey, do you find it concerning that the U.S. government is collecting and storing your personal information like your phone records, emails, bank statements, and other communications? 82% are concerned that the government is storing this information. Over 3/4 of voters found 4 different examples of government spying personally concerning to them. The government accessing personal communications, information or records without a judge's permission, 83%. Using that information for things other than stopping terrorists, such as I mentioned, doing convictions for drugs, were the most compelling examples for voters. They asked whether the government accesses any of your personal communications, information, or records you share with a company without a judge's permission. Tell them whether you're concerned with this issue. 83% were concerned. They asked whether the government uses information collected without a warrant for things other than stopping terrorist attacks. 83% were concerned. They asked whether if the government allows private companies to use public school technology programs to track online activities of school children. 77% were concerned. They asked whether if the government performs instant wiretaps on any phone or other telecommunications device located in the United States. 76% were concerned. From this ACLU study of young people, I believe they were all age 18 to 39. They asked whether or not these were conditions that would lead you to believe that Americans need more protections of their privacy. Local police and the FBI need a warrant issued by an independent judge for a valid reason before they search your home or property without your permission. The same should be true of your email and phone records. 84% agreed. If you ask that question in Washington, it's about a 10 or 15% question. Most people in Washington don't think that your email or your phone records should be protected by needing a warrant. But if you ask most Americans that question, particularly young Americans, should your email or your phone records be protected by a warrant? Most people say yes. The government requires some companies to intentionally include security loopholes in their services to make it easier for law enforcement to access your information. These are these backdoor things where they can insert malware. This makes the government less safe by leaving us vulnerable to terrorists and spies from foreign countries who want to harm the U.S. 81% were concerned with this and thought that we should have more privacy. I think it's clear that the American people are concerned about what we're doing. What isn't yet clear is whether the message has been transmitted to Washington. Whether or not there's enough of a majority growing in Washington to actually do something about this. I think the numbers are growing. Over 300 people acknowledged that there was a problem in the House by passing legislation. Now, I have mixed feelings on the legislation. I think that without question, I agree with those who voted for it that bulk collection of records is wrong and that it should end. I've been a little more in the camp, though, that we should just end the bulk collection of records and replace it not with a new program, but with the Constitution. I personally think that we could survive with the Constitution. I think that we could also survive and catch terrorists with the Constitution. In fact, I think we can get more information with the Constitution. I think that valid warrants are much more powerful. A valid warrant allows a great deal more of information, and they're also specific. So once we're doing valid warrants, we're not doing sort of this dragnet. We're not doing sort of this just vacuuming up everything. We're not becoming overwhelmed with a lot of incidental data. What we're doing is we're specifically going to the heart of things. We're specifically going to the core of whether or not we can actually get the people who are attacking us. When we look at the privacy report that we've talked a little bit about, the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, that is this bipartisan board that basically said very explicitly to the president that what he was doing is illegal. It does still boggle my mind that the president was told by his own privacy board that it was illegal and he just keeps doing it. It somewhat boggles the mind that he was told by the appellate court that what he's doing is illegal, and yet he just keeps doing it. It's an incredible deflection. It's incredibly disingenuous that the president says, well, we're going to balance liberty and security, and I'm just waiting for Congress to tell me what to do. Well, he didn't wait for Congress to tell him to collect the phone records. In fact, we never did such a thing. Even the people intimately involved with passing the Patriot Act, those who were the co-sponsors and authors of the Patriot Act, have all said they never intended and don't believe the Patriot Act gives any justification for bulk collection of records. So Congress didn't ever authorize the bulk collection of records. Two different commissions that he's put forward, the Privacy and Civil Liberties as well as the Review Commission, have both told him that it's illegal, and yet he keeps going on. I've heard very little questioning of the president or his people about this. I kind of wonder why we don't ask more questions, why we just sort of accept that a program that's said to be illegal by the courts, a program that's said to be illegal by two different independent commissions, why we wouldn't stop it, why the president wouldn't have the wherewithal to stop it. And it disappoints me. The program was actually begun even before the Patriot Act was finalized. We did this for a couple years just simply by presidential edict. This is another concerning development in our country, is that more and more your government is run by executive edict, by executive order. Thousands and thousands of executive orders. In the 1950s, we had a discussion of executive orders. I think it's the only time it's gone to the Supreme Court, the Youngstown Steel case. And in the Youngstown Steel case, the court came down and said that there are three different kinds of executive orders. There are executive orders that are clearly in furtherance of legislative action, and those are perfectly legal. There are executive orders that are debatable, whether they further legislative action or not. But then there are some executive orders that are clearly in defiance of what the legislature has done, and these are clearly illegal, and the Supreme Court struck down what Truman had done. I think we need to revisit that debate, because what's happening in our country, and it may well be the biggest problem in the country, is part of what's going on with this bulk collection, but really it's part of a bigger problem. The bigger problem is that power has drifted away from Congress or has been abdicated and given up. We gave the power to the presidency, and we didn't do it just in one fell swoop. It wasn't just Republicans, it wasn't just Democrats. It was a little bit of both, and it's been going on for probably over 100 years now. I think it accelerated in the era of Wilson, but over decades it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. Under the New Deal, the executive branch grew an alarming amount, but more recently it continues to grow by leaps and bounds. It may well be the number one issue that we face as a country is that we've had what some have described as a collapse in the separation of powers. Madison talked about that each branch would have ambition to protect their own power. So we would pit ambition against ambition, and that each would jealously guard their power, and as such, power wouldn't grow, power would be checked. But power has grown. It's grown alarmingly so, and mostly grown and gravitated to the executive branch. So in the short time that I've been here, I've seen that in many ways, the least of our bureaucrats are more powerful, probably in some ways, than the greatest of our legislators. So the most powerful of our legislators are somewhat of less power than bureaucrats. Almost every constituent that comes to talk to me from Kentucky that has a problem with government, as we explore the problem and explore the solution, we discover that Congress didn't pass their problem. Congress didn't write the rule that is beleaguering them. Congress didn't inflict the punishment that is making it difficult for them to run their business. It was done by an unelected bureaucrat. This has grown, and sometimes it's grown from even when we had well intentions, when we tried to do the right thing, but it turned out wrong, and probably that's really the story of Washington as well. Take even like the Clean Water Act. Clean Water Act, I support. I would have voted for it. 1974 says you can't discharge pollutants into a navigable stream. Well, I agree with that. The problem is that over about a 40-year period, we've come to define dirt as a pollutant, and my backyard is a navigable stream. And so once again, we take our eye off the prize. What are the things that we really ought to have the government involved with? Big bodies of water between the states, rivers, lakes, oceans, air. There is a role for the government to be involved. But because we got people abusing the rights of private property owners and saying, if you put dirt in your backyard, we'll put you in jail, it's become sort of to the point of craziness. But it's all executive branch overreach. There was a case that went to the Supreme Court a few years ago in Idaho, and the couple lived near a lake, but about a mile from a lake. They didn't live on the lake. It was on an incline, and there were houses on both sides of their property. So they bought their property and started doing what everybody else did, backhoeing and creating a footprint and filling it and putting down footers. The EPA showed up and said that you're destroying a wetland, and we're going to fine you $37,000 a day. Well, they were kind of like, well, I thought if it were a wetland, there would be water, or standing water, or it would look like the Everglades, or there would be some sort of evidence that it's wetlands. Well, the EPA said, yeah, there is evidence. If any one of 300 different species of plant grows in your backyard, we can define it as a wetlands. We can take leaves, and if we flip the leaves over and they're black on the bottom, and it indicates there's moisture under the leaves, you could be a wetlands. But this all came out of crazy executive overreach. We did not do any of that. Congress did not do one iota of this expansion. It was done some by these law courts, these EPA courts, but it was done a lot by executive definition of what a wetlands is. In the early 1990s, under a Republican president, we redefined a wetlands. They commissioned a book, I don't know, 50-page book, 200-page book, and they just redefined what a wetlands was. And by redefining what a wetlands was, we doubled the amount of wetlands in the country overnight. Not by preserving land, but by redefining a lot of land that it really is not a wetland. We now are connecting all through the waters of the U.S. We're connecting everybody to the ocean somehow and saying that every bit of land is somehow connected to navigable water. I was talking to one of the senators from Idaho a year or so ago, and I liked what he told me. He told me, in Idaho, we've got a very precise definition of what a navigable stream is. You put a log in of 2-inch diameter, and it has to float 100 feet in a certain period of time. And I just love the definition of it because, yeah, that sounds like a stream that's probably moving and there's some water in it. But we now say a crevice in the side of the mountain is that if when it rains, water goes over there, is a stream. But as a consequence, we're shutting down America. People complain about jobs, but they're all for these regulations, and then they complain that they don't have a job. One gentleman decided that he was going to put dirt on his land in southern Mississippi, and it was what he considered to be uplands. There were trees growing on it, so usually trees, are not really a typical feature of wetlands. His daughter was about, I think she was 43 at the time, and he was 70. The Clean Water Act by putting clean dirt on his own land where there was no water to begin with. He was given 10 years in prison. He just got out of prison about a month ago. He's now 80 years old. That's what's happening in America. And so you wonder why some of us are worried about our records being snatched up. We're worried that our own government's run amok, that our own government's out of control, and that our own government's not really paying attention to us. And to put a 70-year-old man in prison for 10 years for putting clean dirt on his own land, the person who did that ought to go to jail. In fact, they ought to be put in a stockade and publicly flogged and then made to pay penance for a decade for doing something so stupid. But the thing is that this is going on. A guy named John Potsky was a Hungarian immigrant, came here, loved our country like so many immigrants. He came here from communism, and he loved being in our country, and he worked hard, and he had a little, like a mechanic shop, I think, in Morristown, New Jersey. Wasn't in the greatest part of town. It was a commercial part of town. There was all these commercial buildings. Across the street from him was a dump. It did flood on occasion, but the reason it flooded was the ditches were full of 7,000 tires. People just throwing all kinds of crap there. There was all kinds of rotted out automobiles. It was a junkyard. So they'd thrown all this stuff out there. He bought the land pretty cheap because it was a junkyard, and he decided to clean it up. He picked up 7,000 tires. He picked up all the rusted automobiles, and lo and behold, when you clean the drainage ditches, it no longer flooded. But he started putting some dirt on there, and the government said he was breaking the law, that he was once again contaminating wetlands. He was a Hungarian, and he didn't like to be told what to do, and I can understand the sentiment. So he just kept putting the dirt on there, and he decided to do it at night. And they caught him because they spent, I don't know, $250,000 on cameras and surveillance to catch a guy putting dirt on his own land. He was bankrupted. They put him in jail for 3 years. They fined him $200 and something thousand. They wiped him out such that he couldn't even pay the taxes. They broke his spirit. I've met his daughter. It's just a tragic case. So you wonder why some of us are worried about the government having all of our records. I talked earlier about what happened in Westchester, and I think this is an appalling thing that should make you concerned about having records. In Westchester, I think that's where the Clintons live. But anyway, they decided they would reveal all the gun records. And so in Westchester, they revealed whether you had a gun or didn't have a gun and where you lived. And it's like, can you imagine how that might be a problem? Let's say you're a wife that's been beaten by your ex-husband and you live in fear of him, and you either have a gun or don't have a gun. Either way, you don't want your ex-husband to know where you live, and particularly if you don't have a gun, you don't want your ex-husband to know that beat you that you don't have a gun. Think if you're a prosecutor or a judge. They get threatened by the people they put in jail. Would you want your name in the paper with your address and that you have a gun or don't have a gun? So you can see how privacy is kind of a big deal. Privacy can mean life and death in that kind of situation. I think we ought to be more cognizant of what a big deal this is and what a big deal the Bill of Rights is. We shouldn't be, I think, so flippant that we're like, oh yeah, whatever. Let's just, we got to be safe. And, if maybe we catch a terrorist, maybe we don't, but we've got to do this. And we just have to give up some of our freedom to be secure. It turns out, though, even when you look at the objective evidence, that it doesn't appear that we are more safe. It appears that when they've alleged that we're safer, what has happened is it doesn't look like we've gotten any unique intelligence from these things. I think that probably there's nothing more important than discussing the Bill of Rights and talking about our civil liberties. I think that we need to have an adequate debate. It's supposed to be what the Senate was famous about. My hope is that from drawing some attention to this issue today, that we'll get an agreement. And that's the agreement we're going to ask for. We're going to ask for an agreement from both parties to allow amendments to the Patriot Act. We're going to ask, and we could start anytime they're ready. If somebody wants to send a message to the leadership, if they're ready to come out and allow a debate and allow amendments on the Patriot Act, or a promise to do this before the expiration, we could probably get something moving. I think the American people are ready for that debate. I think the American people, look at the statistics, particularly among young people. It's a 70 to 80% issue where young people are saying, for goodness sakes, we don't want our records scooped up, vacuumed up by the government without any suspicion. I think it's also that young people get this more than others because they're used to their records being digital. They're used to their records being on their phone. They're very aware that their records are stored on a server somewhere. And you've grown to expect privacy. Now some say, oh, that's crazy. Young people share their information all the time. Well, you do and you don't. You share your information. I share my information when I buy things online, but I'm sharing it through an agreement. The people I share it with, the companies that then market other things to me, have agreed through a privacy agreement not to share my information, not to sell my information. I'm to be anonymous, but they will market to me, but they've promised to keep me anonymous. We're comforted by the fact that we have a privacy agreement, and that if millions of people sued them, they couldn't get away with revealing our information. What I don't like about some of the different things that we're doing, and this includes the USA Freedom Act, is that we give liability protection. When we give liability protection, I think it's an invitation to say, you know what, your privacy agreement really isn't that important, and if you breach it, nobody's allowed to sue you. And so I think that that's something we ought to be very careful with. And if we do end up having a debate on this, and we do end up having amendments on this, that we consider taking out the liability protection. I think also the most important thing is that if we decide that bulk collection is wrong, we need to understand how you get bulk collection. You get bulk collection because you have a non-specific warrant. You don't have an individualized warrant, you have a general warrant. This is what we've been fighting since the time of John Wilkes in 1760 in England, through James Otis in the 1760s here, through John Adams. The debate has always been about, and the thing that we found most egregious, the thing that we found most objectionable, was the idea that a warrant for your information wouldn't have your name on it. It wouldn't be individualized, or that it wouldn't be without suspicion, or that it would occur without a judge's warrant. It really was one of the things that annoyed us more than anything else. One of the things that, Adams said was the spark of our war for independence was just the sheer gall we had of British soldiers coming into our house without a warrant. Because most of your records are in your house, we don't see basically the physical and abrupt entry into your house anymore. But it happens nonetheless. It happens in just less of a physical way because your records are virtual now. But how we let people come into our house is pretty important. On the issue of warrants, this isn't specific to the Patriot Act, but it's a related issue. And the issue is whether or not we should allow people to come into our house in the middle of the night with what's called a no-knock raid. The sneak and peek, they come in and leave. The no-knock raid, you know they're there when they come. But the problem is that people are being woken up in the middle of the night and they're grabbing their gun by their bedside. If they're in a high-crime neighborhood, they have a gun by their bedside, and they're sometimes shooting the police. Most of these are looking for drugs. And I hate drugs about as much as anybody. I've seen addiction to drugs. I've worked with people as a physician, and I know what it's like. But the thing is that barging through doors in the middle of the night leads to accidents in both ways. Police get shot. Police accidentally shoot the victim sometimes. In Modesto, in I think it was 2002, they burst into a home, 1 or 2 in the morning, yelled and screamed, "Everybody get on the ground, everybody get on the ground." There was an 11-year-old kid. He got on the ground, and the officer's shotgun accidentally discharged, and it was an accident, but it didn't help the kid. He died. And it's like, the thing is that, do we really need that? Do we need to come in the middle of the night looking for marijuana or any kind of drug? Couldn't we come in the daytime and knock on the door and say we've got a warrant? Now, I know police work is not without risk, and people do shoot back at them, so I understand where they're coming from and wanting to protect them and to be safe, and I want to protect the police, but I actually think it protects the police more if we go in the way we do with traditional warrants and not with unannounced warrants. Now, of course, there are different circumstances or exigencies. There are times when police go in without any warrant at all. There's something imminent going on or some threat of a dangerous situation inside, police go in. But I think for the most part, we're better off if we do things and do them in the traditional way with warrants. When we talk about how warrants have changed, one of the changes is that with the standard for what the warrant is issued with, even if it were individualized, if it says that you only have to say they're relevant to an investigation, that's a big step down from probable cause. People have defined probable cause over time in different ways. This is from Ballantyne's Law Dictionary. A common definition of probable cause is a reasonable amount of suspicion supported by circumstances sufficiently strong to justify a prudent and cautious person's belief that certain facts are probably true. Now, some lawyer must have written that, but you can kind of get a little bit of an understanding that we're supposed to go through some kind of thought process, and there's supposed to be evidence of suspicion. Now, it's not the standard of proving guilt, proving beyond preponderance of the facts or beyond any kind of doubt. But the thing is it is a standard, and it's a standard that we've had for a long time. The Oxford Companion to the American Law defines probable cause as information sufficient to warrant a prudent person's belief that evidence of a crime or contraband would be found in a search. Probable cause is a stronger standard of evidence than a reasonable suspicion, but it's weaker than that we require for a criminal conviction. Even hearsay can support probable cause if it's from a reliable source or supported by other evidence, which is kind of interesting because people are so worried about getting a warrant, but even a warrant can be supported by someone making an accusation. It's not perfect. In fact, there are some people that complain warrants are too easy to get. But the thing is that there's no evidence that it's really overly hard to get a warrant. That if we went back to the Constitution, I had this debate years ago with one of the last time it came up for renewal, and I was walking along with one of the other senators who supported the Patriot Act, and he acted as if, well, you know what, if it expires at midnight, what will we do? And, my response was maybe we could live with the Constitution at least for a while. We did for hundreds of years, Is there anything so unique about the times we live in that we couldn't still live under the Constitution? The Fourth Amendment has its origins in English common law, the saying that a man's home is his castle. This is the idea that someone has the right to defend their castle or home from invasion from the government. Based on the castle doctrine in the 1600s, landowners first recorded legal protection from casual searches from government. So some of the famous cases are actually in the 1760s, but even at least 100 years in advance of that, they were beginning to develop protections for people from the government. And it's interesting to realize that this is not a new phenomenon where we're talking about protecting ourselves from government. We protect ourselves, and government helps us protect ourselves from others who might be violent against us. But we've always, for hundreds and hundreds of years, been aware that government does bad things too, and that if you don't control, if you don't ration the amount of power that you give to government, that you can get to a point where the great abuse comes from government itself. So they began to use warrants, but in England, the debate quickly developed over whether a general warrant was adequate or a specific warrant. This is where John Wilkes comes in. This is where James Otis comes in. One of the debates over the separation of powers that we have, and this is pretty commonly going on, although I think the people who believe in unlimited inherent powers are probably in the majority in Washington. But there's a debate over what people call Article 2 powers. So the Article 2 is where the executive is given powers under the Constitution, but there are people who sort of believe in this unlimited nature, that there really is nothing really that restrains. In fact, some have said, even in the debate over this, that the Executive Order 12333 that is involved in some of this records production, they say that it's really none of our business because it's Article 2. It's part of the inherent powers of the president to, in times of war, times of conflict, do whatever they need to do. Well, I think that's a dangerous supposition, to think that really that there are times when there are no checks and balances. I personally think that it was probably one of the most genius things that we got out of our founding fathers was the checks and balances and the division of power. Montesquieu was one of the philosophers that the founding fathers looked to, and some say, when we were setting up the separation of powers, that he was probably where we got the example. But Montesquieu said that when the executive begins to legislate, that a form of tyranny will ensue, because you've allowed too much power to gravitate to one body and you haven't divided the power. The division of power was one of the, if not the most important, one of the most important things we got from our founding fathers. But we're having this collapse of the separation of powers. It's getting to be where there's an ancillary body, which is Congress, and then there's the executive branch, the behemoth, the Leviathan. The executive branch is so large that really the most important laws in the land are being written by bureaucrats that no one elects and no one can unelect. In an average year, there are over 200 regulations that will cost the economy $100 million apiece. We don't vote on any of them. You vote indirectly for the president, but I think that's so indirect that it's a real problem. And I think what we have now is we have an executive branch that legislates. And so the collapse of the separation of powers is it's a collapse of the equilibrium. And this equilibrium is what kept power in check. And when I think who's to blame for this, it isn't one party, it's really both parties. When we have a Republican in office, Republicans tend to forgive a Republican president and give them more power. When we have a Democrat in office, the Democrats tend to forgive a Democrat and give the Democrat more power. A more honest sort of approach to this, or a more, I think, statesman-like approach to this, would be that if we were able to have both parties stand up as a body, and if there were pride in the institution of Congress, pride such that we were jealous of our power, that we were pitting our ambition to keep our power against the ambition of the president, regardless of the president's party affiliation, then we might have a chance. A lot of the things about collection of bulk data were not known for years and years, but have been going on for a long time. One of the things that I found most troubling in the John Napier tie op-ed was that he said, and he was giving a speech, and he said, well, the good news is that if the American people are upset, if they're upset about things, intelligence activities, and they think it's an overreach, that they have every opportunity to use the democratic process to change things. This went through the White House censor, and the White House censor, counsel, advisor, boss, decided that they needed to take that out of his speech because they didn't want to imply really that intelligence activities could be changed through democratic action. Because they took the opinion, apparently, that the inherent powers of Article 2 are not subject to democratic action. So when I think of the people who say that the inherent powers are unlimited, and that the president has these powers that are not to be checked by Congress, I don't think of a presidency. I think of a different word, and it's not president. So I'm very concerned about whether or not we're going to let this go on. There are some other side effects that come from this. As you allow the executive branch unlimited power, as you allow the bureaucracy to grow, a consequence or a side effect has been that the debt has grown to alarming portions. We borrow about $1 million a minute. We have an $18 trillion debt. And as the debt has grown larger, the executive branch has grown bigger, your congressmen and women have grown more ancillary and more peripheral to the entire process. But I'm one who believes that there are limits. I think there is a limit to how much debt we can incur and how rapidly we can incur it. I think already we see sort of an anchor or a burden, an effect on the economy that pulls us down and causes growth to be less vibrant. Some say 1 million jobs a year, are being prevented from being created because of this. So I think that if we're not careful, that this collapse of the separation of powers, this collapse of equilibrium, as we let this get away from us, that really we're also getting away from us the control over our future. We're letting the power accumulate in such a rapid fashion that if you want to see how much power is accumulating, you could almost make the analogy of looking at the debt clock. If you go to debtclock.org and just watch the debt spiraling out of control, as the debt grows larger and larger, I think you basically are seeing a corresponding diminishment of your freedom. And it is of concern. It's of concern how rapidly this is happening. There's sort of, I think, two philosophic reasons why we should be concerned about power. One, that power corrupts, but really more basic than that is that as power grows, there has to be a corresponding loss of your freedom. I call this sort of the liberty argument for minimizing government. Thomas Paine sort of made this argument. Thomas Paine said that government is a necessary evil. What do you mean by that? I think what he meant by that is that you need government. We need government for a stabilizing force. There are things that government needs to do. But it's a necessary evil because you have to give up your liberty to have some government. How do you give up your liberty? You give up some of what you earn. Your liberty is who you are. The liberty is what you produce with your hands. And the liberty is what people will pay you to do things with your hands, what you do and produce. That's your income, that's you, that's your liberty. So if we have 100% taxation, I would say you have no liberty. You're essentially a slave to the state. You have 50%, you're only half slave, half free. But the thing is that the smaller your government, the lower your taxation, the more free you are. But it's an argument for, if you're concerned about freedom, you'd want as small a government as you possibly could have that still did the things that you think are necessary. The other argument I like for why you should keep your government small is what I call the efficiency argument. The efficiency argument, I think, was best expounded by Milton Friedman, who said that nobody spends somebody else's money as wisely as their own. And there's sort of a truism to that, and you think about it in your own life. If I ask you for $1,000 to invest in a business enterprise, you'll think, how long did it take me to earn $1,000? You'll think, I had to pay taxes, I had to save, I had to pay all my expenses to get this $1,000. And you'll think how much you prize that, and you won't make the decision in an easy fashion. You'll make your decision not perfectly, but if you compare your decision spending your money to a politician spending the money, it's just bound to be a wiser decision. It's a more heart-wrenching decision, and it ends up typically probably being a better decision. Because your politicians, if you ask a politician for $1 million, that might be equivalent to 1,000, or it might not mean anything to them. You might ask them for $10 billion. I mean, think about it this way. We gave $500 million to one of the richest guys in our country to build something that nobody seemed to want. And he lost all of the money. And you think to yourself, do you think the person in the Department of Energy that gave $500 million to one of the richest guys in the country to build something we didn't want feels bad or doesn't sleep well at night? No, I think they gave that person the money because that person was a big contributor. They were an activist for their candidate, so when they got in power, they used the Department of Energy as their own personal piggy bank to pass out loans to their friends. But nobody feels bad about the fact that they lost the money because it wasn't their money. So it's the efficiency argument for why you should think the government should be small. Before the Patriot Act, there was something called stellar wind. This was a secret also, and we didn't learn about this for many years, but this was started immediately after 9/11 and was revealed by Thomas Tam at the New York Times in 2008. But it basically was a prelude to the bulk collection that we're having now. So the amazing thing about bulk collection is none of this is new. It's been going on now for 14 or 15 years. It doesn't make it any less objectionable, but it's not new. We've now had bulk collection under two different administrations. One administration got a great deal of grief for this, and then the next party ran and said, we're going to change these things and we're going to do things differently. And they did them the same or more so. So there really hadn't been any changed. And that's why some people, I guess, are concerned about whether or not we truly get change. The program's activities in Stellar Wind involve data mining of large databases of communications of American citizens, including emails, telephone conversations, financial transactions, and internet activity. William Binney, a retired leader within the NSA, became a whistleblower because he believed these programs to be unconstitutional. The intelligence community also was able to obtain from the Treasury Department suspicious activity reports. So we're back to these banking reports that are issued also. If we decide to fix bulk records and try to do something about this, I think injustice, the main thing is we should be aware that this isn't the only program. There's probably a dozen programs. There's probably another dozen we haven't even heard of that they won't tell any of us about. And realize that they're not asking Congress for permission. They are doing whatever they want. We did not give them permission under the Patriot Act to do bulk collection of phone records. They are doing it with no authority or inherent authority or some other authority because the courts have already told them that there is no authority under the Patriot Act. There's also no common sense logic that could explain, no common sense logic that could say that there's a relevancy to all the data of every American. When Stellar Wind came about, there were internal disputes within the Justice Department about the legality of the program because the data was being collected for large numbers of people, not just the subjects of FISA warrants. The Stellar Wind cases were referred to by FBI agents as pizza cases because many seemingly suspicious cases turned out to be food takeout orders. Imagine also that if we're looking for interconnecting spots, that a lot of people order pizza. According to Mueller, approximately 99% of the cases led nowhere. Nevertheless, internal counsel for the administration said that because the nation had been thrust into an armed conflict by a foreign attack, the president has determined in his role as commander-in-chief that it is essential for defense against a further attack to use these wiretapping capabilities within the United States. He has inherent constitutional authority to order warrantless wiretapping. The memo goes one step further. It says that the president has inherent constitutional authority to order warrantless wiretapping. We're talking about warrantless. We're not talking about any kind of subpoena here. Warrantless wiretapping. And it goes on, here's the conclusion. An authority that Congress cannot curtail. So if we really believe that bulk collection is wrong, and if we really believe that we need to be a check and balance on the president, we should just be getting started with reining him in on bulk collection, because the president, this was the previous administration, but the president says that these authorities they're using cannot be curtailed by Congress. If you talk about a presidency that has powers that are not checked by Congress, I don't think we're talking about a presidency here. There's another name for that kind of leader, but it's not president. The argument here is astounding. The argument here is that they can collect anything they want without a warrant because the president has inherent constitutional authority to order warrantless wiretapping, an authority that Congress cannot curtail. I think that's alarming. A few years later, though, the Office of Legal Counsel came back, this is also from the administration, and concluded that at least the email program was not legal. And then acting Attorney General James Comey refused to reauthorize it. William Binney, a former NSA codebreaker that we've talked about, who is a whistleblower, talked about some of the activities of the NSA. He said they have highly secured rooms that tap into major switches and satellite communications at both AT&T and Verizon. The article, I believe this was New York Times, suggested that supposedly dispatched Stellar Wind, supposedly they were no longer doing this, continues as an active program. This conclusion was supported by the exposure of room 641A in AT&T's operations center in San Francisco in 2006. It gets back to the trust factor. The Director of National Intelligence said they weren't collecting any bulk data, but he wasn't telling the truth. They tell us Stellar Wind ended some back in 2005, 2006, but then we find a room at AT&T that's still hooked up directly to the NSA. I would like to see the phone companies be better defenders of our privacy, but with the Patriot Act, we gave them immunity. Even if there were some individuals in the phone companies that cared about your privacy and thought that your phone conversations should be protected, why do it? You can't sue them. If you have a privacy agreement with your phone company, they don't care. Nobody can sue them. It has no protection. You have no standing in court to protect yourself. It's one of the problems of the USA Freedom Act is that we're giving liability protection once again to the phone companies for something new. One question I would ask, if there was anybody that would actually tell you the answer, would be, if we already gave them liability protection under the Patriot Act, why are they getting it again under the USA Freedom Act, unless we're asking them to do something new that they didn't have permission for? The other problem with the USA Freedom Act is, if you think bulk collection is wrong, why do they need new authorities? Why are we giving them some kind of new authority? Are we restricting their authority in 215, Section 215 of the Patriot Act on one hand, and then expanding it on another? I think when people are dishonest with you, you're right to be doubtful, and you're right to try to circumscribe and to put their power in a box such that you can watch them and make sure that they're honest. In June of 2013, the Washington Post and the Guardian published an offer from the Office of the Inspector General draft report dated March 2009 that detailed the Stellar Wind program. So still in 2009, there was evidence that Stellar Wind was still going on. And realize Stellar Wind's not what we're talking about. Stellar Wind would be other bits of information that are being collected beyond your phone records. So I think if we had someone here, or if we had somebody who would honestly tell us, I'd sure like to know, do they absorb and collect all of our credit card information? I have a feeling it probably is done. I don't know, and I've not been told, so I'm not revealing a secret, but I guess it is done. I'm guessing all of your records are collected. Because the thing is we have the audacity of the executive branch saying that they have inherent constitutional authority to do anything they want, to order warrantless wiretapping. According to the executive branch, they have an authority that Congress cannot curtail. That doesn't sound like the office of the presidency to me. It sounds like the office of a governmental official that you have no control over. It sounds inconsistent or antithetical to really a constitutional republic? How can you have a presidency that has unlimited power? That's what they're telling you. Now, they're telling you it's in the service of good. We're going to catch terrorists, so we're going to do good things, and we're going to look at all of your information, but we're never going to abuse your privacy. During September 2014, the New York Times asserted questions persist after the release of a newly declassified version of a legal memo from the NSA Stellar Wind program, a set of warrantless surveillance and data collection activities secretly authorized after 2001. The article addressed the release of newly declassified version of the 2004 memo. Note was made that the bulk program, telephone, internet, email surveillance of American citizens remained secret until the revelations by Edward Snowden. And that to date, significant portions of the memo remain redacted in the newly released version as well, that doubts and questions about its legality continue to persist. When we go back to the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, as they get closer to their conclusion, they talk about, once again, the idea that you're only hearing one side. And I think no matter how honest, no matter how patriotic people are, one side just won't do it. You can't find the whole truth when only the government presents their position. The Civil Liberties Privacy Board says that the proceedings with only one side being presented raise concerns that the court does not take adequate account of positions other than those of the government. They recommended the creation of a panel of private attorneys, special advocates, who can be brought into cases involving novel and significant issues by FISA court judges. I think this would be a step in the right direction, but I think also that what we need to do is we really probably should give you the ability to have your own attorney. If this is a court proceeding, I think having your own attorney, so you really have somebody who works for you, who is your advocate. But a special advocate would be better than what we have. The board goes on to conclude, transparency is one of the foundations of democratic governance. Our constitutional system of government relies upon the participation of an informed electorate. This in turn requires public access to information about the activities of the government. Transparency supports accountability. I couldn't agree more. It's even more important when you talk about the intelligence agency because of the extraordinary power we give to these people. The extraordinary power we give them to invade our privacy and to have tools to invade our privacy, we have to trust them. So there needs to be a degree of transparency. The transparency doesn't have to involve state secrets. It doesn't have to involve code or names, but the transparency needs to be involved what they're doing. The thing is that, do you think any terrorist in the world doesn't realize that all the information is being scarped up? It is not a secret that they're doing this. So we should have an open debate in a free society about how it should be done and whether you can gather information in a way that's consistent with the Constitution. When we get to the Privacy and Civil Liberty Board's recommendations, they have several good recommendations. Number one, the government should end its Section 215 bulk telephone records program, period. They say that the program, as it is constituted, implicates constitutional concerns under the First and Fourth Amendments. This is the President's Privacy and Civil Liberties Board. Without the current Section 215 program, the government would still be able to seek telephone calling records directly from the communications providers through other existing legal authorities. I think the other existing legal authorities could be the Constitution. Could we not just call a judge and get a warrant and go down to the phone company and get what we want? I think there's a way that we can do this that is still consistent with the Constitution. The other recommendation they have, other than ending the program, is that when the bulk collection program is ended, that the records should be purged, so there's no chance that this can be abused again in the future. One of the arguments for the NSA has been that they collect the data, it's in a database, but that it's only accessed then when they have what they call reasonable articulable suspicion. One of the recommendations of the Privacy Board, though, was that they not be given the ability to judge whether there is reasonable articulable suspicion, that it would actually go to an independent judge to determine this. So the recommendation of the Policy Board was that these should go to the review of the FISA court before they are able to query the database. There are many different groups that have been fighting for privacy in our country, and it's a coalition of people both from the right and from the left. You've seen it today as different senators have come out here. We've had senators from the Republican Party as well as the Democrat Party. We've had those from the right, from the left. We've had conservatives, libertarians. We've had progressives. There's been a combination of folks who all sort of have one thing in common, and that's the belief that the Bill of Rights should be protected. Among the private groups that have done a good job with this, Electronic Frontier Foundation has been one of the groups that's done a great job here. In one of their newsletters, they quote Ron Wyden, and he says, "We have not yet seen any evidence showing that the NSA's dragnet collection of Americans' phone records has produced any uniquely valuable intelligence." Patrick Eddington writes for Cato. Cato's been another group that's been a good supporter of privacy. In an article that talks about the upcoming battle from a couple of weeks ago, he writes, this is of the USA Freedom Act. And this is sort of the big debate, because many people on both sides of the aisle think that the bulk collection of records is not constitutional. We think it exceeds the government's power, exceeds the Constitution. But what many are proposing to replace it is the USA Freedom Act. This is what Patrick Eddington writes. The USA Freedom Act claims to end the controversial telephone metadata program, but a close reading of the bill reveals that it actually leaves key part of Patriot Act definitions of person or U.S. person intact. So a person is defined as any individual, including officer or employee of the federal government, or any group, entity, association, corporation, or foreign power. So the question I have is, it sounds good that we're going to make the definition of whose records we go out, we're going to say it's going to be a specific U.S. person. The problem is that we then define person as corporation. And so we get back to the same argument. If we're going to search the database of all of your phone calls and we say that a person is Verizon, we're stuck again back collecting everybody's records. And what I don't want to have happen, and I won't be able to support, is a bill that becomes bulk collection of your records just under a different venue. You know, to me, I'm not sure that your privacy has been protected more if that we're now just asking the phone companies for bulk collection where we were taking their data, sourcing it, and getting it from the companies after they gave it to the government. I'm just not sure if it's that much distinctly difference. In the USA Freedom Act, they talk about the idea that we would get special advocates, and I'm for that. I think that's a good idea. But Patrick Eddington points out a flaw in this. He says that the FISA court has sole discretion to appoint or not appoint these amicus curiae, or these special advocates. So it could be that a FISA court that really has not been too inquisitive, a FISA court that has determined that all of your records are somehow relevant, may not be the most inquisitive to appoint an advocate for you if they've been able to define relevance as meaning all of your records. Another deficiency of the USA Freedom Act is that it does not address bulk collection under Executive Order 12333. The bill also fails to address bulk collection under Section 702 of the FISA Amendments Act. Now you could just say, what are you complaining about? You're getting some improvement. You still got problems, but we're getting some improvement. I guess my point is that we're having this debate, and we don't have it very often. We're having the debate every 3 years, and some people have tried to make this permanent where we'd never have any debate. And even though we're only having it every 3 years, it's still uncertain whether I'll be granted any amendments to this bill. So, yeah, I'd like to address everything while we can. I think we ought to address Section 702. I think we ought to, for goodness sakes, why wouldn't we have some hearings on the Executive Order 12333? Now, I think they may be having them in secret, but I go back to what Senator Wyden said earlier. I think the principles of the law could be discussed in public. We don't have to reveal how we do stuff. Do you think anybody in the world thinks we're not looking at their stuff? Why don't we explore the legality and the law of how we're doing it, as opposed to leaving it unsaid and unknown and secret? Part of our secrecy is sort of backfiring on us also, because what's happening is, in keeping this secret, people believe the worst. Everybody around the world believes the worst about us. Everybody around the world believes that they're having all their stuff looked at, that their emails will be looked at. So if you're a business person in Europe and you're trying to negotiate a secure deal, a deal that you don't want your competitors to know what you're offering to buy a certain company, I would think you probably wouldn't use American email. And I would guess that's what's happening. American companies are starting to try to figure out a way around this to try to offer encryption. And what's the government do? The president's administration's all over the airwaves, all over Washington, all over the place, talking about how that the companies are somehow evil for wanting to encrypt their data. And I saw the Secretary of Homeland Security in my committee the other day, and I said, you realize it's your fault. It's not the company's fault that they're trying to protect their information for their customers. They're trying to make a living. It's your fault for bullying them and stealing their information and stealing all of Americans' information. We're simply reacting to the bully that you are. Most of the things that Patrick Eddington points out in this piece are things that we actually have amendments that would make stronger. So if there are arguments that maybe the USA Freedom Act could be made better, definitely reauthorizing it by itself is a big mistake, but that if there's going to be offered alternatives, then maybe we could try to offer alternatives that makes the USA Freedom Act better. The other one that they offer here, or that Patrick Eddington puts forward, is that there's no bar on the government imposing backdoors being built into electronic devices. So that's what we've talked about before, that the government is mandating to different companies that they have to have access to their product. And I think it's been an under-discussed development that the companies are going to be more at risk for sabotage by foreign countries, foreign governments, and sabotage from hackers if they build a portal. So if the government says, we need a portal to stick our big nose in your business and suck up all your information, my guess is that sophisticated hackers and sophisticated foreign governments will say, you know what? Most of American software now has a flaw, and the American government's getting into it. What do you think that these people will do? Develop programs to look for the flaws and churn through until they find our flaws. It's the opposite of what we should be doing. We should be trying to keep foreign governments, foreign snoopers, foreign competitors out of our stuff, including the U.S. government. But we're doing the opposite. There's a lot to be desired with the U.S. Freedom Act. I try to be supportive of moving forward, but I can't support it unless we're able to incorporate some of the other ideas that I think are necessary. The people who say we're just not doing enough. This week, many have come out and said, we've got to collect more data. We've got to, we're only collecting a third of the data. We got to get more data. The interesting thing is that we're spending $52 billion a year on intelligence in our country. $52 billion. $10 billion in the NSA alone. It's $167 per person in the U.S. I think it's hard to argue we're not doing enough already. I think the argument can be made, though, that we're doing it in such a haphazard, all-collecting, all-consuming, indiscriminate way that maybe we're not getting the best bang for our buck. There have been many groups out there. We mentioned Electronic Frontier Foundation, Tech Freedom, Liberty Coalition, Gen Opportunity, Competitive Enterprise Institute, FreedomWorks. A lot of different groups from right and left that are opposed to this bulk collection of data. There was an interesting article recently written by Anthony Romero with the ACLU, and the title of it was "The Sun Must Go Down on the Patriot Act." In it, he refers back to both, the review group that we talked about and the Civil Liberties Oversight Board, and he says and reiterates a point that's incredibly important, that there's no evidence at all that the NSA's massive surveillance program has ever played a pivotal role in any investigation. See, I think we ought to be able to figure out something from this, and we ought to be able to learn that not only is there the constitutional question of this, there's also the question of whether practically it's doing anything to make us safer. If it's not making us safer, it's extraordinarily expensive, and we're losing our freedom in the process. Why don't we shut it down? Different advocacy groups, for a variety of opinions, have put forward the idea that I think was represented in the NAACP versus Alabama. I believe this was back in the 70s, which set forth a First Amendment claim. And this claim is that there's a vital relationship between freedom of association and privacy in one's associations. The point is that sometimes when you're protesting either for or against something, it's very unpopular. Sometimes you even worry about your safety. There were people who lost their lives in the freedom movement and the civil rights movement. There were people who lost their lives, and you can understand how in those days people might have been worried for everybody to know that they belonged to the NAACP or that they opposed the Jim Crow of the South. But it was an important case because it talked about how the fact is that information can be kept private and should be kept private for fear that it will chill speech, for fear that it will put a damper on who people would associate, for fear that it would put a damper on dissent, which is a fundamental aspect of a republic. In a letter from a couple of weeks ago from some congressional leaders, they point out something that I think bears repeating. Mass surveillance, the bulk collection, harms our economy. Mass surveillance will cost the digital economy up to $180 billion in lost revenue by 2016. We're not getting any new bad guys with this. We're abrogating privacy, and then we're losing money. The internet companies in our country, the whole software world, the whole hardware, all of this have been some of America's greatest triumphs, some of America's greatest ingenuity. And yet, we're willing to squash all that in a battle that really is going to damage our privacy, isn't helping us in the war against terrorism, and is going to make it such that nobody in the world is going to want to buy American products. I think it's a disgrace. And I think it's once again, it's not, I don't think it's purposeful. Nobody wants to harm our companies, but I think it is just another unintended consequence of a bad policy not thought through. The ACLU commentary on the USA Freedom Act has come up with some ideas of things they could think would make the bill stronger. One, they say that the bill could be amended to prevent surveillance of individuals with no nexus to terrorism. The USA Freedom Act would authorize the collection of records and communications identified by a specific term. This would stop the government from conducting indiscriminate surveillance of virtually all citizens from engaging in narrower but still egregious forms of abuse, like the surveillance of everyone in a zip code or all those who use a given communications provider like Gmail. However, the current SST definition is not strong enough to protect bulky collection. This is the point I've been making. And this is something you have to be really careful in Washington, because the minute you think you've won a battle, secretly you've been beaten, you just don't know it yet. And so we might get a reform like this and then find out that we're still going to get bulky collection, that a corporation's name could be put in the specific selector term. And so we were worried about the government giving us all of Verizon's records. Now we're just sending a warrant to Verizon that has their name in it, and we're getting all of their records. The example they put here is that you could still end up having the surveillance of everyone in an entire zip code or all of those who use a given communications provider like Gmail. So if Gmail is a specific term, are we not still back where we were, and have we really fixed the problem? The ACLU goes on to say that the bill should be amended to narrow the SST definition, the selector term, to prevent this kind of bulky surveillance. The bill should also make crystal clear, consistent with the Second Circuit, which has come out since this bill was written, that Section 215 cannot be used to amass Americans' records for open-ended data mining purposes, unmoored from any specific investigation. I think this is incredibly important. The USA Freedom Act wants to take a step forward, but we need to make sure that the ruling from the Second Court that has already passed that we don't do something that either moots the case or we don't do something that actually expands the power of 215 when the court has already restricted the power of 215. The ACLU's second recommendation is that we should include procedures to ensure that the government purges irrelevant information. Right now, the bill would allow the collection of irrelevant information under 215 and other authorities without minimization procedures. This kind of reminds me, if you want to know how much information we're grabbing up and to be how worried about it, there was an article in the Washington Post a couple of months ago, and it said that the president had been minimized 1,227 times. We're collecting the president's data, all right? Now you could say, well, we're being fair, we're getting everybody's. For goodness sakes, we should not be collecting the president's information. In fact, you might inadvertently have somebody reading that who really shouldn't be reading the president's information. We should not be collecting the president's information. That's ridiculous. But we're minimizing the president, which means we're finding it, then we're sort of whiting it out and hoping nobody read it in the process. There were earlier versions of the USA Freedom Act that included some of these basic protections on getting rid of or minimizing irrelevant information that's got up, the bulky surveillance. This was sort of the problem. This bill started out pretty good in the House, got out of committee, got sort of eaten up on the floor, and wound up losing a lot of the better stuff that was in it. The third recommendation is what we mentioned a few minutes ago, is to make sure that there's a strong advocate, these special advocates, that it's a strong advocate that goes before the FISA court. As the second court decision observes, adversarial judicial process is vital, especially on matters as critically important as the government's authority to spy on its citizens. This is a really important point. The adversarial judicial process. There's some, Judge Napolitano has written on this, and I think he's made the point that without an adversarial process, you really can't even have a judicial process. If you don't have people on both sides arguing or advocating for a position, then it really isn't a court. I mean, it really is not a judicial proceeding that we can recognize as finding justice. But the FISA court only hears from one side, the government. But the ACLU points out that these advocates participate solely at the discretion of the court and can make arguments that do not advance privacy and civil liberties. Yeah, I mean, if you're hired by the government, are you really going to be the best advocate for privacy? The fourth suggestion that the ACLU has to make the USA Freedom Act better is that we should limit additional authorities that have been used to collect America's records in bulk. We now know that the government has conducted bulk surveillance not only under 215, but also under a host of other statutes, including existing administrative subpoena authorities. For example, for 2 decades, up until 2013, the Drug Enforcement Agency operated a program that collected the international call records of Americans in bulk, reporting under existing administrative subpoena laws. So here's a real question. What other authorities are we operating under that are collecting bulk records? They're doing it under administrative subpoena laws. They're doing it for the DEA. So I still think the more I've learned about this, the more questions I have as to how many other authorities are still collecting things. I'd still like to know, are they collecting all the credit card information in the country? Are they doing that under executive authority? Are we really living in a country now where nobody in the government questions somebody when they say that under Article 2 authority, the president can do whatever he wants, and that this can't even be corrected or challenged at all by Congress? The fifth recommendation from the ACLU was to stop the government from using Section 702 of FISA as a backdoor to conduct surveillance on Americans. This was one of our amendments that we also have. In fact, most of these are amendments that I will present if we're allowed to present them. and which is sort of the purpose for being here and for wearing my feet out and my voice today, is that we'd like to find out, will the leadership allow us to have amendments? We would like to know and have an agreement that we will specifically be allowed to offer these amendments that we've worked on for 6 months to a year now. We've waited for 3 years for the opportunity. We'd like to know, will leadership let us have these amendments? Will leadership allow a free and open debate over how to fix this bulk collection program? The backdoor thing with 702 is a pretty important thing, and it's collecting enormous amounts of data. Earlier in the day, we talked about how this data, that 9 out of 10 pieces of data are not about the target. They're just incidental. So I think there was one estimate that we've had 90,000 targets, but it really means we've had 900,000 bits of information on other individuals collected, but it all just gets stuck in a database. So the database keeps growing and growing, and sometimes it's intentionally so that we want to investigate a guy here, but we don't want to ask for a warrant, so we investigate a guy overseas that we know already talks to a guy over here. Now we're really investigating Americans without a warrant. So they recommend that we stop this backdoor access. This is something Senator Wyden and I have also been in favor of as well. Another recommendation that the ACLU has here is that, our current laws punish individuals for providing material support to terrorists. I have no problem with that. But they have been used, apparently, to prosecute people that have been seeking to provide humanitarian assistance. The USA Freedom Act should add an explicit intent requirement to the material support laws. There's another comment from the Sunlight Foundation by Sean Vidka, and the title is, "The USA Freedom Act is about to pass the House. Is it a step backwards?" Sunlight and others have had major concerns about the USA Freedom Act for some time. Broadly speaking, it isn't a satisfactory level of reform given what we've learned in the past 2 years about government surveillance and the immense secrecy that surrounds it. Until last week, it's fair to say some considered the bill a net positive, some a net negative, and that no one thought it was enough for reform. As time has progressed, we've seen what began in 2013 as a decent, if tunnel-visioned, compromise chipped away at, including the transparency and accountability provisions. Now, I think this is an important point because USA Freedom started out pretty good and it got a little bit less good over time. But think about where we are right now. Passed overwhelmingly in the House. The majority in the Senate doesn't want it because they think it lessens the bulk collection too much. So they're going to chip away at it again. So imagine where we're going to be in the end if that's what we're going to pass. I think it'd be better just to be done with bulk collection. Let's be done with bulk collection. Let's start over, but let's don't replace it with something that may end up being just as bad. The sacrifices made in the bill in order to secure these modest reforms grew more dramatic. For instance, while USA Freedom was always a threat to court challenges and may have mooted the ACLU's tremendous court win last week if it had passed last year. This is the point I've been making. The luckiest thing we ever got is we didn't pass USA Freedom last year because the courts are probably going to do right now, I think, a better job than legislation. In fact, we might be better off not passing the USA Freedom Act and seeing what the courts will do for us on this. Because there is a danger it moots the case, but there's a danger also that it's seen as actually given justification for the program, which kind of, I guess, is a way of mooting the case as well. The ruling in the appellate court could also, they're agreeing with what I just said, could also do more than USA Freedom aspired to do, because it interprets the word relevance, saying it doesn't authorize bulk collection, and that the word is not only used, and that word is not used in Section 215. So I think that's a good point, that, the court is saying that the word relevance doesn't authorize bulk collection. And so you've got bulk collection going on, but no authorization from 215 on it. Here's the question: is USA Freedom going to allow bulky, perhaps bulk collection, and do we wind up actually giving back more power to the intelligence community when we're trying to limit their power? I think we need to be very careful with what we do here. Sunlight goes on to say, Sean Vitka, it's unclear whether the primary goal of USA Freedom, the rewriting of Section 215 to stop bulk collection, is already accomplished, and whether USA Freedom could open us all up to more secret interpretations and new venues of surveillance. I think that's an incredibly important question. Several groups that initially supported USA Freedom have backed away from it. ACLU and EFF agreeing that the U.S. Freedom as it stands now is not worthy of support. And I think some of these may be neutral on it, but they've backed away from some of their support. Some of the concerns that Sean Vitka talks about here about shortcomings in USA Freedom Act is that he says that it accepts the premise that mass surveillance under these programs is necessary, despite the findings of the Congressional Joint Inquiry and the 9/11 Commission to the contrary. Also, despite the Privacy and Civil Liberties Commission that said it wasn't necessary. Sean Ditka goes on to say that one of his other concerns is that the U.S. Freedoms Act effectively continues mass surveillance under Section 215 of the Patriot Act through the use of multiple NSA-supplied selector terms. So you could say we're only going to do individual terms, but then you do a bunch of them. By the time we do a bunch, are we really individualizing it and not growing it into bulk collection? They include among these selection terms ones they're worried about, including the Internet Protocol address or cloud storage accounts of entire organizations, in contravention of the Fourth Amendment's particularized probable cause-based warrant. Additionally, Sunlight goes on to point out what I've pointed out as well, that the term person is not defined as an individual natural person, and the bill does not alter the Patriot Act's original definition of person, which includes any individual, officer or employee of the federal government, or any group, entity, association, corporation. I really fear what we could be back here doing is we think we won, we get the USA Freedom Act, and then 2 years from now we find out they're plugging the name Verizon into their selection term, and they're still collecting all the records from Verizon. So I think unless you can limit this to an individual, a natural person, I think really that's one of the biggest problems that we've got with the U.S. Freedom Act at this point. Sean Ditka goes on to say that there's a concern that it expands the corporate immunity, and we've discussed that as well today, that by removing the requirement that companies act in good faith, we also are going to pay the companies now to do this as well. Judge Napolitano wrote about this just the other day, May 14th. He writes, a decision last week about NSA spying by a panel of judges on the U.S. Court of Appeals in New York City sent shockwaves through the government. The court ruled that a section of the Patriot Act that is due to expire at the end of this month, on which the government has relied as a basis for its bulk collection and acquisition of telephone data in the past 14 years, does not authorize that acquisition. This may sound like legal mumbo-jumbo, but it goes to the heart of the relationship between the people and their government in a free society. The Patriot Act is the centerpiece of the federal government's false claim that by surrendering our personal liberties to it, it can somehow keep us safe. The liberty for safety offer has been around for millennia and was poignant at the time of the founding of the American Republic. The framers addressed it in the Constitution itself, where they recognized the primacy of the right to privacy and assured against its violation by government by intentionally forcing it to jump through some difficult hoops before it can capture our thoughts, words, or private behavior. These hoops are the requirement of a search warrant issued by a judge based on evidence called probable cause, demonstrating that it is more likely than not that the government will find what it is looking for from the person or place it is targeting. Only then may a judge issue a warrant which must specifically describe the place to be searched or specifically identify the person or thing to be seized. Napolitano goes on, none of this is new. It has been at the core of our system of government since the 1790s. It is embodied in the Fourth Amendment, which is the heart of the Bill of Rights. It is quintessentially American. The Patriot Act has purported to do away with the search warrant requirements by employing language so intentionally vague that the government can interpret it as it wishes. Add to this the secret venue for this interpretation, the FISA court, to which the Patriot Act directs that NSA applications for authority to spy on Americans are to be made. And you have the totalitarian stew that we have been force-fed since 2001. Because the FISA court meets in secret, Americans did not know that the feds were spying on us all of the time and relying on their own unnatural reading of the words in the Patriot Act to justify it until Edward Snowden spilled the beans on his former employer nearly 2 years ago. Another reason, I think, to question whether or not the USA Freedom may be the best bill for us. There was an article in the Daily Beast by Shane Harris the other day, and the title of it is Big Win for Big Brother. NSA celebrates the bill that's designed to cuff them. It was supposed to be the declawing of America's biggest spy agency, but what no one wants to say out loud is that this is a big win for the NSA, one former top spook says. Civil libertarians and privacy advocates were applauding yesterday after the House of Representatives overwhelmingly passed legislation to stop the NSA from collecting America's phone records in bulk. But they'd best not break out the bubbly. The real big winner here is the NSA. Over at its headquarters in Fort Meade, intelligence officials are high-fiving because they know things could have turned out much worse. What no one wants to say out loud is that this is a big win for the NSA and a huge nothing burger for the privacy community, said a former senior intelligence official, one of a half a dozen who spoke to the Daily Beast about the phone records program and efforts to change it. Here's the dirty little secret that spooks are loath to utter publicly, but have been admitting in private for the past 2 years. The program, the bulk collection program, which was exposed in documents leaked by Snowden, is more trouble than it's worth. It's very expensive and very cumbersome, the former official said. It requires the agency to maintain huge databases of all America's landline phone calls. but it doesn't contribute many leads on terrorists. It has helped prevent few, if any, attacks, and it's nowhere near the biggest contributor of information about terrorism that ends up on the president's desks or other senior decision makers. If, after the most significant public debate about balancing surveillance and government in a generation, this is the program the NSA has to give up, they're getting off easy. The bill that passed the House yesterday, called the USA Freedom Act, doesn't actually suspend the phone record program. Rather, it requires that phone companies, not the NSA, hold on to the records. That bears repeating. At least from the author's perspective of this article, that the USA Freedom Act doesn't actually suspend the phone records program. Rather, it requires that the phone companies, not the NSA, hold on to the records. Good, let them take them. I'm tired of holding on to this, a current senior U.S. official told Daily Beast. It requires teams of lawyers and auditors to ensure the NSA is complying with Section 215 of the Patriot Act, which authorized the program, as well as the internal regulations on how records can and can't be used. The phone records program has become a political lightning rod, the most controversial of all the classified programs that Snowden exposed. If the NSA can still get access to the records but not have to hold on to themselves, all the better, the senior official said. It's a big win for common sense and for the country, Joel Brenner, the NSA's former Inspector General, told Daily Beast. NSA can get to do what it needs to do with a higher level of scrutiny and a little more trouble, but it can still do what it needs to do. At the same time, the government's not going to hold the bulk metadata of the American people. The NSA is coming out of this unscathed, says the former official. If the USA Freedom Act passes the Senate, which is not a foregone conclusion, it'll be signed by the president and create a more efficient and comprehensive tool for the NSA. That's because under the current regime, only the logs of landline calls are kept. In the future, the NSA will be able to get the cell phone records from the companies too. That bears repeating. This week, everybody was talking about and saying, we're not getting enough. The people who want more surveillance are like, we're not getting enough. We're only getting the landlines. We're only getting a third of all the records. Here's the allegation. You do the USA Freedom Act, they're going to get many more records. They're going to have access to all the cell phone records. So the question is, are we going to really have less bulk collection or maybe the same? And there's another irony. This is still according to Shane Harris at the Daily Beast. Before the Snowden leaks, the NSA was already looking for alternatives to storing huge amounts of phone records. One of the ideas officials considered was asking Congress to require phone companies to hang on to that information for several years. The idea died, though, because NSA leaders thought that Congress would never agree. Kind of ironic that the NSA already thought of this idea, didn't think we would be silly enough to do it, and now it's being promoted as the reform, that the reform is going to be what the NSA actually wanted in the first place. Suddenly, the NSA found itself under orders from the White House, this is after the revelations from Snowden, to come up with some alternative to the phone records program that preserved it, but also put more checks on how the records are used. That's when General Keith Alexander, then the agency's director, dusted the old idea off the shelf and promoted it on Capitol Hill. That's right, the USA Freedom Act, the supposed reining in of the NSA, was literally born from Alexander, the former official said. So maybe the NSA is effectively getting what it wanted. But that doesn't mean privacy advocates get nothing, or that they'd count the law passage a loss. There's a large coalition, 50 maybe 100 different groups that have all been in favor of trying to end the bulk coalition, been working together on this. We mentioned the Electronic Frontier Foundation, the Electronic Privacy Information Center, the ACLU, FreedomWorks, Bill of Rights Defense Committee, the Constitution Project, across the spectrum, right and left. The question is on encryption, whether or not the government will be able to break through the encryption that businesses are trying to devise to keep them out. There's an article in the New York Times, so this is from a year and a half ago or so, saying that the NSA is winning its long-running secret war on encryption using supercomputers, technical trickery, court orders, and behind-the-scenes persuasion to undermine the major tools protecting the privacy of everyday communications in the internet age. The agency has circumvented or cracked much of the encryption, or digital scrambling, that guards global commerce and banking systems. For the past decade, the NSA has led an aggressive, multi-pronged effort to break widely used internet encryption technologies, which is described in a 2010 memo describing briefings from the NSA on accomplishments of their employees. I think the encryption thing is a big deal and will continue to be something that is a bone of contention between the tech industry and the government. With regard to what we do in order to protect ourselves from the government, I think that encryption will continue to take off.
Will the senator yield for a question without losing the floor?
Yes, without losing the floor.
Well, I'm so glad to hear my colleague talk about encryption technology, because it is clearly something very important in this privacy debate. And I hear with interest as you cite that article, because one of the key things about the whole encryption debate is several years ago, the federal, those involved at the highest levels of government basically decided that instead of being able to break the encryption code, that maybe it would be a good idea to put an actual government chip in every computer. That was called the Clipper chip. And the notion was that then the NSA and other people wouldn't have to worry about breaking the codes. They would just have a government backdoor to our technology. And in fact, there were many people, I kept saying, you're going to say instead of Intel inside, you're going to say US government inside every computer? Is that what we were trying to do? So the Clipper chip battle in the 90s was a very famous debate about exactly how we were going to proceed on making sure that we were guaranteeing privacy to US citizens. So clearly, we were successful in defeating the Clipper chip, but it took a lot of time and a lot of energy. So I want to thank my colleague for continuing to fight on these important issues. And you mentioned many of the organizations that were also involved in that battle in making sure. So are you saying that now you believe there's new government efforts to thwart our encryption capabilities?
Well, thank you for that question. I think not only is there's new sort of political rhetoric attacking encryption, but I think there's going to be more efforts. This article is from about a year ago, but I think what's going to happen from this, and what I've been hearing from people, is there's ultimately going to be encryption that's not housed by any company. They're going to have the encryption. The only way you get through the encryption is through the individual. And this is being done because the government's overplayed their hand. Because the government's been such a bully on this, companies are going to continue to get farther and farther away. And what they're going to do is the encryption will be only in the control of the user. When that happens, the government's not getting into any information at all. So they've taken a tool that probably has been useful to a certain degree, and I don't mind it if we're doing it through warrants and specific suspicion, but I think that they're pushing companies so hard that I think encryption is going to be put in a place where even the company can't get to it.
Ask another question of the senator without him losing the right. This is a debate, as you were just saying. I think I understand your premise is that there are three legs to this stool. There is the federal government who wants access, but they should go through the judiciary system, and there's separately the entities that have the actual records, which is the telecom companies, and that keeping those separates and not blending them, not actually giving the telecom companies the right to keep all the data and information of individuals is a critical distinction. And you were just describing, I think I understood, that in this case, the government was just saying, oh, you just keep all that data and information, which is not exactly what the phone companies had acquired or kept for any business purposes, but it just puts personal data and information at risk. Am I understanding that correct?
I think I understand the question, but I think that, you know, the phone companies aren't excited about it, but they will do it if they're paid and told to do it, basically. But the phone companies, I don't know. I don't know that how much objection they've had to the current system and the new system. They probably don't want to have to hold all this. And there are rumors that the people who want more will require them to. I don't think under the current USA Freedom they're going to be required to hold the records, but they're going to be encouraged to and paid to hold the records. But I think the real question is the USA Freedom an improvement, or are we just going to have bulk collection by another name done with the phone companies holding the records? That's what my fear is.
Well, I would say to the senator, or ask the senator in this debate, I think you are raising an important question, if I understand it correctly, is just how much is the U.S. government going to spy on U.S. citizens? And that combined with the question that you're asking about the changes to the Patriot Act and accumulation of business records is when that individual can be a U.S. citizen. And for example, you and I could be somewhere and you could be a individual of interest to one of these federal agencies, but just because I happen to have a cup of coffee with you, now all of a sudden my business records, all my personal information could be under investigation by the U.S. government and I wouldn't even know about it. Is that the senator's understanding?
Yeah, I think that's a big concern. And there's a couple things that I think are alarming, that even 2 domestic emails could be routed through a server in another country, and they could be using that to actually get access to 2 Americans that are communicating from New Jersey to South Carolina. But also, I think, as Senator Wyden's pointed out, it's often, or sometimes, sounds like we're targeting a foreigner simply to get access to an American. Do you have a question in that vein?
I think my colleague was asking very good questions, and my intention to rejoin here in a few minutes, but I think it's important, and I would be interested in your reaction, that people understand what's at stake here. We're talking about Section 702 of the FISA Act, and that involves a very important issue of making sure when there's somebody dangerous overseas that we can, in effect, go up on that person to get that kind of information that we have to have. But what we are seeing increasingly, and we have actually put it on our website, we are seeing increasingly Americans are being swept up in those searches and their emails are being read. And what is especially troubling to me, and I'd be interested in my colleagues' views with respect to this backdoor search loophole, this is a problem today. But it is only going to be a growing problem in the days ahead because increasingly communication systems around the globe are merging. They are becoming integrated. It's not as if communication systems just stop at a nation's borders. So I think this is a particularly important issue. As we have talked about the amendments that we are interested in offering, I think this is a particularly important bipartisan effort. I don't think people have known a whole lot about how the backdoor search loophole takes place. We've supported Section 702 because when there are dangerous threats overseas, we want our government to be able to ensure it's taking the steps to protect the American people. But having more and more Americans swept up in these searches, particularly with the changing nature of communication systems being integrated, strikes me as a very big problem. And I am going to be back to rejoin my colleague here very shortly, but I would be very interested in my colleague's thoughts on the importance of closing this backdoor search loophole. We've tried in the past. I think that now, particularly when we've had a chance to walk this through in terms of what it really means, my hope is we can finally close it. What would my colleague's reaction be with respect to the importance of this?
No, I think it's a great question, and some are saying that through the back door of using 702, that if there was 90,000 people targeted last year through using this 702, that we collected the information on 900,000 individuals that were incidental and were not the target at all. So for every 1 bit of data that we're collecting on somebody, we're collecting 9 bits of data on somebody who's not the target. But that becomes part of this enormous data center that we're building, and many of those people are Americans that we're getting through the back door. But it's also why I'm here today, is I want the leadership to agree to allow us to have our amendments. That is one of our amendments, and that is a joint amendment that we've worked on. We've been working on these things for months. This only comes up every 3 years. Should they not give us a day to have a vote on some of these amendments?
I thank my colleague, and I'm going to be back to rejoin him in a few minutes. I do so appreciate my colleague's stamina and passion on this. I went to school on a basketball scholarship, and I like to think I've been able to stay in a little bit of shape, but my friend from Kentucky has sure shown both his commitment and his stamina, and I'm going to have to take a brief meeting on one of the issues that is pending, but I intend to rejoin my colleague here before long, and I thank him, and we'll have additional questions at that time. And I return the floor to Senator Paul.
Thank you for that question. In the New York Times in March of 2014, Claire Miller writes about some of just the costs on U.S. tech companies that are occurring from some of this. Microsoft has lost customers, including the government of Brazil. IBM is spending more than $1 billion to build data centers overseas to reassure foreign customers that their information is safe from the prying eyes of the United States. Tech companies abroad, from Europe to South America, say they are gaining customers that are shunning U.S. providers, suspicious because of the revelations of Snowden that tied these providers to the NSA's vast surveillance program. The estimates are in the billions of dollars lost to American companies. Even as Washington grapples with the diplomatic and political fallout of Mr. Snowden's leaks, the more urgent issue, companies and analysts say, is economic. Tech executives, including Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, raised the issue when they went to the White House to discuss this with the president. It's impossible to see how the full economic ramifications of the spying disclosures, in part because most companies are locked in multi-year contracts. But the pieces are beginning to add up as businesses question the trustworthiness of American technology products. The confirmation hearing last week for the new NSA chief, the video appearance of Mr. Snowden at a tech conference in Texas, and the drip of new details about government spying have kept attention focused on an issue that many tech executives hoped would go away. Despite the tech companies' assertions that they provide information on their customers only when required under law and not knowingly through a back door, the perception that they enabled the spying program has lingered. It's clear to every single tech company that this is affecting their bottom line, said Daniel Castro, a senior analyst at the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, who predicted that the United States cloud computing industry would lose $35 billion by 2016. Forrester Research, a tech research firm, said the losses could be as high as $180 billion, or 25% of industry revenue, based on the size of the cloud computing, web hosting, and outsourcing markets in the worst cases, in the worst case for damages. The business effect of the disclosures about the NSA is felt most in the daily conversations between tech companies with products to pitch and their wary customers. The topic of surveillance, which rarely came up before, is now the new normal in these conversations, one tech company executive put it. We're hearing from customers, especially global enterprise customers, that they're more than ever about where their content is stored and how it is used and secured, said John Frank, Deputy Counsel at Microsoft, which has been publicizing that it allows customers to store their data in Microsoft centers in certain countries. Isn't that sad? Isn't it sad that a great American company is having to advertise that they're storing their information in other countries because in America we're not protecting your privacy? Isn't that sad that a great American company, in order to stay in business, is having to advertise to their customers that we're keeping your information in another country? At the same time, Mr. Castro said, companies say they believe the federal government is only making a bad situation worse. Most of the companies in this space are very frustrated because there hasn't been any kind of response that's made it so they can go back to their customers and say, see, this is what's different now. You can trust us. In some cases, that has meant foregoing potential revenues. Though it's hard to quantify missed opportunities, American businesses are being left off some requests for proposals from foreign customers that previously would have included them, says James Staten, a cloud computing analyst at Forrester, who has read clients' requests for proposals. There are German companies, Mr. Staten said, explicitly not inviting certain American companies to join. He added, it's like, well, the very best vendor to do this is IBM, and you didn't invite them. The result has been a boon for foreign companies. Runbox, a Norwegian email service that markets itself as an alternative to American services like Gmail, says it does not comply with foreign court orders seeking personal information, reported a 34% annual increase in customers after the news of the NSA surveillance. Brazil and the European Union, which had used American undersea cables for intercontinental communication last month, decided to build their own cables between Brazil and Portugal and gave the contract to Brazilian and Spanish companies. Brazil also announced plans to abandon Microsoft Outlook for its own email system that uses Brazilian data centers. Anybody still think this bulk collection's a good idea for America? Mark Baranechea, chief executive of OpenText, Canada's largest software company, said that an anti-American attitude took root after the passage of the Patriot Act, the counterterrorism law passed after 9/11 that expanded powers. This is all coming from New York Times article by Claire Miller from March of 2014. But he says that the volume of the discussion has risen significantly post-Snowden. For instance, after the NSA surveillance was revealed, one of OpenText's clients, a global steel manufacturer based in Britain, demanded that its data not cross U.S. borders. Issues like privacy are more important than finding the cheapest price, said Matthias Kunitsch, a German software executive who spurned U.S. cloud computing providers for Deutsche Telekom. Because of Snowden, our customers have the perception that American companies have connections to the NSA. Security analysts say that ultimately the fallout from the revelations could mimic what happened to Huawei, the Chinese technology and telecommunications company, which was forced to abandon major acquisitions and contracts when American lawmakers claimed that the company's products contained a backdoor for the people's liberation of China, even though this claim was never definitively verified. Silicon Valley companies have complained to government officials that federal actions are hurting American technology businesses. But companies fall silent when it comes to specifics about economic harm, whether to avoid frightening shareholders or because it is too early to produce concrete evidence. The companies need to keep the priority on the government to do something about it, but they don't have the evidence to go to the government and say billions of dollars are not coming to this country, Mr. Statton said. Some American companies say that the business hit has been minor at most. John Chambers of Cisco said in an interview that NSA disclosures had not affected Cisco's sales in a major way. Although deals in Europe and Asia have been slower to close, he said, they are still being completed, an experience echoed by other companies. Security analysts say tech companies have collectively spent millions and possibly billions of dollars adding state-of-the-art encryption features to consumer services like Google Search and Microsoft Outlook, and to the cables that link data centers at Google, Yahoo, and other companies. IBM said in January that it would spend $1.2 billion to build 15 new data centers, including in London, Hong Kong, Sydney, Australia, to lure foreign customers that are sensitive about the location of their data. Isn't it sad that companies want to avoid being in America? They want to avoid having their information cross our borders. Salesforce.com announced similar plans this month. Germany and Brazil, where it was revealed that the NSA spied on government leaders, have been particularly adversarial towards American companies and the government. Lawmakers, including in Germany, are considering legislation that would make it costly or even technically impossible for government tech companies to operate inside their borders. Yet some government officials say laws like this could have a motive other than protecting privacy. Shutting out American companies means more business for the local companies, Richard Clark, a former White House terrorism advisor, said. This is an article that was published on NPR's website. It's, as Congress haggles over Patriot Act, we answer 6 basic questions. A key section of the Patriot Act, the part of the law that the White House uses to conduct mass surveillance or bulk surveillance, the call records of Americans, is going to expire in a few days. That leaves legislators with a big decision to make. Rewrite the statute to outlaw or modify the practice, or extend the statute and let the NSA continue with bulk collection. I think it'll be interesting to see how the debate ultimately plays out. You have what's been passed in the House, the USA Freedom Act's been passed in the House overwhelmingly. The majority probably here believes that we're not collecting enough bulk data. They would prefer to collect more bulk phone data and aren't too concerned that any privacy interests are being trampled upon. So you have 2 sort of contrary opinions and wondering which direction we go. Some who want more collection of data, say we're not collecting enough data, say they might live with it if we add in and force the phone companies to keep the data. Right now, the bill doesn't have them keeping the data, but the concern for some of those of us who believe in privacy are that we may just be trading one form of bulk collection for another, that we may be trading a system where the government collects the data and there's a bulk collection, for a system where the phone companies have the bulk collection, but you're still having the same sort of collection of data. My concern with the USA Freedom Act is that it still, I believe, may allow for a non-specific warrant. It still may allow for bulk collection in the sense that it says that you have to select a specific person, but the specific person can be a corporation. And so if you're still having a corporation, the problem is if we put the name Verizon in again, and you're getting all of Verizon's customers, and the only difference is that the phone company's holding the information and divulging it versus the government holding it, I'm not so sure we've had so much of an improvement. Some will say we just need to be safe. We just need to do whatever it takes. It doesn't matter if we give up, any kind of basic freedoms or privacy in the process. But I think we give up on who we are as a people if we say that we're going to basically at all costs, that regardless of what it takes, we're going to do this to keep ourselves safe. The thing is even the President's Privacy Commission, though, the President's Review Commission, two independent bodies, nonpartisan bodies, all ended up saying that they didn't think anybody was independently captured, that there was no unique information that was actually gotten from either of these programs, that the bulk collection of data hasn't made us safer, but it has infringed upon our privacy. I think that if we don't have a significant debate on this, if we continue to say, well, we're up against a deadline, that because there's a deadline, we don't have time for amendments, I think we run a real risk, I think, with the American people. Congress has about a 10% approval rating right now. And the thing is that some argue that might be a little bit high, considering how great a job we're doing. 10% approval rating. The vast majority of the American people think we've gone too far in the bulk collection of records. ACLU survey that we looked at a little bit earlier, between the ages of 19 and 39, over 80% of people in that age group think that we've gone too far and that we're not protecting privacy. We just listened to the article from the New York Times where they talk about what kind of business is potentially being lost because people don't want American products. I think it's kind of sad. They don't even want, not only they don't want their data held in a center in our country, they don't want their data crossing our country. I don't think we have to be that fearful of terrorism that we have to give up who we are in the process. I've met some of our young soldiers who've come back who are missing limbs. I've met the parents of some who have died. And to a person, they say that they were fighting for the Bill of Rights. They were fighting for our Constitution. And I guess it's difficult for me to understand how we can take into account their sacrifice that they've sacrificed in war. At the same time, while we're here safe at home, we can't even protect the documents they're fighting for. I see no reason why we couldn't rely on the Constitution. I see no reason why we couldn't rely on traditional warrants. Warrants are not hard to get. Warrants are actually quite easy to get, and warrants are, if anything, very easy to get. On the FISA court, turning down a warrant's almost non-existent. So I see no reason why we couldn't try using the Constitution for a while. I am concerned, though, that the problem is bigger than just what we're talking about today. We're talking about the bulk collection of records, supposedly under Section 215 of the Patriot Act. If we stop that, how much have we stopped? How much is still in existence? How much are we still doing through other venues? I think probably the most alarming thing that we've come across as I've been talking today is the idea that some people believe that the president has inherent powers that are not subject to Congress. That to me is very alarming. It also means that because this, I think, opinion persists within the executive branch, that there are in all likelihood many programs like the bulk collection of data, many programs that we don't know about, some that we've heard about. It's still not clear to me whether the Stellar Wind program is completely gone, which involves more than just telephone data, email, conversations, computer addresses, credit cards. What is the government collecting? How much is being collected and under what authority? But it does concern me that there are people who believe, some of them elected officials, who believe in the inherent powers of the presidency that cannot be challenged even by Congress. We've got a lot of work if that's really what we're up against. I think that it'd be a big step forward if we do something about the bulk collection of data. But I think given the court case, it's concerning to me that we might actually make the court case or the future of it moot, and that we actually could make things worse. And it wouldn't be the first time that we made things worse, thinking we were fixing things and made it worse. From the opinion of the Second Court, here are some quotes. The court writes, "The telephone metadata do not directly reveal the content of telephone calls. The fact that they do not directly reveal the content of telephone calls, however, does not vitiate privacy concerns arising out of the government's bulk collection of such data. The startling amount of detailed information metadata can reveal information that could traditionally only be obtained by examining the content." And this, I think, is a good point because, you know, many people want to downplay what metadata is or what you can determine from it. But here's the court acknowledging that you may actually get more detailed information from metadata than what you once got from the obtaining of content. And when you think about it, how true this is, think about, you know, if someone were just going to come in your house and take your papers, what can they find? You know, how many people even have personal letters anymore? People don't have anything that's on paper that's personal at all. You might have some bills. A lot of people have their bills online anymore. But it's amazing that if you put the compilation of all the metadata together, what you can determine. Remember that a high-ranking intelligence official said that we kill people based on metadata. I presume he's talking about foreigners. But the thing is that if we're killing people based on metadata, the assumption is that they can get an enormous amount of information from metadata. And we should be very careful about releasing this. They give an example of sort of metadata and what you might determine. For example, a call to a single-purpose telephone number, such as a hotline, might reveal that an individual is a victim of The more, this is still from the court case, the more metadata government collects and analyzes, furthermore, the greater the capacity such metadata to reveal ever more private and previously unascertainable information. So that's sort of the interesting thing also about metadata is we have so much online and so much information on our phone that you could probably be in someone's house for a month and never find that in paper because we have so much that of our life revolves through phone and through things we order and phone calls and all of that, that in the old days, you know, what could have been gotten through someone's castle, through someone's actual papers in their house, I think pales in comparison to what you can get simply through metadata, even without content. They make another point, too. Finally, as appellants point out, in today's technological world, it is virtually impossible for an ordinary citizen to avoid creating metadata about himself or herself on a regular basis simply by conducting his ordinary affairs. The order thus requires Verizon to produce call detail records every day on all telephone calls made through its systems or using its service where one or both ends of the phone call are located in the United States. To me, it's hard for me to believe that there aren't people who don't understand that what we're talking about here is a general warrant. And this is what we fought the revolution over. This is the, as John Adams said, the spark that led to the revolution. The spark that led to the revolution was the whole worry and concern, one, that soldiers were writing the warrants, and the other concern was that in writing the warrants, they weren't specific to anyone. They were being written in a general fashion, and that by writing them generally so, there could be an injustice in having an entire group that ends up being subject to a warrant that's not specific. From the appellate court, we also hear that the metadata has a far reach beyond almost imagination. In the article, as Congress haggles over Patriot Act, we answer 6 basic questions, which was published on npr.org. There are several questions they ask about the Patriot Act debate. Most of the talk has been about telephone surveillance, but the question is, what about NSA's surveillance of email and other internet activities? This congressional debate has nothing to do with any of the NSA's surveillance of internet activity. That's mostly because of the fact that these programs are authorized by different laws. The PRISM program, for example, which collects a vast amount of internet data, is covered under Section 702 of the FISA Act. Some have said that the PRISM program probably is collecting more information in many ways, maybe even dwarfing the bulk collection of the phone records. And so if we don't address Section 702 in this debate, this is also what we were talking about earlier, is the backdoor, the ability to say, well, we're investigating someone in a foreign country, but really they're trying to get access to someone in our country through the back door. If we don't address this, we may well not be addressing a significant part of the problem. One of the other questions is there anything else in the House bill that we should know about? The bill lifts, this is the USA Freedom Act, lifts the secrecy surrounding key decisions made by the Secret Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Corp. Going forward, some will be made public. You know, I think this is a step in the right direction. There's a lot of legal decisions that we can I think, discuss the pros and cons of the legal decision without having to know the specific details. And I think Senator Wyden made a good point with this earlier when he said that it's not the operational details that we need to know, but when we're questioning and debating the law, there's no reason why that shouldn't be public knowledge. One of the reasons we'd like to see the court rulings, too, is that the court itself, the FISA court, found bulk data collection constitutional. I still find this somewhat inconceivable that a court that's anything, less than a rubber stamp could find it somehow reasonable to say that collecting all of our records is somehow in advance, really, is relevant to an investigation. Because I think it's a pretty significant point that they're not going to query the data till after they get it. So there is no investigation until they've already collected the data. The other point is that when they say it's relevant, is anybody really determining that or arguing one way or the other, or do we just accept what the NSA says, that the data will be relevant? Nobody knows what will come of this debate. My hope in going on all day with this debate and trying to force the issue is try to allow for some votes on some amendments to this. We shouldn't have just an up or down vote on whether to extend the Patriot Act. I think when you have 80% of the population in some cases, but at least 2/3 of the entire population saying that the bulk collection of all of our phone records all of the time without a warrant is something that has gone too far and that needs to stop. I think it's an insult to the American people to think that we're not going to have any vote at all, that we would just have a vote up or down on extending this thing. I think that we really do need to have a vote, and the vote needs to be on many different alternatives. It shouldn't just be on one alternative. It needs to be on Section 702 of the FISA amendments. It should be on a variety of things that could make this better, whether or not FBI agents should be able to write their own warrants or whether they should be signed by judges. There's a variety of things that we need to be talking about. The Senate could simply take up the House bill and pass the House bill, but I think that's unlikely. This is an interesting article from the Boston Globe a while back, and it says what your metadata says about you. From MIT's Cesar Hidalgo, a new window on what your email habits reveal. The article is written by Abraham Reisman. As recently as a few weeks ago, metadata was an obscure term known mainly to techies and academics. Broadly defined, metadata is data about other data. For the phone company, it might be the time and length of your calls, but not the conversation itself, the context of the email. It means information such as the sender and recipient, basically everything except the message. We spoke earlier about the suspicious activity reports. These are reports that the government requires that banks send in. It adds a cost to your banking, and it's a pretty significant intrusion into the banking affairs and also into individuals' affairs. This is an article that was written by the ACLU about suspicious activity reports. Law enforcement agencies have long collected information about their routine interactions with members of the public, sometimes called field interrogation reports or stop and frisk reports. This documentation, on the one hand, provides a measure of accountability, but it also creates an opportunity for police to collect personal data of innocent people and put it into criminal intelligence files with little or no evidence of wrongdoing. As police records increasingly become automated, law enforcement agencies are increasingly seeking to mine this data. The Supreme Court established reasonable suspicion as the standard for police stops in Terry versus Ohio in 1968. This standard required suspicion supported by articulable facts, suggesting criminal activity was afoot. In the suspicious activity reports, though, these kind of programs threaten this reasonable, time-tested law enforcement standard by encouraging the police and the public to report behaviors that do not rise to reasonable suspicion. So it's one thing to say that someone's done something that rises to reasonable suspicion, but it's another to say that activity that could be perfectly normal, like withdrawing $1,000 from the bank, putting $1,000 in the bank, that somehow that is suspicion of a crime, that you should be investigated. A lot of this stuff has gotten really, really out of control. And it's one of the things that actually the newspapers have done a pretty good job at reporting some of the stuff. Not necessarily on the suspicious activity reports, but on some of the other confiscation of people's assets without really evidence of a crime, but maybe evidence of that they just have cash. You can be driving down the road in D.C. and make an unsafe lane change, and government asks you if you've got money. You then find that the government takes it. Or the government says, well, you've got $2,000, we'll let you keep $1,000 if you sign a statement saying you won't sue us to get the other $1,000 back. Believe it or not, that's the kind of stuff that's still happening in our country. It's called civil asset forfeiture. To make it worse, we actually give a perverse incentive. We say to the local officials that if you capture money from people, that will give you a percentage of it. So the more you take, the more you get. Some people actually have shown that people actually go after things that are paid off. There was a hotel, I think up in New Jersey, the Caswell Motel, and local officials decided they'd go after it because they said, well, there been some drug dealings at the motel. Turned out that I think there were 6 people caught in the motel selling drugs out of 180,000 visits or something ridiculous. Turned out that there were other hotels that had a higher percentage of drug busts done at the hotel, but they owed money, and the Caswell Motel was completely paid off. May have been part of the decision-making process, because when the government came and seized the hotel for illegal activity, they take the hotel, they sell it, but if it's got a lien against it, the bank owns it, you don't get to sell it very easily. So theirs was paid off, and they were just going to sell it. It's a $1.5 million hotel, and then I guess the local police force is able to benefit by that. So it isn't just with our records that there's a problem. It's also with the concern for how we adjudicate justice in our country. And as we see this moving forward, I think we need to be worried about not only the way our records are collected, but we need to be concerned about justice in general. As I've traveled around the country, one of the things I've seen is that there's a what I call an undercurrent of unease in our country. I traveled to Ferguson, I've traveled to Detroit, I've been to Chicago, I've been to most of our major cities, and I've also been to some of the places where there's been this anger. And I think people are angry because they don't feel like government's treating them justly. People don't like to be treated arbitrarily. In fact, there are some who have given the definition of sort of what is sort of acceptable, what is good government, what is bad government, what is good law, what is bad law, what is just, what is unjust, but whether or not it's arbitrary or not. Hayek in The Road to Serfdom talks about that arbitrariness, not having the predictability of knowing what the law will do, or that the law doesn't do the same thing to all individuals, is sort of a definition of injustice that causes people to be unhappy about the way their government treats them. My fear is that this arbitrary nature of collecting bulk records, of collecting all of our records without a significant warrant, that the problem here is going to be something that adds on to a sense of unease that is in our cities and in our country at large. What happens is that everybody's not treated exactly equal. No, people don't have the same resources to try to escape, the clutches of Big Brother when either data or information is used against them. One of the little noticed sections in the USA Freedom Act deals with the safety of maritime navigation and nuclear terrorism conventions implementation. Interestingly, there's a provision somehow in this for civil forfeiture. But I think the biggest problem with civil forfeiture is that we allow it to occur without a conviction. And I think no one should have their possessions taken to them. I think you should be innocent until proven guilty. I see the senator from Connecticut. If he has a question, I'd be happy to entertain a question without losing the floor.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I thank my colleague from Kentucky for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. And in the preface to that question, I'd like to make a couple of remarks, if he will yield to me for that purpose. My colleague from Kentucky, I think, has taken the floor tonight in the highest traditions of the United States Senate to make a point that should be meaningful to all of us who care about our democracy. My colleagues, including the senator from Kentucky, have made a number of important points about the danger of mass surveillance and the harms caused by bulk collection of American data. And I agree with those who have pointed out that the USA Freedom Act is a strong compromise solution for protecting American freedom and security, at the same time striking a balance between preserving our security and protecting our precious rights. And I want to highlight for the senator from Kentucky, in his very insightful remarks, as well as for my colleagues and others who are interested in this topic, a particular part of that legislation, provisions that deal with the adversarial process in the FISA court. The bulk collection program is a powerful example of why we need a stronger adversarial process. We know that bulk metadata collection is unnecessary. The President's own review group has made that clear. We also know that bulk metadata collection is un-American. This country was founded by people who rightly abhorred the general warrant and no general warrant in our history has swept up as much information about innocent Americans as the orders permitting and enabling bulk collection. Last week, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals held that bulk collection is also unauthorized by the law. More than 9 years after the government began bulk collection, we are finally told by the highest court to consider the question that the bulk collection program was never authorized by Congress. How did we get here? How did we arrive at a place where one of the most respected courts of appeals in the United States says that the executive branch of our government has been collecting data on innocent Americans without legal authority to do so, in fact, breaking the law by invading Americans' privacy? We got here because the FISA court failed its most crucial test. In May of 2006, the FISA court was asked whether the federal government could collect phone records of potentially every single American. The argument hinged on the word relevance, quote, relevance in the statute. Under the statute, the federal government can collect relevant information. The court had to decide whether relevant information means all information. That doesn't strike me as a difficult question. Does relevant information mean all information? And it didn't strike the Second Circuit Court of Appeals as a difficult question either. The Second Circuit held that the federal government's interpretation is, quote, unprecedented and unwarranted. Strong words for a court normally extraordinarily reserved and understated in its characterization of illegality by the executive branch. But the court said it unequivocally and emphatically: the government was breaking the law. Never before in the history of the nation had such a bizarre interpretation even been entertained. At the very least, you would have thought that the FISA court would recognize that its May 2006 decision was important. If this question had gone to a regular Article III court, it would have been immediately recognized as a momentous decision permitting bulk collection of data on every American. Litigants on both sides would have, in effect, pulled out all the stops in their arguments. Yet, not only did the FISA court get the question wrong, in May 2006, it appeared not even to have spotted the issue, not even have raised it and addressed it in its opinion. Of course, nobody knew it at the time because the opinion itself was kept secret, as were all of the proceedings on this issue. The FISA court upheld the government's bulk collection program, and it did so without even writing an opinion explaining its legal reasoning. Not until the program was made public, roughly 8 years later, was an opinion written, and every opinion released so far has omitted key issues or ignored key precedent. If the court had written an opinion, at least Congress would have quickly known what the court had done, not to mention the American people knowing what the court had done. But the court wrote nothing. It chose to be silent and secret. And apparently it believed that this issue merited no notice to the United States Congress. A court that could get such an important question so disastrously and desperately wrong is fundamentally broken. Now, let me be clear. I don't mean to denigrate the judges of the FISA court. Any judge, no matter how wise and well attuned to legal issues, needs to hear both sides of an argument in order to avoid mistakes. Courts make better decisions when they hear both sides. In fact, during a hearing on this issue in the Senate Judiciary Committee, I had the opportunity to ask one of the nation's foremost jurists whether she could do her job without hearing from both sides of an argument, and she was quite clear No, she could not. Adversarial briefing, she explained, is essential to good decision-making. We know as much from our own everyday lives. We make better decisions when we know the argument against what we're going to do, what we're going to think, what we're going to say. It's the genius of the American system of jurisprudence that judges listen to both sides in open court before they make a decision, and their rulings are public, they are evaluated and judged themselves. 9 years after the FISA court's ruling in May of 2006, we continue to wrestle with the impact of the court's grievous, egregious error. But we cannot simply fix the mistake without fixing the court. We can't fix the system without remedying the process, because that process is so broken it will make more mistakes, not only predictable, but inevitable. As technology evolves, we cannot say with certainty what the next big privacy issue will be. In 2006, the FISA court decided whether government can collect all of our phone records. In 2020, the government will have some new means of surveillance, and they'll want to try it. In 2030, we'll have another. We need a FISA court that we can trust to get the question right. Trust is at issue here. Confidence in the integrity of the judicial system that authorizes surveillance of Americans' private lives. We need a FISA court that operates transparently, openly, accountability, a court that operates in secret, hears only the views of the government, and faces only minimal appellate review, and therefore cannot be trusted to pass the next big test. The USA Freedom Act would fix this systematic problem. It would demand, under certain circumstances, that the FISA court hear from both sides of the issue and explain why it is making a decision, and also explain why it has decided not to hear both sides if it chooses to do so. It would bring transparency to the FISA court decision, requiring them to be released unless there's good reason not to release them. It preserves the confidentiality of the court where necessary, but it also protects the fundamental, deeply rooted sense of American justice that an adversarial, open process is important, indeed essential to democracy. And it would provide some appellate review, some form of review by an appellate court, so that if mistakes are made, they are more likely to be caught and stopped before they result in fundamental invasion of private rights. In short, the USA Freedom Act will make the FISA court look more like the courts that Americans deal with in other walks of life, more like the courts that they know when they're litigants, when they're spectators, more like the courts that our founders anticipated. What would they have thought about a court that hears cases in secret, makes secret decisions, operates in secret, issues secret rulings that get it wrong? They would have thought, that sounds a lot like the Star Chamber. That sounds a lot like the so-called courts that caused our rebellion. This change will help ensure that we are not back in this chamber 9 years from now debating the next mass surveillance program that started without Congress actually authorizing it, as did metadata collection. It will help ensure that strictures of our Constitution are obeyed in spirit and letter, and it will help ensure that programs designed to keep Americans safe can command the respect and trust they need to be effective. We need those programs. National security must be preserved and protected, but we need not sacrifice fundamental rights in the process. Unless and until this essential reform is enacted, along with the other essential reforms contained in the USA Freedom Act, I will oppose any reauthorization of Section 215. So the question that I asked my colleague from Kentucky, and the point that I think he has made so powerfully and eloquently, relates to this essential feature of our American jurisprudence system. Are not open adversarial courts essential to the trust and confidence of the American people? And do we not need that kind of fundamental reform in order to preserve our basic liberties? I asked this question of my colleague and friend from Kentucky because I think that his debate on the floor of this Senate tonight raises fundamental issues that need to be discussed and addressed. And I thank him for the opportunity to ask this question and address this body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much for that question. I think one of the points that you were making through the question was about the whole idea of relevance, which I think is sort of an amazing thing. And the quote from the Privacy and Civil Liberties Commission, I think, is just really hits a nail on the head, that they cannot be regarded as relevant to any FBI investigation as required by the statute without redefining the word relevant in a manner that is circular, unlimited in scope, and out of step with the case law. The interesting thing is that we want a body that works a little more like a court, and I know you've been a big advocate of the special, having a special advocate and trying to make it more like a courtroom. And I think you can only get to truth if you have people on both sides. If you have people on one side, it's an inevitability that the truth is going to be lost and you're going to list in one direction. But I think that would be a huge step forward. But it does boggle the mind that we can have them arguing that this is relevant to an investigation that has not yet occurred. Because we're collecting data and then we're going to mine it some other time for some investigation. So it couldn't be relevant to an investigation because there is not yet an investigation when they're collecting the data. And that no FISA court seemed to question that concerns me about whether or not it's a very good kind of undertaking at finding the truth. And so I think you're exactly right, and I think that there are things that we could definitely do to make it better. But I think the bottom line is we shouldn't be collecting bulk data on people who are not suspected of a crime. One of the sections of the Patriot Act that doesn't get quite as much discussion is Section 213. And this is the sneak and peek section, and it's not up for renewal. But it's something that also shows that how we've really gone awry on this. Radley Balco has written about this in the Washington Post. And it's how something starts out just a little bit at a time and grows bigger and bigger and bigger. So in 2001 to 2003, law enforcement only did 47 sneak and peek searches. The 2010 report, though, said it was up to 3,970. But then now we're 3 years later, and in 2013, there's 11,129 sneak and peek searches, an increase of over 7,000 requests. Exactly what privacy advocates argued in 2001 would happen. And then the interesting thing is when you look to see who exactly are we arresting through these sneak and peek warrants that were intended to be a lower standard so you could catch terrorists, well, we're going after drug dealers. So in essence, we've gone ahead and changed from a constitutional standard to catch drug dealers down to a terrorist standard, which is a lower standard. To make matters worse, there are accusations and implications from data that maybe the war on drugs has a racial or a disproportionate racial outcome. And so I think it's concerning that we're actually not using a constitutional standard, but a lower standard. Bradley Balco writes in an article from 2014 in the Washington Post, he says, Washington establishment types are often dismissive and derisive of the idea that members of Congress should actually be required to read legislation before voting on it, or at the very least be given the time to read it. There's also a lot of beltway scorn for demands that bills be concise, limited in scope, and open for public comment in their final form for days or weeks before they're voted on. If you're looking for evidence showing why the smug consensus is wrong, here is Exhibit A, talking about the sneak and peek and how if they'd have known what was in it, we would have known in advance that it wasn't really going to end up being used for terrorists. It ended up being used for domestic crime. This is also an argument against rashly legislating in a time of crisis. On September 11th, the federal government failed in most important and basic responsibility to protect us from an attack. We responded by quickly giving the federal government that failed us a host of new powers. Assume that any power you grant to the federal government to fight terrorism will inevitably be used in other contexts. Assume that the primary other context will be to fight the war on drugs. Here's an example just from this month. I happen to believe that the drug war is illegitimate. I think fighting terrorism is an entirely legitimate function of government. I also think that in theory there are some powers the federal government should have for terrorism investigations that I'm not comfortable granting it in more traditional criminal investigations. But I have zero confidence that there's any way to grant those powers in a way that will limit their use to terrorism. Law and order politicians, and many, but not all law enforcement and national security officials, see the Bill of Rights not as the foundation of a free society, but as an obstacle that prevents them from doing their jobs. Keep this in mind when they use a national emergency to argue for exceptions to the Bill of Rights. When critics point out the ways of a new law might be abused, supporters of the law often accuse those critics of being cynical. They say we should have more faith in the judgment and propriety of public officials. Always assume that when a law grants new powers to the government, that law will be interpreted in the vaguest, most expansive, most pro-government manner imaginable. If that doesn't happen, good. But why take the risk? Why leave open the possibility? Better to write laws narrowly, restrictively, and with explicit safeguards against abuse. Of the 11,000 sneak and peek warrants that were issued, 51 were used for terrorism. We lowered the constitutional standard, but we ended up using it for domestic crime, not for terrorism. This is happening in other forms. There's something that folks are calling parallel construction. This is an article from the Electronic Frontier Foundation, Hani Fakouri. The DEA and NSA team up to share intelligence, leading to secret use of surveillance in ordinary domestic crime. Add the IRS to the list of federal agencies obtaining information from NSA surveillance. Reuters reports that the IRS got intelligence tips from DEA's secret SOD unit and were also told to cover up the source of that information by coming up with their own independent leads to recreate the information contained from SOD. So let me explain what happens. We once again use a lower standard, a non-constitutional standard, a thing we're supposed to be using for terrorists, We get information on people who are not terrorists, who may or may not be committing an IRS violation. We tell the IRS, they know it's illegal obtained information, so then they look for another way to prove that this information, other information that they can find to prove the point they only knew about from illegally obtained information. A startling new Reuters story shows one of the biggest dangers of the surveillance state, the unquenchable thirst for access to the NSA's trove of information by other law enforcement agencies. As the NSA scoops up phone records and other forms of electronic evidence while investigating national security and terrorism leads, they turn over tips to a division of the Drug Enforcement Agency known as the Special Operations Division. FISA surveillance was originally supposed to be used only in specific authorized national security investigations. But information sharing rules implemented after 9/11 allows the NSA to hand over information to traditional domestic law enforcement agencies without any connection to terrorism or national security investigations. Instead of being truthful with criminal defendants, judges, and even prosecutors about where the information came from, DEA agents are reportedly obscuring the source of these tips. For example, a law enforcement agent could get a tip from foreign surveillance, and he could look for a specific car at a certain place. But instead of relying solely on the tip, the agent would be instructed to find his or own reason to stop and search the car. Agents are directed to use these sweeps under wraps and not to mention their reports or where they got the information. If we're going to use standards that are less than the Constitution for IRS investigations, for drug investigations, we ought to just be honest with people that we're no longer using the Constitution. If we're going to use the Constitution, then we shouldn't allow evidence obtained through foreign surveillance and through a lower standard to be used in domestic crime. Parallel construction, which is basically getting surveillance tips and then using them, reconstructing, and trying to come up with a different reason for why you stop someone, is something that really, if we're not going to be honest about it, someone has to do something to fix this. After an arrest was made, agents then pretend that their investigation began with a traffic stop, not with the tip they got from our foreign surveillance agencies. The training document reviewed by Reuters refers to this process as parallel construction. Two senior DEA agents who spoke on behalf of the agency, but only on condition of anonymity, said the process is kept secret to protect sources and investigative methods, but realize they're also keeping it secret from the judge, the defense lawyer, and the prosecution. Some have questioned the constitutionality, obviously, of this program. That's outrageous, said Tampa attorney James Fellman, a vice chairman of the criminal justice section of the American Bar Association. It strikes me as indefensible. Lawrence Lustberg, a New York defense attorney, said, any systematic government effort to conceal the circumstances under which cases begin would not only be alarming, but pretty blatantly unconstitutional. Former federal prosecutor Henry Hockmeyer wrote, you shouldn't be allowed to game the system. You shouldn't be allowed to create this subterfuge. These are drug crimes, not national security cases. If you don't draw the line here, where do you draw it? This is an article from the Washington Post by Brian Fung entitled, "The NSA is giving your phone records to the DEA, and the DEA is covering it up." A day after we learned of a draining turf battle between the NSA and other law enforcement agencies over bulk surveillance data, it now appears that these same agencies are working together to cover up when this data gets shared. The DEA has been the recipient of multiple tips from the NSA. Realize also the NSA is supposed to be investigating foreign threats, okay? The NSA was not supposed to be doing anything domestically. We now have them involved in bulk collection, but we also have them now involved in drug enforcement. DEA officials in a highly secret office called the Special Operations Divisions are assigned to handle these incoming tips, according to Reuters. Tips from the NSA are added to a DEA database that includes intelligence intercepts, wiretaps, informants, and a massive database of telephone records. This is problematic because it appears to break down the barrier between foreign counterterrorism investigations and ordinary domestic criminal investigations. Because the SOD's work is classified, DEA cases that began as NSA leads can't be seen to have originated from an NSA source. So what does the DEA do? It makes up the story of how the agency really came to the case in a process known as parallel construction. Reuters explains. Some defense attorneys and former prosecutors said that using parallel construction may be legal to establish probable cause for an arrest. But they said employing the practice as a means of disguising how an investigation began may violate pretrial discovery rules by burying evidence that could prove useful to the criminal defendants. The report makes no explicit connection between the DEA and the earlier NSA bulk phone surveillance uncovered by Snowden. In other words, we don't know for sure if the DEA's Special Operations Division is getting tips from the same database that's been the subject of multiple congressional hearings. We just know that a special outfit within the DEA sometimes gets tips from the NSA. There's another reason the DEA would rather not admit the involvement of NSA data in their investigations. It might lead to a constitutional challenge to the very law that gave rise to the evidence. Earlier this year, a federal court said that if law enforcement agencies wanted to use NSA data in court, they had to say so beforehand and give the defendant a chance to contest the legality of the surveillance. Lawyers for Adele Dawad, who was arrested in a federal sting operation and charged, suspect that he was identified using NSA information, but were never told. Surveys show most people support the NSA's bulk surveillance program strongly when the words terrorism or courts are included. But when pollsters draw no connection to terrorism, the support tends to wane. What will happen when the question makes clear that the intelligence is not only being used possibly for terrorism, but it's also actively being used in domestic criminal investigations of other Americans? Some of the companies have begun to push back. Some of them have begun to push back on the backdoor mandates that are coming from government to get into our information. In one of the public confrontations, a top U.S. intelligence official by Silicon Valley, a senior Yahoo official peppered NSA Director Mike Rogers at a conference on Monday over digital spying. The exchange came during a question and answer session at a day-long summit on cybersecurity. Mr. Rogers spent an hour at the conference answering a range of questions. The tense exchange began when Alex Stamos, Yahoo's chief information security officer, asked Mr. Rogers if Yahoo should acquiesce to requests from Saudi Arabia, China, Russia, France, and other countries to build a backdoor into some of their systems that would allow the countries to spy on certain users. It sounds like you agree with FBI Director Comey that we should be building defects into the encryption in our products so the U.S. government can decrypt, Mr. Stamos said. That would be your characterization, Mr. Rogers says, cutting the Yahoo executive off. Mr. Stamos was trying to argue that if Yahoo gave the NSA access to this information, other countries could try and compel the company to do the same. Mr. Rogers said he believed that it is achievable to create a legal framework that allows the NSA to access encrypted information without upending corporate security programs. He declined to be more specific. Well, do you believe we should build backdoors for other countries? Mr. Stamos continued. My position is, hey, look, this is from Rogers, Admiral Rogers. I think that we're lying, that this isn't technically feasible. He said the framework would have to be worked out ahead of time by policymakers, not the NSA. The back and forth came less than 2 weeks after Apple Incorporated chief executive Tim Cook leveled his own criticism at Washington, saying at a White House cybersecurity conference in California that people in positions of responsibility should do everything they can to protect privacy, not steal information. Mr. Rogers attempted to parry the questions, but also signaled he welcomed the debate. Still, Mr. Rogers did little to deflect recent accusations about NSA activities. For example, he refused to comment on recent reports that the NSA and its UK counterpart stole information from Gemalto NV, a large Dutch firm. This is the world's largest manufacturer of cell phone SIM cards. I think the accusations continue to mount. Everywhere you look, you see the anger beginning in our tech industry. You see them wondering about having backdoor mandates built into their product. And I think the senator from Oregon has been great at pointing this out and has written several op-eds talking about what the harm is to this, of leaving basically a portal or an opening for our government, but that may well be exploited by hackers and may well be exploited by foreign governments. Does the senator from Utah have a question? Not from Oregon.
My colleague has made the point with respect to our government, particularly the FBI director, actually arguing that companies should build weaknesses into their system. And I wanted, because I note my colleague has been on his feet now for somewhere in the vicinity of 9 hours. And so I think we're heading into the home stretch. And I think for people who are listening, I think they really are, first and foremost, interested in how this Senate, on a bipartisan basis, is going to come up with policies that ensure that we both protect our privacy and our security. And as my colleague has said, that they coexist, that they are not mutually exclusive. So I think what I'd like to do is wrap up my questioning tonight by talking about how this bulk phone record collection and related practices is an actual intrusion on liberty. And to start the conversation, you have to first and foremost get through this whole concept of metadata. You know, we heard people say, well, what's the big deal about metadata? And for quite some time, we had senators saying, what's everybody upset about? This is just, quote, innocent metadata. Well, metadata, of course, is data about data, but it's not quite so innocent. If you know who someone calls, when that person calls, and how long they talk, that reveals a lot of private information. Personal relationships, medical concerns, religious or political affiliations are just several of the possibilities. Most people that I talk to don't exactly like the government vacuuming up private information if those persons have done nothing wrong. Now, this is especially true if the phone records include information about the location and movements of everyone with a cell phone. And we have not gotten into this in the course of this evening, but I want to take just a minute because I think, again, it highlights what the implications are. I have repeatedly pushed the intelligence agencies to publicly explain what they think the rules are for secretly turning American cell phones into tracking devices. They have now said that the NSA is not collecting that information today, but they also say the NSA may need to do so in the future. And General Alexander, in particular, failed in a public hearing to give straight answers about what plans the NSA has made in the past. Now, to be clear, I don't think the government should be electronically tracking Americans' movements without a warrant. What's particularly troubling to me is there's nothing in the Patriot Act, in addition, that limits this sweeping bulk collection authority to phone records. Government officials could use the Patriot Act to collect, collate, and retain medical records, financial records, library records, gun purchase records, you name it. Collecting that information in bulk, in my view, would have a very substantial impact on the privacy of ordinary Americans. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying this is what's happening today, but I want to make equally clear this is what the government could do in the future. So my question, as my colleague who has been on his feet for a long time moves to begin to wrap up his comments this evening, I'd like my colleagues' thoughts on the impact of NSA collection of bulk records on innocent Americans. And I'd also be interested in his views with respect to why we have not been able to get the government to give straight answers about the tracking of the location and movements of Americans with a cell phone that took place in the past. And I'd be interested in my colleagues' thoughts on those 2 points.
Well, I want to thank the senator from Oregon for the great question and also for being supportive of and really being the lead figure from the intelligence community, from the Intelligence Committee, trying to make this better. I think so often our intelligence committees don't have enough people who are really concerned with the Bill of Rights as well as national defense. And so we get a one-sided view of things. And over the years, I think you've been able to continue this battle in a healthy way, understanding both sides of it, both our national security, but also understanding that who we are as a people is important, that we not give that up, that we not give up our most basic of freedoms in doing this. But I think that power tends to be something that people don't give up on easily. And so when you have power that you give to people, you have to have oversight. And so it's incredibly important that we do have oversight on what we are giving up. But it's also important that we see what's gone wrong. The FISA court model hasn't worked to oversee and to regulate the NSA. Because basically, when finally a real court looked at this, when finally what we find is that the appellate court was aghast that basically they were maintaining that this was relevant to an investigation. And apparently the way the process worked is the NSA says it's relevant, but there is no debate or dispute. It's just accepted as face value. But I thought the Privacy Commission put it pretty well, and they said, well, how can it be relevant to an investigation that has not yet occurred? We're collecting all the bulk data, and then we're going to query it when we have an investigation. So you can't argue that it's relevant to an investigation because there is no such investigation yet occurring while we're collecting the data. And I think the Privacy Commission said that basically we're turning words on its head if we're saying that something like this is relevant. So I think the American people are ready for it to end. American people think the bulk collection of our records with a generalized warrant is a mistake and ought to end. And I think we are working very hard, and at this point, our hope is that between your actions and my actions, that hopefully leaders of your party and our party, my party, will agree to allow amendments to the Patriot Act. And the goal of being here today has been to say to, not only to the American people, but to say to the leadership on both sides and to all the members that we want an open amendment process, that the discussion of the Fourth Amendment is an important discussion, and that we shouldn't run roughshod over this by saying that there's a limit and a deadline and we don't have time for debate and we're going to put it off yet again. So I want to thank the Senator for Oregon for helping to make it happen, but my hope is that we can get an answer from the leadership of both parties that they're going to allow the amendments that your office and my office have been working on for 6 or 7 months now.
Well, my understanding of my colleagues' request, and that was my point of once again coming back to bulk collection of phone records and past practices with respect to tracking people on cell phones and any policies that may be examined for the future, is I think my colleague is saying that it's time to ask some tough questions. And many of these amendments we've been working on are basically designed to address these issues where we haven't been able to get answers in the past. And after 9/11, it was clear that the people of our country were worried, and there was just a sense that if you were told it was about security, you were supposed to say, okay, that's it. But that's not the kind of oversight that the Congress, particularly after you had a timestamp on the Patriot Act, we all thought it was going to end, then it was time to start asking, tough questions. And not enough tough questions have been asked, and my colleague in the amendments we're talking about really seeks to get answers and use that information to change practices on a lot of these areas that have really gotten short shrift in the past. And I appreciate my colleague talking about the FISA court in connection with this. This is, for listeners, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act court, certainly one of the most bizarre judicial bodies in our country's history, created to apply commonly understood legal concepts like probable cause to government requests for warrants to track terrorists and spies. But over the last decade, the FISA court has been tasked with interpreting broad new surveillance laws, and it's been setting sweeping precedents about the government's surveillance authorities, all of it being done in secret. And I will say, and I'd be interested in my colleagues' thoughts on this, that it is time that the court's significant legal interpretations be made public. Be made public so there's no more secret law. That the people of this country have the chance to engage in debate about laws that govern them. I also think that there ought to be somebody there who can say, on these questions, where there are major constitutional implications, there ought to be somebody there who can say, look, there may be other considerations than the government's point of view. So transparency here is critical so that Congress and the courts can hold the intelligence community accountable. And I want to mention once again, we are talking about policies. We are not talking about matters that are going to reveal secret operations or sources and methods. We are talking about policies. So I think it would be helpful, again, as we move to wrap up, if my colleague from Kentucky could outline some of the reforms in the foreign intelligence court area that he thinks would be most helpful in terms of promoting transparency and accountability that do not compromise sources and methods, because I think my colleague has had some good ideas in this area, and what, in my colleague's views, would be most important with respect to getting these reforms in this secret court in a way that would ensure more transparency for the public and still protect our valiant intelligence officials who are in the field?
I think that's a good question, and your office and our office have worked for a while to try to come up with some FISA reforms. One of them is sort of in the USA Freedom Act, but maybe could be better, saying that there ought to be a special advocate, or so there's an adversarial proceeding. One of the problems in the USA Freedom Act as it's written, though, is that the advocate is only appointed by the FISA court and doesn't have to be appointed by the FISA court. So it may well be that a FISA court that has given a rubber stamp to bulk collection may not be as inclined to give a special advocate. I also think it's important that, as you've mentioned many times, that we should be able to get outside of a secret court to a real court where you really have an advocate that's actually on your side. So I think allowing for an escape hatch for people to appeal. So for example, if you're being told by a FISA court that bulk collection of all of the phone data in our country is legal, you should have a route to an appellate court, an automatic route out of FISA to an appellate court. And I think the appellate courts are fully capable of redacting, going into closed session if they have to, but then you have a real trial with a real advocate on both sides. I think that's important as well. But I do have one question, or a question that you may be able to reframe into a question, and that is, can you give the public a general idea of what percentage of the overall problem of collecting American data is in the form of bulk data? And what percentage do you think is coming from executive order? And what do you think is coming from the 702 backdoor collection of data?
I would say that all of the matters we have talked about this evening, would be significant concerns with respect to ensuring that the liberties of the American people are protected without compromising our safety. So let's tick them off. Bulk phone record collection, millions and millions of phone records of law-abiding Americans. The executive order, 12333, that we talked about today, another very important area. And then Section 702, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act area, where a foreigner is the target and the records of Americans are swept up in them. So I think we are addressing exactly one of the concerns that has come out in the last few days with respect to what Americans are concerned about. I know there's just been a brand new major survey that's been done. My colleague may have touched on it sometime in the course of the day, but Americans particularly want to know what information about them is being collected and who is doing the collecting. And in each of these three areas that I mentioned, there are substantial questions with respect to the privacy rights of Americans.
Well, one of the comments that we went through tonight was an opinion by one of the attorneys in the Bush administration, and they said basically that there were authorities that they were given that were inherent authorities under Article 2 that gave them the right to collect data on Americans, but they also then concluded by saying that Congress had no business at all reviewing this data, that there was no authority, that there were basically powers given by the president to the president that Congress has no ability. I guess I would be interested in the form of a question, if you can ask whether or not you believe there are Article 2 powers of surveillance of American citizens that Congress has no business questioning.
My colleague is, and I remember those days well, basically summing up the argument of the Bush administration. And I and others pushed back and pushed back, very hard, because it would essentially, if taken to its kind of logical analysis, basically strip the legislative branch of its ability to do vigorous oversight. So my colleague has summed up what was the position of the Bush administration, but like so many other positions that were taken during that period of time, once there was an opportunity to make sure people understood how sweeping it was, what my colleague has described is an extraordinary sweep of executive branch power, basically relegating any role for congressional oversight to, yay much, and not on the central questions. So my colleague has summed up what the Bush administration said in those early days, and I had joined the Intelligence Committee shortly before 9/11, and I was struck because this really was the first example I'd seen of just how some in the executive branch would try to lay out a theory of executive branch power that really just takes your breath away.
Yes, a follow-up to that would be, are those arguments still being floated from this administration that there are Article II powers? There is a debate going on over this executive 12333, and the question is whether or not people are still trying to maintain that Congress has no ability to oversee or review it. But I've seen, at least in the lay press, that I think they say in the lay press there is some special investigation. Without going into details, is there some kind of investigation or evaluation of the executive order being done by us or one of the congressional bodies? That was in the lay press.
Yes.
Okay.
And what I can tell you is that I think there have been some changes, some improvements, but it continues to be a challenge. I mean, the reality, is you kind of look back from that period, and in those, early days, for example, John Poindexter made a proposal for something called Operation Total Information Awareness. Would have been the most sweeping invasion of privacy, in my view, in the country's history. And we decided, much like when my colleague talked about those early interpretations in the Bush administration, that this was an unacceptable expansion of executive branch power. But it wasn't until a young intern who was in our office late one night found some of the true excesses of this project. In effect, this young intern found that the program would actually encourage, as part of an experiment, encourage debate about assassinating foreign leaders. And people just found that, again, so out of the mainstream that when we brought it to light, Operation Total Information Awareness was gone within about 48 hours. So we have seen, my colleague highlighted the Bush administration proposal to basically have unchecked executive branch power, Operation Total Information Awareness. My colleague asked about 12333, which we have been reviewing. So yes, it is going to remain an ongoing concern, an ongoing challenge, because I think there is a sense that the executive branch is the only one that can really, deal with this kind of information in a timely kind of fashion. Well, what we've seen with respect to bulk phone record, collection is that That's been a program. It's not been about, timely access to relevant information. Experts with national security credentials, we talked about those individuals this afternoon, said this program does not make us safer, and we could get rid of it and obtain the information by conventional sources. So I think we have begun to rein in this unchecked executive branch power. And I think a big part of it has been the very valuable work my colleague has done in terms of trying to highlight these kinds of practices, and why I've appreciated the chance to work closely with my colleague since I came to the Senate.
I think one of the most exciting things probably is the court case, the Second Court of Appeals and their ruling. My hope, though, is that had been that it would go to the Supreme Court, but my understanding is that it's been remanded to a lower court, because I think one of the things that we really need is that we need a ruling that updates Maryland versus Smith. We need a ruling that talks about the fact that most people's records are being held in a virtual fashion, and I think there needs to be a ruling that comes from the court that acknowledges that you still retain a privacy interest in your records even when they're being held outside of your house. Because the idea of old-fashioned papers in your house, the concept is good that we should protect that privacy, but I think also the concept technologically is that you now will not have papers in your house, but you will have private matters that will be held virtually outside the house, and whether or not the Fourth Amendment protects those, because you often have advocates from the government who say Fourth Amendment doesn't apply to any records once they're outside your house or in other hands. And I really think that you don't give up your privacy interest when you let somebody else hold your records, that you still maintain an interest in privacy even though someone else holds these records.
I think my colleague has made an important point with respect to the Smith case. The Smith case was not made for the digital age, and that's a big part of what we have sought to do throughout this debate, is to try to make sure that people really understand the implications in the digital age of what these policies, mean for their privacy. And I see my colleagues are on the floor, and I want to give them some time. But since you mentioned this question of the court cases, I think there was really striking language recently by Judge Leon of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, talking about really what the scooping up of all these records really means. Judge Leon said, and I quote here, "A few scattered tiles of information, when collected in mass, can reveal an entire mosaic about a person, including their religion, their sexual orientation, medical issues, and political affiliations." So you combine what the judge has described, I think correctly, as bulk collection, outdated court cases like the Smith case, which really wasn't updated in terms of what we would be facing in the digital age. And I think this really combines to create policies that have a chilling effect on liberty, and liberty for innocent, law-abiding Americans. So I want to say again to my colleague, who's now approaching 10 hours on his feet, that I very much appreciate him focusing on these issues. We've got a lot of work to do, because we know that there's been a pattern in the past where when we really get down to those final days, those last couple of days, there's always a lot of pressure to go along with some kind of short-term extension. And that's been the pattern year after year, every time there's been an expiration of the act. And I think what has been shown today is that kind of business as usual is just not going to be acceptable any longer. You have made that point I want it understood that we are going to be pursuing the effort to make sure that this time we're not just going to re-up a bad law, re-up a flawed policy, and say that, it's okay to continue a program. This was reauthorized, in effect, by the President a few months ago. This is going to be the last extension. This has got to be the last extension, and I'm committed to working closely with you and our colleagues to make sure that that's the case and to take the steps necessary to ensure that this is finally the last extension of a badly flawed law. And I thank my colleague for his good work.
Well, thank you. And I think that the American public's ready to end bulk collection. And I think there's a bipartisan, across-the-aisle, really approach that people want to end bulk collection and that the time is now and that we just can't keep extending this. I think probably the biggest deal is that Patriot Act doesn't even justify this. This is a program that needs to end because even those who read the Patriot Act, even those who love the Patriot Act, acknowledge the Patriot Act does not even give permission for this. This is something we're doing that there is no permission for. It has to end, and I think the American people will be very disappointed in us as a body if it doesn't end. This is the time to do it. I agree with you. We're going to do everything we can to stop it. I see the senator from Utah. Does the senator from Utah have a question?
I do. I do. And at the outset of my question, I'd like to point out that while I disagree with you, Senator Paul, with regard to the specific question of whether or not we should allow Section 215 of the Patriot Act to expire in its entirety, I don't believe we need to do that. I would prefer that we pass the USA Freedom Act as passed by the House of Representatives by an overwhelming margin of 338 to 88 last week. While we disagree on that issue, I absolutely stand with you, Senator Paul, and I believe with the American people on the need for an open, transparent process and debate regarding this issue. And I also stand with you with regard to the belief that bulk metadata collection is wrong, is not something that we can support, not something that the American people feel comfortable with, and that it's incompatible with the spirit, if not the letter, of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which we've all sworn an oath to uphold and protect and defend. Let's remember the text of the Fourth Amendment. The text of this amendment, penned in 1789, ratified in 1791, says that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. These are not idle words. They're not surplusage. They're not there just for ornamental purposes. They're there to put important limitations on the power of government, to make sure that when government goes after things that are important to our personal lives, things that are part of our houses, things that are part of our papers, our personal effects, these things can't just be grasped randomly by government. Government has to have a reason for going after them, and government has to be constrained in some meaningful way in the way that it goes after them. When the government relies on a warrant, the warrant needs to describe the things or the places to be searched with particularity. The people subject to them need to be identified with some particularity. And you know, these words were meant to be flexible. They were meant to be molded from time to time in different circumstances. They're not absolute in their terminology, and that's one of the reasons why they've endured for well over 2 centuries and why they've been able to adapt to changes in technology. But there's not any reasonable construction of this language that I think can countenance what the NSA is doing and what we're talking about here, which is the bulk collection of telephone metadata. Now, what's happening is that the NSA is getting these orders from the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, and these orders basically tell the telephone service providers, give us all your data, give us all your records, all of them. We don't really care whether they're relevant to an ongoing investigation of a particular person or of a particular terrorism ring or a particular foreign intelligence group of activities. We want all of them. Send all of them to us. We're going to put them all in a database. We're going to search them when we feel like it. Now, I don't dispute the claim made by the NSA that there are a limited number of people who have access to this database. Nor do I dispute, at least for purposes of this discussion, I'm not going to dispute, and I have no basis for refuting, the assertion that the people who work at the NSA are well-intentioned, that they have our national security interests at heart, that they're there to protect us. But even if we don't dispute any of those things, even if we accept all those things as a given, we have to acknowledge the very real risk that the same people who work there now might not be, in fact, we're certain that they won't be, the same people who work there a year from now, or 2 years from now, or 5 or 10 or 15 years from now. And we know something about human nature, which is that humans, when given power, will sometimes abuse that power. Sometimes they will abuse that power to the detriment of others. Sometimes they'll do it for personal financial gain. Sometimes they will do it for political gain. Sometimes they will do it in order to further certain agendas. That's exactly why it's so important to put boundaries around the authority of government. And that, of course, is what the Constitution is. This is our set of boundaries. This is our fence around government authority. It's there for a reason. It's there to make sure that the American people are protected against government. So first, the Founding Fathers put in place this structure that explained how government would work. It established the government. And then it carefully positioned this series of fences around the government to make sure that that power wasn't abused against the people. Now, it's interesting. When the Patriot Act was enacted, and when it was subsequently reauthorized several years later, Congress put in place a relevance requirement. Congress put in place in Section 215 of the Patriot Act a requirement that the business records that were obtained by the NSA pursuant to Section 215 of the Patriot Act had to be relevant to an investigation, relevant to something that they were doing. Now here again, as with the language of the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, there's some play in the joints of the term relevance. Something might be relevant in one situation and not another. Whether or not it's relevant is going to depend on a lot of facts and circumstances pertinent to the investigation in question. But it stretches the term relevant, or the concept of relevance, beyond its breaking point, beyond any reasonable definition. If you deem something to be relevant, so long as it might in some future investigation, one that has not yet arisen, become relevant, such that you have to gather every record of every phone call made in America, such that the NSA wants to go after every record of every phone call made by every American going back 5 years, storing that series of records in a single database that can be queried for up to 5 years in advance. Let's just go through this exercise for a minute. Think to yourself, how many people have I called in the last 5 years? How many phone numbers, how many distinct phone numbers have I called in the last 5 years? Well, if somebody has called 1,000 phone numbers, or let's say made phone calls to 500 phone numbers and received phone calls from another group of 500 phone numbers, for a total of 1,000 phone numbers over the last 5 years, then that's 1,000 numbers. And then the NSA goes out one hop beyond that and connects each person, each phone number with whom the original person had contact. Let's assume that each of those phone numbers had in turn had contact with 1,000 phone numbers. You get to a million phone numbers pretty quickly. But each time the NSA collects these data points, each data point taken in isolation might not say much about that person. But as our friend and our colleague from Oregon noted a few minutes ago, it's by using that combination of data points, by aggregating all those data points together, someone can tell an awful lot about a person. In fact, there are researchers who, having used similar metadata and assembled similar sets of metadata in their own databases, have concluded that they can tell what religion a person belongs to, what political party someone belongs to, their degree of religiosity and their degree of political activity. They can tell what someone's hobbies are. They can tell whether they have children, whether they're married. They can tell how healthy they are, what physical ailments they might suffer from. In many instances, they can tell what medications they're on. And all of these things are made more efficient by virtue of the automation in this system. And so while it's true, people point out that under Section 215 of the Patriot Act, under this particular program, the NSA is not listening to telephone conversations. They're not listening to them. Interestingly enough, this is very often a straw man argument that's thrown out by those who want to make sure that Section 215 of the Patriot Act is reauthorized without any reforms. They claim that those who are opposed to this type of action are out there falsely claiming that the NSA is listening to phone calls under this program. Well, that accusation of falsehood is itself false. That accusation of falsehood is itself a straw man effort. It's a red herring. It's a lie. It's a lie intended to malign and mischaracterize those of us who have genuine, legitimate concerns with this very program. Because the fact is, we don't make that argument. The argument we're making is that the NSA doesn't even need to do that. The NSA can tell all kinds of things about people just by looking at their data. And because it's automated, and because it's within a system that operates with a series of computers, they can tell it very quickly. It's a lot less human resource intensive than it would be if they were having to listen to countless hours of phone conversations. It's a lot more efficient. Now again, I want to be clear. I have no proof that the NSA is currently abusing this particular program. I'm not aware of any evidence that such abuse is occurring. And I'm willing to assume for purposes of this discussion that that's not occurring. That the men and women who work at the NSA and have access to this database have nothing but the best interests of the American people and American national security at heart. But how long will this remain the case? And how safe, how fair is it of us to assume that this will always be the case? We can scarce afford, for the sake of our children and our grandchildren and those who will come after them, we cannot afford to simply assume that this will always be the case. We have to remember what happened a few decades ago when Senator Frank Church and his committee looked into wiretap abuses that had happened within the government. We have to remember the Church report that was released at the end of that investigation. That report concluded that every presidential administration, from FDR through Richard Nixon, had utilized law enforcement and intelligence gathering agencies within the federal government to engage in political espionage. So that technology, which was then only a few decades old, had been abused. It had been abused for a long time. The abuse of this technology had gone, of course, unreported for many decades, but it had nonetheless been occurring. Again, I don't know, I can't prove. I have no evidence that such abuse is going on right now. But I think all of us, in order to be honest with ourselves, would have to acknowledge that there is at least some risk that if it's not occurring now, at some point it will occur in the future. This temptation is simply too strong for most mortals to resist, particularly in an area such as this, where there is, with good reason, very little ability for the outside world to observe what's going on inside that particular government agency. Now, that's exactly why I happen to support what was passed by the House of Representatives last week. What was passed by the House of Representatives last week in the form of the USA Freedom Act something that would require the NSA, instead of going out to all the telephone companies and saying, send us all your records. We want your calling records, just give us your records. We don't care whether it's relevant to a particular phone call, particular to a specific number that was itself involved in terrorist activity or foreign intelligence surveillance activity. We don't care about that, just send it to us. Far from doing that, what the USA Freedom Act would require is for the government to show that they needed records related to a telephone number that was itself involved in some kind of activity. They wouldn't have the ability to go to all the phone companies and just say, send us everything. They would instead have the power to get a court order to get those records of those phone calls that might well be connected to terrorism based on their contact with a phone number that was related to such activities, or their contact with somebody else with some other phone number that was in turn having some kind of communication with someone involved in those activities. Not all of us agree on this. And Senator Paul, you and I don't agree on this particular bill, but we do agree on the underlying issue. And we also agree that the Senate works best, that the Senate serves the American people well when it lives up to its self-described reputation as being the world's greatest deliberative legislative body. That we would all be better off if we were able to put this bill on the floor right now. If this bill were able to come to the floor and it were subjected to open, honest debate and discussion, that the American people could see that we were debating this, and that you, Senator Paul, and some of our other colleagues who have ideas as to how we could make this legislation better would have the opportunity to introduce, in the form of an amendment, improvements to this legislation. I heard you outline quite articulately just a few hours ago some very thoughtful reforms, some very well thought through amendments, improvements that you would make to this legislation. I think we would all be better off if we took that kind of approach. Now, we've seen in the last few months what can happen. When we came back here in January, we saw that the desks in the Senate chamber had been rearranged. Many of us were pleased by that. We didn't shed a tear at the realignment of the desks. And we've noticed that this realignment of the desks reflected a change in the political attitude among Americans. But more importantly for us, it was the precursor to some very positive developments in the Senate. We saw that within just a few weeks after this shift in power occurred, we had cast more votes on the floor of the United States Senate than we had in the entire previous year. Within a few months, we had cast more votes on the floor of the United States Senate than we had cast in the 2 years previous to that. This was a good sign. It's not just because we're here to cast votes. It's because those votes represent something. They represent the fact that we're actually debating and discussing, and we're allowing each senator to have his or her views heard out. We're putting ourselves on record as to what we believe represents good policy and what does not. I think we'd be in a much better position to address the national security needs of our great country if we had such an opportunity with respect to this legislation, which is one of the reasons why I came to the floor yesterday along with one of our colleagues, the senior senator from Vermont, and asked unanimous consent to bring this bill, the House passed USA Freedom Act, H.R. 2048. We asked unanimous consent to bring that to the floor and to have open debate and discussion, an open amendment process, with the understanding that we'd turn back to the Trade Promotion Authority bill as soon as we had properly disposed of this legislation, as soon as we had finished debating it, discussing it, voting on amendments. Now, I'm a big believer in free trade. I like free trade. I think free trade is good. I'd like to see us get to both of these pieces of legislation. But importantly, H.R. 2048 is a piece of legislation that has kind of a fuse attached to it. You know, Section 215 of the Patriot Act is set to expire at the end of this month. And many of us believe that we ought to at least have a debate and discussion before that happens, a debate and discussion about what, if anything, would take its place, about whether or not we need something to put in its place, and if so, what that might look like. And so that's why we made this request. This request, which we regarded as a very reasonable one, was unfortunately one that drew an objection. And so we were not able to bring it to the floor. Now, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, based in New York, recently addressed this issue, recently addressed the issue of whether or not Section 215 of the Patriot Act can appropriately be read to authorize the NSA to engage in this bulk metadata collection program. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit answered that question in the negative and concluded that there is no statutory authority for the NSA to collect this type of metadata. It doesn't have the authority. It cannot collect bulk metadata on this basis. Because, as the Second Circuit concluded, the business records sought under that provision have to be relevant. There has to be some relevance to something they're investigating. And of course, their only relevance here under this program is that they exist, is that they represent phone calls made by someone in the United States, that they were made under a telephone network in the United States. That can't be the answer. That cannot reflect a proper understanding of this concept of relevance that's in Section 215 of the Patriot Act. It can't, and it doesn't. And this court ruling is one of the many reasons why we need to be having this debate and why we shouldn't be willing to simply reauthorize Section 215 of the Patriot Act with the understanding that the NSA will continue operating this program as is if we reauthorize it. It's one of the reasons why I've been so insistent on having this discussion and so unwilling to support even a shorter term reauthorization of the Patriot Act, is because they're interpreting Section 215 of the Patriot Act beyond its logical breaking point. You know, we have to remember that the Constitution is worth protecting. It's worth protecting even when we can't point to anything bad that's happening right now, even when we can't point to any specific abuse that is occurring. Bulk data collection is itself a type of abuse. There is a type of constitutional injury, even though we can't point to anything secondary from that. We can't point to any horrible secondary effect from it. It is in and of itself wrong. The wrongness of this program can be illustrated when we take to its logical conclusion the very arguments presented by the NSA for this type of activity. Let me explain. So, the metadata that's collected by the NSA right now relates exclusively to telephone calls. The records they collect involve records of who you call, when you call them, who calls you, when they called you, and how long the phone calls at issue lasted. That's it. But if the NSA is correct in its interpretation of Section 215, which it is not, but if it were correct, there is absolutely no reason why the NSA could not also collect a number of other types of metadata. Metadata records, for example, involving your use of your credit card, involving hotel reservations, involving airplane reservations, metadata regarding emails that you've either sent or received, who you've sent them to and who you've received them from, your internet traffic, where you've purchased online, who's purchased something from you online, all kinds of things. From that metadata, they clearly could paint a much more vivid picture of you. A profile built as a mosaic from 1 billion data points. They can tell everything about you from that type of metadata. Now, sure, the NSA's not collecting that type of metadata right now. They're not doing it right now. But if we reauthorize this without limitation, if we reauthorize Section 215 of the Patriot Act and we don't include any kind of restriction on it, there is absolutely no reason why the NSA couldn't conclude tomorrow or next week or a year from now or later that it wants to collect this kind of data as well. Most Americans, I would suspect nearly all Americans, would be shocked and horrified to think that the NSA could and would and might at some point in the future collect that kind of information on where you shop online, your credit card bills, your hotel reservation, things like that, things that could easily be connected back to an individual, easily give rise to abuse, either for partisan political purposes or for some other nefarious purpose. I also want to point out that those who are in favor of this program and those who vigorously defend its constitutionality routinely rely on a decision rendered by the Supreme Court in the late 1970s called Smith versus Maryland. They point out that in Smith versus Maryland, the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of some police activity that involved the collection of calling data. The Supreme Court concluded in that case that there was not a sufficiently significant expectation of privacy in records of calls that somebody had made and received, such that the collection of that data would require a search warrant. I'm not altogether certain that Smith v. Maryland was decided correctly, but let's assume for a minute that it was decided correctly and just address the fact that it is a decision that remains on the books. It's precedent that's followed throughout the courts of the United States. That's fine. Let's just accept the fact that it's on the books. But it is very, very different, not just qualitatively different, not just quantitatively different, rather, but also qualitatively different. When you're dealing not with one target of one single criminal investigation, and not just with maybe a few weeks of calling records, but when you're dealing with 5 years of calling records, not on one person, of one target in one criminal investigation by one group of law enforcement officers, but 300 million people stretched out over 5 years. That calling data becomes more significant, moreover, when Americans become more attached to their telephones, when their telephone isn't something that's just plugged into the wall, but something that's carried with them every moment of every day. This, by the way, adds to the potential list of metadata that could be collected, because, of course, many people now have telephones that track their location. And I don't see any reason why, based on the interpretation of Section 215 of the Patriot Act and the interpretation of the Fourth Amendment that the NSA has put forward, I don't see any reason why they couldn't start collecting the location data as well, which would further undermine privacy interests. So, Smith v. Maryland, whether you like it or not, it's precedent that's followed by the courts in America, but it's not the end of the story. It certainly doesn't get you over the hump when it comes to this type of collection. Saying that what was covered by Smith versus Maryland is the same thing as what the NSA is trying to do here is a little bit like comparing a pony ride to a ride to the moon and back. They both involve some form of transportation, but they're worlds apart, drastically different, so much so that they can't really even be compared. Our technology has changed dramatically over the years, so much so that if we don't stop and think about it, we might not even recognize it. A few years ago, when my son James was about 10 years old, he came up with a really good idea that he announced to us. He said, you know, I've been thinking about it, and I'm going to invent something. And we said, what's that? And he said, well, I'm going to invent a telephone that is attached to the wall. It will be attached to the wall so it can't be removed. And it'll have a wire that runs into the wall, and that's how the telephone will work. We looked at him and wondered what gave him this idea and what gave him the idea that that was somehow unique. And we said, well, first of all, what makes you think that hasn't already been invented? And secondly, why would you want to do that? And he said, well, I think it's a great idea because it's the only way you wouldn't lose your phone. Only then did we realize what he was saying. Only then did we realize that what he was telling us was that during his lifetime, he had never seen in our home a phone that was attached to the wall. He had seen cell phones, and he had seen cordless landline phones, and he had seen that telephones get lost from time to time. Our technology does change. And as our technology changes, we have to take that into account. Well, our technology has changed now to the point where our government can learn all kinds of personal facts about us through metadata, through the type of metadata involved here. And it's only getting more and more this way every single day as we transact more and more of our day-to-day business over our telephones, and as our telephones become more sophisticated, more portable, and more capable of processing more and more data. You know, the text of the Fourth Amendment that I quoted just a few minutes ago is still very relevant today. And the fact that the Fourth Amendment refers specifically to the right of the people to be secure in their persons, their houses, their papers, and effects, that language is still relevant today, and it should remind us of the fact that our persons, our houses, our papers, and effects, more and more, really become a part of this, really become a part of our telephones. Our papers are not always physical papers. More and more, they're not. Increasingly, we're even asked to sign documents that previously would have been physically signed on a hard copy with a stack of papers. Increasingly, you can do business transactions without ever handling physical paper. Increasingly, you can do those things electronically. People often prefer to do it that way. It saves time, it saves money, but as more and more of our lives are played out on these portable digital devices, it becomes more and more important for us to remember that there are Fourth Amendment ramifications whenever government wants to get involved in what we do on those same devices. That's why it's not really fair anymore to simply rely reflexively on Smith versus Maryland to say that this is all constitutional. Nor is it fair to say, well, your phone company already has this record, so there's no reason why the government shouldn't have it. I actually don't even see that comparison. Some people think that this is somehow persuasive. I don't find it persuasive at all. There is a world of difference between allowing a private business with which you have voluntarily chosen to interact to have your business records, particularly when it's a private business that you want to have that information so that that private business can keep track of how much you owe them or how much they owe you. There's a world of difference between a private business entity having those records and the government having those records. You know, the worst thing that private business can do is perhaps send you too many emails that you don't want, asking you for more business, or maybe it can give some of your personal data to somebody else who will in turn make phone calls you don't want to receive or send you emails you don't want to receive. That private business has no ability to put you in prison. That private business has no ability to levy taxes on you. That private business has no ability to make your life a living hell in the same way that your government has the ability to do those things. Not just the ability, but lately, with increasing frequency, this strong and seemingly irresistible inclination. This is not a victimless offense against the spirit and arguably the letter of the Constitution. These kinds of things have real-world ramifications. They ought to be troubling to all of us. And we ought to want to do something about them. And so for these reasons, Senator Paul, I'd ask you, don't you think it would be much better to put this bill on the floor now and allow for an open amendment process, one in which you and each of our other colleagues could have an opportunity to provide input and to try to improve the legislation and to try to do something meaningful with this legislation rather than to just simply ignore it, pretend it didn't exist, sweep it under the rug and wait until we're up against the cliff, this critical cliff between when the Senate, much to my chagrin and the chagrin of many of our colleagues, is set to adjourn, leading up to the moments when this program is set to expire. Wouldn't we be better off to take this up and to debate this under the light of day, under the view of the American people?
Well, I think the senator from Utah asked a great question, and I think you framed the debate over the Fourth Amendment very well. I think if we asked to put the bill on the floor at this hour, we may not be able to find anybody awake to give us the permission to have the bill this evening, but we haven't been able to locate anyone to get the bill this evening, so I'm afraid we'll have to say no. But we have been asking for a full and open debate. Your solution, as well as mine, as well as Wyden, as well as others, to have a full debate on the floor for this. There were a couple things that you said that I thought were particularly worth commenting on. People say that because, well, there's no evidence that the program is being abused. There's no evidence that we're searching the records of certain people of a certain race or religion or abusing people for some reason, that that's proof somehow that no abuse is occurring. But I agree with you that the collection alone is an abuse in and of itself, because to me, the point is, and the basic point and the biggest part of the point is that what we're dealing with is something that is a generalized warrant. There's nothing specific about collecting all of the records from all Americans all of the time. There's nothing specific about the name Verizon. I tell people I don't know anybody named Mr. Verizon. So that can't be a specific individualized warrant. That's a general warrant, and that's what we fought the revolution over, is to individualized warrants, to individualize what we were requesting, and above all, probable cause. And we accepted a lower standard to go after foreigners, to go after terrorists. And part of me says, well, maybe we can do that just for terrorists, but now we're using it for domestic crime. One of the scenario in which they might have heard about this but didn't really hear about this from the NSA. I think that the public at large thinks that we've gone way too far with the bulk collection of records. It's not only what we've done, but it's just that there's absolutely, even in the Patriot Act, which I object to, absolutely no justification for collecting the records. The idea that records could be relevant to an investigation that has not yet occurred puts logic on its head, puts it topsy-turvy to mean that words don't mean anything. But I'm very concerned that there's a lot of surveillance that we don't know about. not only through the Patriot Act justification, but through executive order justification. It concerns me that there are still people who are arguing that Article 2 gives unlimited authority to the president, that there is no congressional check and balance to the president with regard to surveillance. There are people arguing and making that argument that there is no limitation to presidential power. And I think one of the best things our founder fathers gave us was this check and balance, that we had co-equal branches. I think it was a great thing that with the Fourth Amendment that a warrant had to be signed by somebody who wasn't a policeman, who wasn't a soldier. This is one of the additional things that I'd like to do, because we don't get to talk about this very much. So we have the ability, and we're talking about bulk collection of records, but we should also talk about whether we should have hundreds of thousands of warrants written by policemen, FBI agents. I think really that warrants should have this check and balance where you have a judge. And there's something that is so civilizing and something that levels the playing field and keeps abuse from happening, that a policeman tonight in D.C. that is in front of a house and wants to go in is calling someone who's not in hot pursuit, who hasn't just had a physical altercation with the people they're chasing, someone who is dispassionate and unconnected to the heat of the crime, is going to give the permission for those policemen to go into a house. We say that a man's house is his castle, and he can defend, that was the whole idea, that things within the castle were the man or woman's, we would say now. But you know what? It's not only that your records are in the castle anymore, they're in the cloud. And records are virtual. And records are very rarely, you have whole households that have no paper records. The amazing thing about records is that they're now saying that with metadata records, they can discover more than we could have discovered in a lifetime of looking at your personal letters in your house, because so much information is there, so much can be connected between the dots, between all of these things. I'm still not convinced that we aren't collecting data on credit cards, on email. I think that some of this is done through the executive order that most of us are not privy to. The only people that know anything about the executive order 12333 and what they're doing on it are people on the Intelligence Committee. I'm not convinced that we aren't collecting email data. They currently say that your email, this is the bill that you have promoted, that after 6 months your email has no protection. Before 6 months, I think the only protection is to the content, not to the header, not to the addressee. We currently have the opinion we desperately need the Supreme Court to rule on this. We have the Smith versus Maryland decision, which was in the pre-modern age as far as data goes and as far as your papers being held. We desperately need a decision, and my hope was that the appellate court decision would go to the Supreme Court, but my understanding, being just a doctor, is that it went the other way, that it's been remanded lower and may never make it to the Supreme Court. I don't know that, but I think we do need something at the Supreme Court level. But there have been many who are now arguing that the appellate court, once again, this is from a physician, not a lawyer, is really binding, and there could eventually be some legal injunction against what the government is doing. But for goodness sakes, it perplexes me that the president, who says, oh yes, we need a balanced approach, and I'm listening to my Privacy Commission, I'm listening to the review board, and yet I created this out of whole cloth as an executive order, and I'm unwilling to stop it even now that the appellate court has told me it's illegal. He's unwilling to stop it. I think that sort of defines disingenuous, that he's going to stop it as soon as Congress stops it. And it is so hard to get anything done here, but we've had vast majorities, not only for the USA Freedom Act, for Thomas Massey's Act, we had a vast majority over there to defund it, for Justin Amash to defund these things that we were doing, big majorities. But it's another evidence that the Senate is further distant from the people, that the House is closer and they're hearing the message stronger. But I think the message is a strong one. The message is that nobody, really the vast majority of Americans are very unhappy with having all of their records collected. And that really, to me, it gets back to the whole idea of whether or not we should accept or validate general warrants. And it's still part of my concern a little bit with the reform, that I want the reform, it could go a long way if we no longer had the ability to put the word corporate in there, that if it were specifically individuals. And I think we have a chance to go maybe even a little further than we've gone in the reform that's being offered, to say that we shouldn't be able to request all of the records from a corporation, because there is some retained privacy interest or some retained property interest even in your records. And I think there always has been. And they talk about an expectation of privacy. I would think that if you have a contract, when you sign the agreement that you are agreeing to a privacy contract with an internet provider or a search provider or a telephone company, I think that's indicating, they talk about in the cases an expectation of privacy. Well, I've signed an agreement with the company and they've promised me and I've promised them. I would think that that for certain is an expectation of privacy in the eyes of the court. So I don't understand how they can argue that we've completely given up our records and that we have no ability at all to retain an interest in our records. But I am very much convinced that this is an important debate, that the Bill of Rights are something that we shouldn't look at lightly, that we should, as we move forward, make sure that we do protect the things that are important, that we shouldn't hurry up and have deadlines and then say we're not going to have time to debate it. And I see the senator from Texas, who is also a defender of the Fourth Amendment, is here, and I'd be happy to take a question without losing the floor.
I thank the senator from Kentucky. I would note that he and I agree on a great many issues, although we don't agree entirely on this issue. But I want to take the opportunity to thank the senator from Kentucky for his passionate defense of liberty. His is a voice that this body needs to listen to. I would note the senator from Kentucky's father spent decades in the House of Representatives as a passionate advocate for liberty. And both his father's voice and the senator from Kentucky's voice has altered the debate in this chamber and has helped refocus the United States Congress and the American people on the critical importance of defending our liberty. I think protecting the Bill of Rights is a fundamental responsibility of the federal government. And it is heartbreaking over the last 6 years that we have seen a federal government that not only fails to protect the Bill of Rights, but that routinely violates the constitutional liberties of American citizens, routinely violates the Bill of Rights. I listened to the learned remarks and questions from the senator from Utah, where he noted that under the justifications for the current bulk collection of metadata, that it is the position of the federal government that they have the full constitutional authority not only to collect metadata, but to collect the positional location of every American if any of us carry our cell phone wherever we go. It is the position of the Obama administration that the federal government has the full constitutional authority to track the location of every American citizen no matter where we walk. That is a breathtaking assertion of power. And I would note that we don't merely need to speculate that that's the Obama administration's position. Indeed, in a recent case before the United States Supreme Court, the Obama administration argued that law enforcement could place a GPS locator on the automobile of any and every law-abiding citizen in this country and track the location of your automobile and my automobile with no probable cause, no articulable suspicion, no nothing. The Obama administration argued that the Fourth Amendment and the Bill of Rights say nothing about the federal government placing a GPS locator on the automobile of private law-abiding citizens. Now, thankfully, the United States Supreme Court rejected that position. It didn't reject that position 5-4 or 6-3 or 7-2. The United States Supreme Court rejected that radical anti-privacy position of the Obama administration unanimously, 9-0. Now, I am entirely in agreement with my friend, the senator from Utah, that the right resolution of the issue before this body is for the United States Senate to pass the USA Freedom Act. I'm an original sponsor of that bipartisan legislation. The USA Freedom Act does two things. Number one, it ends the federal government's bulk collection of phone metadata for law-abiding citizens. I am entirely in agreement with my friend, the senator from Kentucky, that the federal government should not be collecting the data of millions of law-abiding citizens with no evidentiary basis to do so. It is long past time to end this program, and the USA Freedom Act does so. At the same time, the USA Freedom Act maintains the tools to target terrorists. We're living in a dangerous world with the rise of ISIS and Al-Shabaab and Boko Haram, not to mention Al-Qaeda and radical Islamic terrorism across the globe. The threat to the American homeland has never been greater. And it is critical that law enforcement and national security maintain the tools so that if there is a credible basis to believe that a particular individual is planning a terrorist attack, that we can intercept their communications, we can prevent that terrorist attack before, God forbid, they murder innocent Americans on the homeland. Now, the critical words there are a particular individual, because what the Fourth Amendment envisions is not that law enforcement's hands are tied. Law enforcement has tools to stop crimes. But as my friend, the senator from Kentucky, has so powerfully observed, the Fourth Amendment was designed to prevent general warrants. It was designed to prevent the government from assuming that everyone in the country is automatically guilty and we will seize your information. Rather, the tools of law enforcement and national security should be particularized based on the facts and the evidence. That's why I support the USA Freedom Act, because it accomplishes both goals. It protects our privacy rights and the Bill of Rights of law-abiding citizens, but it ensures we have the tools to prevent acts of terrorism. Now, I would note 2 points that are important. There are a number of members of this body, including a number of members of my party and the party of the senator from Kentucky, who argue the Patriot Act should be reauthorized with no changes. And they argue to do anything else would jeopardize our national security. Well, there are two facts that are critical to assess to responding to that argument. Number one, members of this body have received confidential classified briefings from the national security officers of this administration. We are not at liberty to convey the specific details of those briefings. But the members of this body have been told, number one, that the USA Freedom Act would provide effective tools so that we could prevent acts of terrorism. And indeed, they've gone further to say that it is entirely possible that under the USA Freedom Act, the national security team would have more effective tools to stop actual terrorists than they do today under the bulk metadata collection of law-abiding citizens. That's worth underscoring. The national security professionals advising this body have said the USA Freedom Act could well be more effective in providing the tools to stop terrorists than the current status quo. That argument needs to sit in for everyone arguing we've got to maintain the status quo to stop terrorism. If it is the case, as we have been told, that the USA Freedom Act could be more effective, that argument suddenly falls to the ground. And secondly, I address my friends in the Republican Party who would prefer to reauthorize the Patriot Act, even if that is their preference. It is abundantly clear that a clean reauthorization of the Patriot Act ain't passing this body, and it certainly ain't passing the House of Representatives. I would note that the USA Freedom Act passed the House of Representatives 338 to 88. It wasn't a narrow victory. It was overwhelming. So even if members of this body would prefer to reauthorize the Patriot Act in its entirety, the votes ain't there So the choice they face is letting it expire altogether, losing the tools we have to prevent real terrorists from carrying out active terrorism, or accepting a common-sense middle ground that vigorously protects the Bill of Rights while maintaining the tools to target the bad guys. Now, I will say this. With my friend, the senator from Kentucky, I entirely agree that he is fully entitled to introduce his amendments to that bill. That this body should engage in a full and open debate considering amendments, and the senator from Kentucky should be able to propose reasonable common sense improvements to the USA Freedom Act. We ought to debate them on the merits in a full and open process. There was a time not too long ago when this body was called the world's greatest deliberative body. Debate is what we're supposed to do on the merits. And if the defenders of the Patriot Act right now are so confident of their position, they should be prepared to debate the senator from Kentucky on the merits, to debate each of the members of this body on the merits, and to arrive at the right policy that both protects our constitutional rights and ensures we have all the tools we need to protect the safety of American citizens against active terrorism. Now, I will note, standing here with the senator from Kentucky, with the senator from Utah at 11:40 p.m., I'm reminded of the movie The Blues Brothers, saying, "Jake, we got to get the band back together again." I'm reminded of previous evenings, standing here with this same band of brothers in the wee hours of the morn. And I'll make a couple of final observations in this question. The first is, the very first time I ever spoke on the Senate floor, when I was a brand new freshman senator, was during the last time the senator from Kentucky was filibustering. Senator Rand Paul was filibustering against the Obama administration's policy of uncontrolled drone strikes and the refusal of the Obama administration to acknowledge that the Constitution prohibits the federal government from using a drone to target a United States citizen with lethal force if that citizen does not pose an imminent threat on U.S. soil. When the senator from Kentucky began that filibuster that morning, he had asked if I might come out and support him, and I told him at the time, as a newbie in this body, that I wanted to respect the institutions of the Senate, which include the tradition that freshman senators should stay quiet for a number of months before speaking. So initially I said, no, I'm not going to come down. It's not yet time for me to speak on the Senate floor, and yet he stood there, and 1 hour and 2 hours passed. I could not stand back without joining him in that support, in that epic fight. That time, I'm reminded, it was an anniversary of the Battle of the Alamo, so I had the opportunity to read to my friend William Barrett Travis's letter from the Alamo, and to give him the encouragement of Texans who gave their lives in defense of liberty. And indeed, at the time, to read tweets that were sent in support of the senator from Kentucky. And I've said many times, I will go to my grave in debt to Senator Rand Paul that the first opportunity I had to speak on the Senate floor was in support of his epic filibuster. I would also note that following that filibuster, Senator Paul gave me two pieces of advice, both of which proved very helpful for a filibuster I was to do of my own several months later. Advice number one, he said, was wear comfortable shoes. And I would note Senator Paul observed that the last time he did that, he didn't follow this advice. He hadn't planned to speak as long as he had. He told me his feet hurt for 2 weeks. And I will confess it was to my great shame. I'm wearing today my argument boots, which I wear every day on the Senate floor. But when I filibustered on Obamacare, I shamefully left my boots in the closet and went and purchased black tennis shoes. And as the hours wore on, I was very, very grateful that I had abided by Senator Paul's good advice and wore the tennis shoes. And I would note, as I'm sitting here today, that the good senator is wearing tennis shoes today, so I'm glad to see that he follows his own advice, and I have no doubt that his calves and thighs will thank him tonight in the morning. The second bit of advice Senator Paul gave me was drink very, very little water. Now, that was advice he acknowledged likewise he had not followed in his own filibuster. And I will note, not too long ago, I was sitting in the president's chair presiding, and the entire hour I was there was a glass of water on Senator Paul's desk, and he did not drink a sip of it. I would note that was advice I endeavored to follow. It was good advice, and I'm glad to see my friend is following it as well. This is an exceptionally important issue that this body should be focused on, the responsibility to protect the Bill of Rights and the constitutional rights of every American. And so the question I would ask my friend, the senator from Kentucky, is there any excuse for this body not taking seriously our obligation to protect the Bill of Rights and the constitutional rights of privacy of every American?
I want to thank the senator from Texas for joining in the battle to defend the Bill of Rights and the Fourth Amendment, and I know he's sincere in that approach. There's absolutely no excuse not to debate this, and no excuse not to vote on sufficient amount of amendments to try to make this better, to try to make the bulk collection of records go away. It's what the American people want. It's what the Constitution demands. My voice is rapidly leaving. My bedtime is long since passed. And I think it's time that we summarize why we're here today and what my hope is for the future with this issue. We've had a dozen senators come down from both parties, from right and left, conservative, liberal, progressive, libertarian. We've had several friends come over from the House as well. There's a hunger in America for somebody to stand up, for all of us to stand up, for somebody to do the right thing, to say that the Bill of Rights needs to be defended, that the Bill of Rights is important. When I think of the Bill of Rights, I think, it isn't so much for the popular person. It isn't so much for the high school quarterback or the prom queen. The Bill of Rights is for the least among us, and the Bill of Rights is to try to prevent any kind of systemic bias from entering into the law or the way we treat people. People will say, well, we collect all this data, but we're not abusing anyone. We're doing it perfectly in order. But I agree with Senator Lee that just the collection of the data is the infringement in itself. The whole idea that we could put one name on a warrant and collect 100 million records goes against everything we believe in. It goes against everything we fought for in the revolution when we fought to be left alone. I think Justice Brandeis put it best when he said that the right to be left alone is the most cherished of rights, the most prized among civilized men. To be left alone. To be left alone in our castle, or in today's world, to be left alone in our cloud. The time is long since past where we're going to have paper records and that it's going to be our exact home, our exact castle that we're protecting. The time is now in the digital age that we need to protect our privacy when we loan out our records. And it is different to loan out your records and let them to be held by a telephone company or by an internet provider or in the cloud. It doesn't mean that you give up your right to privacy. I think that you have an expectation of privacy with or without a contract, but often we have an explicit privacy agreement, an explicit privacy contract that we actually have with the phone company, that we actually have with the internet provider. They're supposed to protect our interests. It sends exactly the wrong signal to give liability to these companies, liability protection to these companies, and say to them, that they can run roughshod with us and that they can give their information out. The bulk collection must end, and I think we have the votes to do it now. We need to end the bulk collection of records, but that's not where this battle ends. There still is a question of whether or not the executive is gathering a great deal of information through executive order. I think that has to be reviewed. It has to be reviewed in public. I agree with my friend Senator Wyden that the specifics of intelligence, who the agents are, how we break code, how we technologically gather information, by all means doesn't need to be discussed in public. But whether or not we should collect all Americans' phone records all the time should be discussed in public. It should have been revealed in an honest way. The fact that the director of our national intelligence lied to us and said the program didn't even exist, I think is unforgivable and makes him unsuitable to lead our intelligence agency. We have to have trust. Because of this great and enormous power we allow our intelligence agencies to have, we have to have trust. And you can't have trust when Congress is lied to. I think as we move forward, today we've made great strides in presenting arguments in the debate for how we would make things better, how we would better circumscribe this great and ominous power, and how we would better make this power conducive to the Constitution. The ultimate success will be that we can actually change things, but part of the success will be that we've debated them today, and my hope is that the debate today will let the American public, as well as our leadership in the Senate, know that we're serious about this, and that we want to vote on reforms, that we want to vote on several different forms of ways that we can fix this, and that this goes on and comes up every 3 years. For goodness sakes, can't we spend a couple of days trying to amend this, trying to make it better? I want to thank the Senate staff for coming in and staying. I don't think you had much choice, but thank you for staying and not throwing things. We'll try not to do this, but every couple of years or so. I want to thank my staff for their help in a long day. And I want to thank the American people for considering the arguments and hopefully for helping us push this towards a reform where we all respect the Fourth Amendment and the Bill of Rights once again. Thank you, Mr. President, and I relinquish the floor. Mr. President, I notice the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
So Senator Rand Paul has yielded the floor. He began his marathon speech that he characterized as a filibuster at 1:18 p.m. Eastern Time Wednesday afternoon, about 10.5 hours ago. Senator Rand Paul and others talking about their objection to the Patriot Act renewal and NSA surveillance activities. The Senate was officially in debate over trade promotion authority, while Senator Paul spoke mainly about his opposition to the Patriot Act and those surveillance activities. Later this week, the Senate's expected to consider a reauthorization of the Patriot Act and the highway funding bill. And we'll have live coverage, of course, of the Senate here on C-SPAN 2. We're now in a quorum call waiting for a member to come to the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Louisiana.
I request that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of H-Con Res 47, which is at the desk.
Clerk will report.
House Concurrent Resolution 47 to correct the enrollment of S-178.
Is there objection? Without objection, so
I-
the Senate will receive the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the concurrent resolution be agreed to and the motion be reconsidered. The motion to be reconsidered be laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 2353, an act to provide an extension of federal aid highway and so forth and for other purposes.
I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard, the bill will be read for a second time on the next legislative day.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 9 a.m. Thursday, May 21st. Following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, and the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Following leader remarks, the Senate then resumed consideration of H.R. 1314 with the time until the cloture vote at 10 a.m. equally divided in the usual form.
Is there objection? Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
The Senate has now adjourned after a marathon speech by Senator Rand Paul that began at 1:18 Wednesday afternoon. The Senate was officially in debate over trade promotion authority, while Senator Paul spoke mainly on his opposition to NSA surveillance activities and the Patriot Act. Later this week, the Senate is expected to consider a reauthorization of the Patriot Act and a highway funding bill. We'll have live coverage here on C-SPAN 2.
The new Congressional Directory is a handy guide to the 114th Congress with color photos of every senator and House member, plus bio and contact information, and Twitter handles.